Good morning from Vienna, or should I say, is it Guten Morgen?
Guten Morgen.
There we go. She has the pronunciation
Exactly.
a little better than I do. I'm Justin Brady.
And I'm Christina Brodato.
And we'll be joining you all day today. Christine, of course, you're doing the red carpet stuff. I know you got ahead of the red carpet in a second, but can you give us an idea of what to expect today?
Yeah. Yes, of course. The red carpet is situated, for those of you who don't know, in the middle of the conference hall. So you will actually be able to see a little bit of the mingling going on there, the atmosphere. And yesterday I already had some amazing interviewees there, some guests on the red carpet. And today I will have some more, including a former student of Peter Drucker.
Really? Here?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, that's really... Now, is that up next red carpet or throughout the day?
It will be throughout the day, so it's not
we'll keep you
up
updated.
Next, but you should check back in later for that, for sure.
Are there any highlights from yesterday that really spoke to you?
Yes, for sure. So, I mean, definitely resilience was, of course, a big theme. It's our conference theme, so it comes up a lot. What was also interesting yesterday was the talks about regenerating cities. So that was actually also a topic and how we can make cities more resilient, which I thought was interesting. And we're also going to have an interview on that today as well.
Very cool. So day 2 of the Global Peter Drucker Forum, and for those that don't know, we're obviously in Vienna and Hofburg Palace. We actually built a studio in Hofburg Palace, and we're going to be streaming all day today. Drucker Forum TV goes 2 days, so you're on day 2. If you missed yesterday, once you go to the red carpet, I'll be reviewing what happened. But I guess I should say, you probably need to get set up. Is there anything else you want to cover before you skedaddle on out of here?
No, I think I have to get going. I got to run to the red carpet, and I hope you tuned back in for that in just a few moments.
Yeah, we'll be going to her. She has to skedaddle, but we'll be making sure to transition to her in just a moment.
Perfect. I'll see you then,
later.
Justin. Bye.
So like I said, day 2 of the Global Peter Drucker Forum, and today there are some exceptional highlights. Hubert Joly, the turnaround CEO of Best Buy, will be joining us later. For those that don't know, Hubert Joly was joining Best Buy at a time when the company was really struggling, and many thought it was maybe on its last days, and he was able to turn the entire company around. So he will join us live, remotely. I'm not sure where I think he's maybe in Boston, but he'll join us live from the US later today. Amy Edmondson will also be joining us today. I think Jyoti Guptara is interviewing Amy Edmondson. I could be wrong on that. Psychological safety. She's the psychological safety person, and she's going to talk about a new book she has coming out. Zeynep Ton, the case for good jobs, will be joining me remotely later today. It's actually a fascinating book. I read the book, and she makes the case with data and research that paying your employees a lot more money actually returns more money and more revenue to your bottom line. She has all the data to back that up. Falco Weidemeyer will be here with EY. He's the global head of turnaround and restructuring. He knows a lot about disruption and AI, and there's a lot I want to get through with him, but we only have 15 minutes, so we'll have to probably prioritize that. Also, Ginni Rometty, the former chairman and CEO of IBM and the co-chair at OneTen. Lothar Wieler, chair of the Digital Health Cluster. And Benham Tabrizi, consulting professor at Stanford University. Huge schedule. Now, for those joining that didn't see anything yesterday, don't worry, this is on YouTube, so you can go back and look at that stuff. I think by the end of the week is what I was told. We're going to have all of that chaptered up. So all you need to do is go to druckerforum.org, go to Drucker TV, Drucker Forum TV, excuse me, and you'll see a link to the YouTube thing. All that will be chaptered up so you can find your favorite speaker, find your favorite segment later. Now, if you're going to tweet anything today or post about anything, please use the hashtag DruckerForumTV, and also tag GDruckerForum on X, or go to search Global Peter Drucker Forum on LinkedIn. Yesterday, you missed an interview with Dan Pink, an interview with Tiffany Bova, but up next in the next hour, Rebecca Kerr joins Hiroshi Nishikawa, the senior director at Fujitsu, and Christine Brodato has Marine Hadengue, I didn't get that pronunciation right, Executive Director of the Higher Education for Good. And up next, of course, is the red carpet with Christine. I'm Justin Brady on Drucker Forum TV.
Good morning. and a warm welcome to day 2 of Drucker Forum TV. We're streaming live here for the second day already, live from the Vienna Hofburg Palace at the 15th Global Peter Drucker Forum. Our theme this year is creative resilience, and we have created this Drucker Forum TV in order, to make it accessible to you as well, for everybody out there who's watching, who cannot be here with us physically today in Vienna. So this stream is really just for you, with exclusive content, studio guests, interviews, amazing content that we have created just for you. One part of the content also is, as you can see, the red carpet, the beautiful red carpet that I'm standing on here in the middle of the conference venue. As you can see, it's pretty quiet behind me because currently there's the first session going on. So I wanted to use this opportunity to introduce the red carpet to you. And also, I wanted to bring in a very special guest to the red carpet. I have actually many important guests lined up for today, so make sure to check back in throughout the whole day on the red carpet. But for now, I really wanted to bring in the person who is mainly responsible for pulling this whole Drucker Forum TV together. It's our executive producer, Elena Stelzig. Elena, would you join me here? Hi, good morning, how are you?
Good morning, thank you very much, Christina.
So, as I mentioned, Elena is really responsible for pulling this all together, and I thought it would be interesting from her perspective. How is it coming together so far? What was your experience so far with Drucker Forum TV? How's everything going?
Yeah, so this year is our 3rd run, and I'm very, very happy how it all figured out. So we have more than 30 interviews so yesterday and today, and everything went very well so far. There were some fangirl moments yesterday, a lot of big names also in the TV. We got a lot of the speakers from the stage directly to the TV, and there are a lot of highlights from the last 15 years, so you can also rewatch them on YouTube, and yeah, very happy so far.
Wonderful, that's great to hear, and this format is really important during these times. After the pandemic, we kind of came up with this format to make it work for anyone who can't be here. What were, maybe as a takeaway, what were takeaways for you so far from this conference, but also from Drucker Forum TV?
We talked a lot about resilience and of course a lot about failure culture. So this was maybe one takeaway, but I think the biggest takeaway for me so far was this amazing team spirit and this community over here. So there are so many friendly, warming people, and it's just so great to work with all of them. So also thank you to the whole team, also behind the cameras, the technique. So this amazing team spirit is just, the biggest highlight for me so far.
Definitely, you are so right. There's so many people at work to make this work for you. So thank you for everybody who is involved in making this happen. And thank you to you, Elena, for pulling this all together. You'll be roaming around the halls here, making sure Drucker Forum TV streams to you live all day. And we'll be back for more later. Make sure to check back in then.
the Drucker Forum's a great opportunity for exchange. It's a very democratic conference, so people sit next to each other. You meet people at lunch, you meet people at the breaks. So it's not a very hierarchical conference. You know, some conferences you go to and all the important people are off in the green room, and this is not like that at all.
It's a conference where people who come are very smart people. They're here to network for sure, but they're smart people who understand good insight and bad insight, and so you learn a lot by being here.
Hello. Today I have the honor and privilege to introduce to you and interview Hiroshi Nishikawa, the Senior Director, Communication Strategy Division, Technology Strategy Unit of Fujitsu. I'd like to briefly comment on the purpose that Hiroshi has shared with me of Fujitsu, which is to make the world more sustainable by building trust in society through innovation.
Yes.
These are very important topics here at the Global Peter Drucker Forum in Vienna, and thank you for coming all the way from Tokyo to meet with us today.
My pleasure.
The theme today for our forum is creative resilience.
Yes.
And I see these keywords in the Fujitsu technology and service vision. Can you explain this vision and how you define creativity and resilience, please?
Thank you very much, and good morning. I'm very glad to be joining this interview today. I'm very glad and honored to have an interview with you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
And as you introduced kindly, I'm in charge of creating and promoting our vision for the future, called this Fujitsu Technology Service Vision. This is kind of our vision paper introducing what kind of future we want to create and how technology enables such a future, as well as what kind of action we need to take together with our customers and partners. In this Fujitsu Technology Service Vision, we introduce kind of 5 key megatrends backed by 5 technologies. One is amplifying creativity by AI. Second, inclusion by network. Innovation by computing. Resilience by data twin technologies. And trust by security technologies. In terms of this theme of creativity and resilience, we really think AI helps us be creative, more productive. At the same time, resilience, by collecting data, we can somewhat prepare for the future. So by combining these two, AI and data, we are well prepared for the future. So this is the idea how technology create better future, creative resilience.
Thank you. I'm heartened to note that Fujitsu communicates a clear focus on responsible AI that is human-centric, ethical, and accountable, as well as able to drive business forward and societies forward. In this year, 2023, with the rapid arrival of generative AI and related apps, how is Fujitsu responding to this major digital shift in the implementation of your strategy and approach. And I'm particularly interested in the concepts of distributed trust and the transparency of the process.
Okay. So probably everyone, when I talked with our customers, happen to be talk about generative AI, conversational AI now. So technology really advanced rapidly. We need to catch up. And Fujitsu itself really try to catch up by implementing 3 key initiatives. Number one, we develop large language model by ourselves. So you know Fujitsu is creating supercomputer called Fugaku. So we are working together with Riken and Tohoku University and Tokyo Institute of Technology to develop Japanese large language model, which allow researchers to develop Japanese large language model. This is number one. Number two is, as you say, we really want to make AI trusted. So now, even though ChatGPT deliver answer, but sometimes they make mistakes. This cannot be used by mission-critical application like healthcare. We really need to make AI trusted. So we invest in a technology called Graph AI to show the cause and effect relationship between answer delivered by AI to make this reliable, trusted. That's number two. And number three is we really want to democratize AI, make AI openly used by anyone. So this part, we develop AI platform to be used by anyone who don't have any specific knowledge of artificial intelligence. These 3 are initiatives we are taking.
Okay, let's take it to something specific. You've also made quite a bit of progress with healthcare solutions. Could you comment on one?
Yeah, so kind of this area we focusing on to solving complex challenges in healthcare by using AI. We implement very trusted AI technologies. Let me give you 2 examples. One is, as I introduced, we make AI trusted. For this part, we are working with IT Cancer Center. So each patient has different type of cancer. So we identify specific kind of characteristic of cancer, identify by monitoring, analyzing huge database, and deliver better medication treatment to each patient. This is one we are doing. The second is now we see some physicians takes time to analyze hundreds of CT scan image or MRI images. This really takes time and huge workload to physicians and doctors. For this, we introduce kind of image recognition technology to help them to identify brain tumor in a short period of time. This really is a workload as well as time for us to identify this brain tumor. So this is a work done not in Austria, but in Australia with Macquarie University.
Okay.
And you may check our website and you see the news. Yesterday, we introduced a new partnership with this Macquarie University to really develop digital coaching technology, which applied in manufacturing, retail, as well as healthcare.
Very interesting, and we're all very lucky that you're doing this.
Thank you.
I want to go into 2 areas that get a lot of press right now. One of them is bad actors.
Bad actors.
And we see generative adversarial networks. We see terrible things happening with hallucinations and creating a plausible information, but it's not true. Can you talk to us about some specific AI tools
AI
Fujitsu
tools?
is responding with to bad actors?
So again, maybe you can check our website, seeing what kind of activity we are doing. So one technology we are developing is like identify hallucination. Maybe you know the word of hallucination.
Yes.
So generative AI deliver some not so correct answers with proud.
Yes.
But we develop technology to really identify where this is hallucination or not. For example, like Fujitsu is founded in 1935. So these are kind of subject, verb, and pronouns. So this type of each keyword we identify, for example, like year of foundation, like 1935. So this technology really check if this is correct or not by surfing any information about foundation of Fujitsu, and if this AI technology can find like multiple sources of information which is found in 1935. So this really deliver, this is very light information instead of hallucination. So we introduce this technology now, as well as we identify this URL is malicious or not, like we identify phishing site by using similar technologies. So these are kind of working for us to generate AI to be trusted.
Okay, okay. I think one of the areas of amazing creative resilience that Fujitsu is creating is where team skills can be augmented through, uses of no-code AI. And you've
No-code
invented something
AI.
called Kozuchi.
Yes, yes, yes.
So allow two teams to work together that have no additional training in the skills, but the tool helps them. Can you talk about this a little bit?
Yes, so we introduced some 3 initiatives. Third one is really want to democratize AI technologies, as well as we really want to make AI to be used by anyone. That's the reason why we introduced Kozuchi platform. This consists of 2 kind of key components. One is kind of AI innovation component, which really allow anyone to use in a specific use cases, for example, manufacturing, retail, or finance industry. For example, if you want to train factory workers by monitoring their actions, activities, AI analyze the activities of each factory workers and give some advice. As I introduced, like we developed digital coaching. So this is one of digital coaching. So specific industry, we deliver specific services based on this AI innovation component. The other is AI core engines. We have many AI technology, for example, machine learning, generative AI, AI ethics. Depending on the needs of our customers, we pick which one is needed and design, combine this technology to deliver to specific needs of the customers. So this is one element of AI core engine. By having these 2, we deliver AI with ease of use.
Excellent. So now I'd like to talk to you a little bit about what Fujitsu is doing to help different generations.
Different generations?
There are a couple of examples. We know that we have the largest aging population in the world ever in history. So could you comment a little bit about what you're doing for the aging population, and maybe you have some other generational things you're doing?
So for aging population, probably many people see Japan is kind of aging society with declining population. We really need to protect kind of living standard of the elderly people, especially in the suburban areas. So some people already giving up like driver's licenses and stop driving, but they really need to buy some stuff as well as take medication to visit hospitals. So we really need to deliver mobility service to them. That's the reason why we are investing, for example, ride-sharing technologies or autonomous driving, working together with the public sector to protect living standard of suburban areas. But at the same time, when many people visit like Japan, visit like Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto, Nagoya, which are fully packed with like, for example, Tokyo, 30 million residents. And there are many young families with kids. But they have a difficulty to find out nursery school to bring their kids to these areas as schools. So we really see long queues of young mothers and kids waiting for to be in to the nursery school. This part, we are working with public sector to develop kind of AI matching solution to identify nursery school and kids right one in an instant way, which really reduce the workload time for public sector, as well as help young mothers to back to work as quickly as possible. So this is one element we are working to really support elderly generation and younger generation.
This is extraordinary. I wish we had more time today because it's an extraordinary set of strategies at Fujitsu.
Yeah,
so I encourage everyone.
To
I encourage everyone to go to the website and learn. And thank you, Hiroshi, for joining us today.
Thank you, Mitch.
And good luck, because sustainability and trust are very big words that we want you to make progress with.
Yeah, we
Thank
really
you.
want to make our business society sustainable. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mitch.
Thank you.
Good morning, Vienna, on the second day of the 15th Global Peter Drucker Forum. Yesterday was already our first day. It was packed with panel discussions, interviews, networking events, so many inspiring people that hopefully all of you met and connections that were made. We look forward to what today will bring, but before we do that, let's have a look at what happened yesterday.
I think it's just really important for young people to have an experience like this because you're given the chance, especially in the essay challenge, to write what you believe and to write from your experiences and your own ideas. And I think that opportunity afforded to young people is not something we get every day because we're naive, we don't know anything. But the fact that in this forum, in this setting, you're recognized for those ideas is truly an empowering experience and something that will influence all of the winners here for the future.
There's so many big names here, the funny thing was when I was coming over in the plane, I bought a copy of the Harvard Business Review, and it had Roger Martin, who was one of the speakers, and I'm on the plane and I'm reading Roger Martin and thinking, I'm going to be seeing him in a few days, and I mean that's how big it really is now, with Clayton Christensen and all that sort of thing, and I think Richard Stroud was right when he said it's really the centre of gravity now for management thinking. It's been an incredible experience and getting to network and meet new people. Yeah.
And the thing that I love the most is you get such senior management professionals, business and industry leaders, and when you hear them speak, they are actually still open to what you have to say. That is something which is not very commonly found anywhere across the globe. So Peter Drucker Global Forum gives you that opportunity to share your thoughts and ideas, and there are people who are icons in that field who are ready to listen to you and share their views about it.
The people who would apply to the Drucker Challenge are people who are incredibly ambitious, incredibly talented, really interesting people who travel, who are entrepreneurs, who are researchers, who wear multiple hats. So being able to meet them and then have a new group of friends across the world, I think everything has been fascinating, but that would be the number one thing that I've loved.
Drucker Forum's a great opportunity for exchange. It's a very democratic conference, so people sit next to each other, you meet people at lunch, you meet people at the breaks. So it's not a very hierarchical conference. You know, some conferences you go to and all the important people are off in the green room, and this is not like that at all.
It's a conference where people who come are very smart people. They're here to network for sure, but they're smart people who understand good insight and bad insight, and so you learn a lot by being here.
I think the question that all of us have to ask is, how do we, like Peter Drucker, overcome our own intellectual inertia? I also think that age never stopped his curiosity and his willingness to experiment with new ideas, and that, I think, is quite important. So what I try to do to start with is to just look at the sheer volume of what he did. And as you can see, just the books, not the articles, you can't fit into any slide. So I have 2 slides. We all have some hope, because most interesting work of Peter Drucker after the seminal work in '54 came when he was 70 plus. So for those of us who are slowly approaching that age, there is hope. What is our bias? Is our bias action? Is our bias changing society as we see it? Is it our bias to shape the world? Or is it our bias to document what has been? That, I think, is a fundamental challenge. What are the tasks of leaders? And command and control to volunteerism as an approach. How do you influence people who are volunteers, knowledge workers, not people who will be pushed around because you have power. And I think he had a lot of suspicion about charismatic leaders, whether it's Mao or Hitler or Stalin. So they call them misleaders. Charisma is good, but it can also be misused. So, and I love this quote. Truman didn't have an ounce of charisma. Truman was as bland as a dead mackerel. This was about President Truman. Then he goes on to say what an extraordinary president he was. And his reasoning is he had integrity. If he said yes, people knew it was yes. If he said no, people said it was no. And people worshipped him. So in other words, you could be an extraordinary leader without charisma. He was a master in synthesis, not necessarily analysis. Analysis is easy for most of us because that's how we are trained. Synthesis requires a deep understanding on how to see connections that others don't. And look beyond the corporate world for ideas. Can entrepreneurship be democratized? I think Peter's question was more profound. It is not whether it can be taught. Can everybody be an entrepreneur? Can our entire society behave as an entrepreneurial society? Can it become the norm that we create, we innovate continuously rather than an exception? How do we build a society where innovation is the norm, change is the norm, and it is welcomed, embraced, and understood?
Hello and welcome back to Drucker Forum TV and to our live studio here at the Vienna Hofburg Palace in the middle of this year's Global Peter Drucker Forum. My name is Cristina Progiato, and now I have the honor to bring in yet another amazing studio guest here in our Drucker Forum TV studio. Now coming up, we have Marine Hadengue. She's Executive Director at the Higher Education for Good Foundation, and she will join us in our virtual studio here today. Hello, Marine, welcome.
Hello, Christine, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Where are you tuning in from today?
I'm fine, thank you. Right now, I'm in France, but about to leave for the COP28 in Dubai.
Wonderful. Okay, so a tight schedule for today, for sure. Thank you for joining us in our virtual studio here. Marine, at your foundation, you initiated just over a year ago, I believe it was, this initiative called Youth Talks. And here at the Drucker Forum, you know it very well. We are always talking about how can we also involve the younger generation more, and what are some approaches we can take there. And I believe with Youth Talks, you actually started a very specific and new approach, if I can put it like this. Could you maybe give us a better idea about what Youth Talks does in this particular way and what your mission with this also is?
Thank you very much, Christine, for these questions. I'm the executive director of the Higher Education for Good Foundation based in Geneva. And the mission of that foundation is to help educational institutions to transform and adapt their programs for a more sustainable future. And in that context, the first project of the foundation is Youth Talks. And you're right, Christine, it's very important these days to make sure that young people have a voice at the table. I'm not sure if you know that number, but 76% of tomorrow's young leaders believe the older generation ignores their vital interests. And 50% of these senior leaders agree with that statement, right?
Wow.
So it's very important for us now to work with the young people. So Youth Talks is all about this. The mission of Youth Talks is to bring the voices of the world's youth to the attention of organizations and decision makers, and to influence their actions to better meet the needs and aspirations of these young people. Now, what is Youth Talks? We don't like to call it a survey. We like to call it a consultation, because with Youth Talks, what we do is that we ask open-ended questions to the young people around the world, allowing them to express themselves freely without imposing a specific mindset, right? Because when you ask closed-ended questions, for example, people have to fit into one of the 4 boxes that you give them, right? You give like 4 predefined answers, and they have to fit in one of them. With the open-ended questions, people, and young people in that case, can say and answer whatever they want. And Christine, the reason why we could not do that a couple of years ago is because we didn't have the technology to do so, right? You can collect all these answers, different answers from the people, but then if you cannot analyze them, I mean, it's worthless. So now, thanks to artificial intelligence and natural language processing, we are able to analyze all this data.
This is amazing, Marine. If I may just jump in here for a moment, we'll continue with your mission in just a moment, but this is really interesting because at the Global Peter Drucker Forum this year, we are also talking a lot about leadership in an age of discontinuity, right? And AI, of course, is also a big topic here at the conference this year. You mentioned you are using AI to analyze these open-ended questions, because how else would you analyze such a big amount of data? I could imagine this is a big pile of work. Let's put it like this. So could you give us a bit of an insight here already? How was the journey for you going into AI? You mentioned that technologies have not been here just a couple of years ago. Everything is developing so fast. How do you navigate that?
Thank you, Kristen. So you're right, because Youth Talks is now the largest youth consultation like ever. We collected 1 million ideas and answers from more than 45,000 young people coming from 212 countries and territories. So as you just said, how do we analyze all this? So we used AI, more specifically natural language processing, but along the way, somewhere between October and November last year, we all discovered OpenAI and ChatGPT. So you have to know that we also use this new technology to analyze the answers. So basically, how does that work? So you collect all these answers from young people, and you use these algorithms to make emerge clusters, and then you build also meta clusters. Clusters being these group of similar ideas expressed by the young people. So let me give you a concrete example. For example, you asked that question, what are your concerns for the future? And then you are able to create all these different boxes, regrouping the different topics that young people discussed to answer that question. And then you put all these different boxes into an even bigger box. And just so you know, Christine, for each of the questions that we asked to the young people, we collected between 100 and 170 different topics discussed by the young people. What does that mean? It means that when you ask young people a question and you give them like four choices of answers, you do not have the real picture there, because in fact, young people discussed, as I just mentioned, more than 100 different topics. So it's way more than 4 topics, right? So that's very interesting in that sense.
This is amazing, and I believe it's an amazing approach to go in with an open-ended approach, giving them the opportunity to voice their real opinions that you are trying to collect. You mentioned that your approach is to build it into clusters, so you can actually analyze it and deal with it in the coming steps. So what are some of those clusters, some of those key findings you've had so far? What are the main concerns the youth is voicing?
So, of course, the study is so rich, and I invite people to go on the Youth Talks website. If you look for Youth Talks using, for example, Google, you will find it easily. But okay, some key findings maybe here really quickly. First of all, so the first key finding, of course, is about the diversity of the voices. We have many youths around the world, just one youth, and many opinions. Second one, and it's kind of not a surprise at that point, but there is this very strong dichotomy between the West and the rest. When we ask questions, we see that young people in the West have a very different mindset than the other. For example, when we ask them, what are your main concerns for yourself in the future? In the West, they will talk about the financial situation, which is kind of weird, in contrast to the rest of the world, where they will talk about achieving their dreams, that kind of thing. Another very interesting finding is about peace. When we ask young people what they wish for the world tomorrow, we could have expected environmental protection, right? All about the environment. But the main wish all around the world from young people is peace. Of course, after that, they will talk about the environment, but the first wish is about peace. They want peace again. And because of the sake of time, I will end with maybe two last key findings. And one of them I think is striking. When we ask young people what they need to learn at school, and I want to highlight that at school, to reach out to that world, I mean, the future that they wish for, you could expect them to talk about technology, mathematics, management, whatever. All of them, except in China, mention the values, like human values. They want to relearn basic human values so we can all have this common foundation to communicate and go together toward the same direction. It's like they want to find this peace and harmony again by learning how to interact all together. And I'm not a sociologist, Christine, so I'm not sure if it's related to the lack of religion, to the pandemic, to the social media. But it seems that these young people are screaming to us, hey, can you please help us to act together, to communicate and be together again? A very interesting finding, and it's a key finding, by the way, for the universities and professors at school. And a last one maybe is the tensions within society, because one of the questions that we asked was, what are you willing to give up to build that future, and what are you not willing to give up? And we can see very strong tensions within societies. You have young people willing to give up, for example, material consumption in Europe, let's say. 40% of them are willing to give up material consumptions, but about 30% of them are not willing to give up material consumptions. So it's very difficult then to go all in the same directions when you observe that kind of gaps.
For sure. So we're observing a complex landscape, and you mentioned the big numbers at the beginning, the amount of young people raising their concerns, feeling somewhat neglected by other generations by not being involved. So this as a final question to you, Marine, for everybody who is listening here, business leaders, community leaders, etc. What can they do to also involve young people better, the young generation better? And also, what are your concrete next steps coming up at Youth Talks?
Thank you very much. We have more than 40 partners for this initiative, and we invite more and more organizations to collaborate with us. At that point, Youth Talks needs to be a continuous initiative, I think. And we need to make sure to work all together to make sure that these voices are heard and that we take into consideration these voices in our decisions on a day-to-day basis, also as business leaders, right? So Youth Talks is not only for educational institutions, it's for very different stakeholders in the society, including companies and business leaders. So please do not hesitate to reach out to us if you want to know more at that point. Maybe you have a last question, Christine, or should I conclude at that point?
Yes, maybe just a brief remark if you want to add anything in terms of impact or your mission, any final brief remark, you're welcome.
Maybe I would like to talk a bit about resilience, because it's kind of the topic of the Peter Drucker Forum these days. In terms of resilience, and also as kind of a business leader myself, everything is going so fast these days, Christine, especially when you think about technology. So what I explained today and what I showed you with youth talks is quite innovative right now, but it will not be innovative next year. So we need to make sure to use and use it right. I mean, use the tools to make sure that we make the most of it in terms of the voices of the young people, of course. But then it's also all about management and management 2.0, how you manage your team inside the organization, but also how you manage the young people in terms of participating to the survey. By the way, we have more than 2,000 ambassadors at that point. I think it's very important to lead with humility these days and make sense of what we do. So again, for the employees inside the business, but also people engage with what you are doing.
Exactly. Leading with humility, I think, is also a very good takeaway for what you have been telling us here today. Thank you so much for sharing what you're doing at Youth Talks. I think we all got some good takeaways on what we can all do better to involve different generations. Marina, I could talk to you forever. Thank you for coming on Drucker Forum TV, even for a short window. And I hope we see you again with more. Good luck with everything at Youth Talks, and good luck at the COP. And thank you for coming on to Drucker Forum TV. This was Drucker Forum TV Live. We'll be back with more.
Hello, I'm Justin Brady on Drucker Forum TV. We're live across the world. Thank you for joining us. In case you missed it, we were doing this all day yesterday, and of course we're doing it all day today. Now you're probably wondering what you just saw. That was the Drucker Forum video library powered by SOAR, one of our partners. And in case you're not familiar with what that is, it's available to Global Peter Drucker Forum members. So let me give you a kind of a walkthrough of how this works. The Global Peter Drucker Forum has a lot of video, like a lot. Think about it. It's 15. We're on year number 15. And so we have a lot of incredible video from a lot of incredible speakers and experts in their field. So there's this entire reservoir, this entire bank of incredible resources that you can tap into when you're struggling with something. For example, what if you were wanting to understand how to manage difficult people? Or what if you were wanting to understand how to get through some kind of PR catastrophe of some kind at your company, or you're wanting to incentivize your staff? Well, someone at some time over the last 15 years at the Global Peter Drucker Forum probably talked about that in a very insightful manner. So how do you find that? It's actually a challenge when it comes to video. You don't know how to find this stuff. And so SOAR has partnered with the Global Peter Drucker Forum to design AI technology that's able to search all past speakers in context and zoom you right to the timestamp that that thing was discussed. So for example, if you searched the word managing difficult people, on the video library, it'll go right to the timestamps and speakers when that was discussed throughout all the archives. So it's a pretty cool thing. And so that's available to Global Peter Drucker Forum members. Now, I've also been told that anybody who attends the Global Peter Drucker Forum also gets temporary access to that. I think it's like a 30-day thing. I'm not 100% sure on that, but they get temporary access, which is really, really cool. So let's catch you up. I'm Justin Brady. I'm host of the Drucker Forum TV. Follow us on social. It's everywhere. It's really hard to miss us. G Drucker Forum on X, Global Peter Drucker Forum on LinkedIn. But let me catch you up with what just happened over the last hour. There's the social stuff right there on your screen. Perfect. Rebecca Kerr interviewed Hiroshi Nishikawa, Senior Director, Technology Strategy Unit at Fujitsu. They were talking about generation-specific AI applications created to solve everyday problems in life, as well as enable segments of the workforce to increase their employability and productivity. They also talked about distributing trust. Now, we were over in the prep room getting ready for this segment, and Rebecca came in. She was the one who interviewed Hiroshi, and she was so excited about the interview and was telling us all the insights. So clearly, it was an incredible interview, and this will be available right now. You can scrub back through YouTube. Probably after the remainder of the day, YouTube will archive this, and you can scrub and find that. But it'll also be available on the website here next week, all time-stamped out. So make sure to come back to the website to check that out. Sounds like it was a really cool segment. Christine Bregiato, of course, had Maureen Hadengue, Executive Director of the Higher Education for Good Foundation. You just saw that, and they were discussing how we can better listen to the younger generation and the role AI plays in any organization to improve youth participation in education. So if you missed that, again, you know where to find it. druckerforum.org. Go to Drucker Forum TV, and you can watch all these replays later. In the next hour, we'll have Falco Weidemeyer with EY. He's the Global Head of Turnaround and Restructuring. That's coming up in about 15 minutes. I'm going to ask him about why purpose matters. Most leaders struggle with that. And then disruption and maybe the rise of leader complacency. Maybe we'll talk more about disruption. Truthfully, I have probably an hour worth of content, and we got to fit it into 15 minutes, so that'll be a lot of fun. And of course, Hortense Gentil, Executive Leadership Coach and author, will be joining Esther Clark at 10:45 local time. So tons of stuff coming up, but up next, we're going to show you interviews from the Gala Dinner last night. We all had our best tuxedos on and best outfits, so we have a lot of interviews to show you. This is Drucker Forum TV. I'm Justin Brady.
Hello, tell us name and if you enjoyed the day at the Drucker Forum today.
My name's Ekin, and it was a fantastic day. Yeah, met so many different people.
What did you learn today?
For me, one of the most important learnings is how we need to generalize our skill set. It's kind of being expert in one and building on that is not really the future anymore, and we all have to be ready to learn how to learn. That's one of the main takeaways today that I had.
Thank you very much. Tell us if you enjoyed the day at the Global Peter Drucker Forum.
Hi, I'm Daniela, and yes, I did enjoy it very much. It was a very good experience.
What did you learn today?
If I have to say one thing, it was very impressive about reflecting on failure and now coming back from it stronger and learning from it, rather than conceptualizing as a negative aspect of our life, but rather an opportunity to learn and grow.
Learn and growth. I love that. Thank you. Did you enjoy the Global Peter Drucker Forum today?
Hi, I'm Rodrigo, and yes, I enjoyed it very much.
What did you learn today?
Well, perhaps the one thing that was a good takeaway of today's session is that resilience can have many, many meanings. It's not a one-sided concept.
Thank you very much. Did you enjoy the Global Peter Drucker Forum today?
My name is Pius Fellner. I work with RedCarpet Corporate Education, and yes, I did so very much. I thought the range of topics covered was quite nice, and yeah, the content was compelling. Panelists are great, so I liked it, yes.
What did you learn today?
Ooh, that's a big one. Well, I was intrigued by the discussion about resilience as a reminder to take care of yourself as a leader first before you can lead others. I think that's never to be neglected, and a constant reminder of that is valuable, actually.
Thank you. Enjoyed the Global Peter Drucker Forum today.
My name is Uma Gunasilan, and I work with Hult International Business School. Very much is the answer.
And what did you learn from the day?
I think that learning from failures, making mistakes is okay, and taking care of yourself is one of the biggest things that you can do as a service for your company as well as for yourself.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome to the Global Peter Drucker Forum. Did you enjoy the day?
Yeah, I did enjoy it, really. All the sessions were really up to date, on top of the trends, so I really like it.
And what did you learn today?
That's a tough one. I would say I enjoyed with the highlights of all the sessions was with failures and how we should approach failures and with no regrets. That's what I take with me, actually.
Thank you very much. Tell me your name and if you enjoyed the Global Peter Drucker Forum today.
My name's Tony O'Driscoll, and I always enjoy the forum.
What did you learn today?
I learned that you're an awesome facilitator when dealing with really complex issues, and that it comes down to emotion more than technology.
Thank you, Tony.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so my name's Gillian Pillans, and yes, it's not my first time here, and it's always a fantastic experience.
What did you learn today?
I think I learned that we should be both anxious and optimistic about AI.
That's a beautiful summary. Thank you very much. Hello, you've just received an award for your essay at the Global Peter Drucker Challenge. Tell us your name, and in a minute, the insight of your essay.
Thank you so much for that question. Hello, my name is Kalina Ding. I'm from the United States. My essay, which is called Silk Magnolia, talks about a professional challenge that I faced, and as well as some personal challenges I faced. And I think about both of these very different challenges and think about how I actually overcame them in their particular context. And what I kind of discovered through that self-discovery, if you will, is that we can actually use challenging times to grow further from that. So instead of having PTSD, you can actually have post-traumatic growth.
Can you tell us your name? And in 30 seconds, the insight of your essay.
All right, so I'm Jazel Ann Castillo. I'm from the Philippines, and I talk about creative resilience in a way that as a product manager, you have to work with the lean resources you have, and you have to make sure that you communicate with your team well and making sure that you are working with them together. That's it.
Great, and what about you?
Hello, I'm Lothar from Nigeria. I wrote about buying resilience in life stock exchange. So I compared the typical stock exchange and life and expressed resilience as a stock that can be bought to navigate life's challenges and disruptions. And then at the point of purchase, you apply some of Drucker philosophies and principles and you're able to maximize resilience in yourself to surmount challenges. That's how I was able to approach the essay.
Congratulations to both. Thank you. Good evening. I think you've just had an award at the Global Peter Drucker Challenge. Can you give us your name and in a minute, the insight of your essay?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, thanks. My name is Bradley Andrews. And so essentially the gist of my essay, what I was aiming to communicate was essentially that companies should be able to adopt a posture of humility, understanding that resilience is not just the flexibility that we adopt in achieving an objective, but recognizing that when obstacles come between us and our objective, that we also need to be sober about what those objectives are, how those oftentimes can move, and how consumers in the modern world are increasingly expecting more from companies than a singular myopic vision.
And you talk about the value of diversity. How's that?
Yeah, well, I think diversity, as I kind of mentioned briefly before, is kind of the bulletproof vest against a crisis, right? In the same way that a portfolio investment is at huge risk when it's all in on only one thing, companies are exposed to the same type of risk when we're all in on one strategy, one vision, one way moving forward. And while uniformity, clarity is important, you need a type of diversity that's offering all types of input, all types of thoughts, ideas, even if it's not primarily about the diversity in the sense of you need a lot of input for what you're going to achieve. It's the posture that matters, that you're open to the possibility, because ultimately that's what leads to flexibility.
Thank you very much, Bradley. Congratulations.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it, Wada.
This is the first time you come to the Global Peter Drucker Forum. Tell us your name and what has been your experience during the first day here at the Drucker Forum.
I'm Thibaut Gribeval, founder of the company Ion Consulting. And indeed, that's my first time here. And I have to say it's so inspiring, to be very honest. I heard a lot about it in the last years. I know some of the former speakers as well. And I was looking forward to discover the conference, the forum. And so far, people I met, the speeches I heard were so inspiring. It provides a lot of wisdom, a lot of advice, very concrete advice as well for our day-to-day activities. So I have to say it's a wonderful experience so far.
Tell us one thing you have learned today.
I actually learned many things today, but I have to say that the fact of taking into consideration the risks and the risk asymmetry, for example, between organizations and employees and stakeholders was quite appealing for me. And that's one of the first things that I'll keep in mind.
Thank you very much, Thibaut.
Thank you.
Good evening. I understand this is the first time you come to the Global Peter Drucker Forum. Tell us your name and how has been your experience today.
Good evening. So my name is Pierre Chancel, and I must say I was expecting a lot. So far, it's not disappointing, and it's even better than expected. So it's just great to get all this sharing of vision by all these great leaders. So we are already planning on coming back next year after the first day. So I must say it's a great sign.
And share a few things you have learned today.
It's easy with the topic, but about resilience. I must say, it's, before coming and for us, we had to of course, get resilience in our own company. But it was just great to see what it means for all these different companies, different industries all over the world. So I will take that back, some lessons, some sharing of experiences about how to deal with, of course, difficult times, uncertainty, VUCA worlds, and what it means for all the different leaders. And I will try to get some of the good takeaways in my own company.
Thank you very much, Pierre.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I'm Justin Brady, live in studio, Drucker Forum TV, and today we're joined by Falco Weidemeyer, the EY Global Head of Turnaround and Restructuring.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming.
Pleasure.
You were in some panels at the Global Peter Drucker Forum. Is it yesterday?
Yesterday.
Yeah. Are you doing any today?
No, I'm not doing any today. Yesterday we did the one about making the most of failure.
Yeah. Oh, you were in that one.
Which I think had a pretty good feedback overall.
Now, was that the one? Was that the panel with, I think Dan Pink was on that one?
Yes,
Amy Edmondson was on that one?
Yes.
I've heard a lot of good feedback on that. Failure and, what was the other topic? Failure and regret, obviously, because Dan Pink. He was in here yesterday, Dan was. So, a lot of good people that we keep bringing to you here on Drucker Forum TV. So, I kind of expected, I was reading through all of your LinkedIn and doing my research, and I kind of expected a lot of data and analytics and restructuring and financial numbers and tactical stuff. I saw some of that, but one of the things I saw a lot, you hitting on quite a bit, was purpose, which kind of surprising, but it made a lot of sense. So looking through your LinkedIn, I expected all that stuff, but you repeatedly touch on purpose. So how much does defining and aligning around a purpose actually matter? Like, why are you so passionate about that?
I mean, first of all, let's not forget that our trade is a quantitative trade and will remain a quantitative trade. So you need a robust business plan, you need to understand where the company stands, and all of these things are necessary. But they are not sufficient in order to successfully turn around a company. In fact, you need a clear strategic plan, you need a sustainable concept for the future, and thus you need a purpose, along which you then adapt cost structures and asset structures and financing structures for that matter. And it would be wrong to do it the other way around, because you could end up, metaphorically speaking, putting gas into a car that continues to go in the wrong direction.
Right. No, that's a really, it's very hard. This topic, I feel, I don't know if you agree with me, I feel like this topic is really hard to communicate to leadership on why it's so important, because they almost see it as touchy-feely, and it's like one of those things, okay, purpose, great, okay, Falco, we get it, purpose is, and it's almost something they shove down the road. We'll get to that later. So why is that? Why do a lot of companies really struggle with defining what that purpose is? Is it because they don't see the value? What's the problem?
No, I think it's probably a definition problem or a definition challenge. If you limit the purpose discussion to, how shall I say, an asset for your employer value proposition, that is quite narrow, actually. Yeah? If you interpret purpose as something that results from your overall strategic orientation and that ultimately helps you, yes, to attract and retain talent, but also to finance and to move overall in the right direction, it becomes a lot more relevant. So I think it's a little bit of a definition problem, and we often get confronted with these challenges also because some of the situations that we deal with are quite, shall I say, existential, yeah? Or at least there's a lot of pressure, and there is this immediate reflex to concentrate on financing and the cost base, which is absolutely necessary, but you cannot possibly contempt yourself with that.
Yeah, I see that it aligns all stakeholders, because I feel like leadership tends to forget just how many stakeholders exist and that you rely on for business success. So like investors, customers, but vendors too. And from your writing, it seems like when you really define that purpose accurately and you do it well, you're aligning all those vendors, all those stakeholders, all that talent into the same mission. Is that a good summary?
Yes, it's a good summary if it all works. As so often, it sounds a little easier than it is in practice. But yes, I agree with you. And let us be clear: this is not like a complementary accessoire. It is a necessary component of your overall turnaround concept.
Yeah. No, I agree. It is 100% necessary, because I do communications work. That's my actual day job, right? I get to do this for fun, but I do communications work, and it's always the people who can communicate effectively and move forward together. They know their purpose, they know that vision, they know that mission, they have it very well. The people who are confused and can't get things done, they don't know it, they don't understand, and it's incredible how it all comes out of that. So like to resolve this, I see a lot of leaders will do these really broad, very safe purpose statements. For it to be successful, though, and that doesn't seem to work when it's way too broad. So for it to be successful, do there need to be some core elements that define a good purpose?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with broad statements to start with, but you obviously need to translate that into a message that every employee and every stakeholder can understand, also in the sense of how they can contribute to that. And that may force you to break it down a lot, and also exit this fear of, how shall I say, transformational language. Yeah, that is sometimes very true, but also very difficult to digest, and enter into a sphere of very concrete recommendations and actions and asks that you then formulate on a much more detailed level.
Yeah, so I was reading through some of your LinkedIn posts, and there's something that really caught my eye. You touched on it briefly, but I was hoping you could go into more detail. Now, if you don't have the detail with you, that's totally fine. But you surveyed 1,000 CEOs and mentioned on LinkedIn their responses show a worrying degree of potential complacency about performance, but then we don't really break out that too much. Can you go broadly into detail on what that is? Because I want to know more about what this complacency is.
Yeah, I mean, if we look back over the last 3-4 years of continued disruption, we have seen surprising resilience in companies, in societies, and other constructs, and which is good news per se. But it can also be misleading a little bit, because if you look at the transformative agenda that lies ahead, this transformative agenda needs to be financed. Yeah? And the financing environment has become more challenging. It's not, I mean, let's be realistic, it's not a drama. I mean, interest rates are coming back to more normal levels after a period of very low interest rates, but still they have risen very sharply in a short period of time, and availability of capital has also become more challenging and certainly more costly. So internal financing has become yet again very, very important, and performance has become very important, not in the sense of performance as a project you basically clean up and then you move on. No, performance as a basis, financial basis for the financing of the necessary transformation. So that is, I think, very important to keep that in mind in the period going forward. You need this focus on performance in order to finance your transformation smartly.
Gosh, okay. So now it's not just finance though, right? You mentioned performance. Is there an element to like leaders not keeping their eye on the ball right now? They're kind of, and we came through the pandemic, we came through supply chain disruption, we've come through all this stuff. Are people kind of like, I worked really hard the last 2 years and I just got pushed back? Has that kind of created some complacency? Is that a factor, or are we kind of over that?
That's at least not what I observe.
Yeah,
and that's at least not what I observe. What I do observe is that the homework sheet is overwhelmingly full.
Oh.
Yeah, and that is something that for which I have a lot of understanding. So you need to prioritize because there are many things that were on this homework sheet already before all the crises that have hit us in the last 3-4 years, and that are still on this agenda. And then other aspects have come on top of that. So you need to focus. And you mentioned something that's also quite interesting in my opinion. You spoke about leaders, and I think this is something that is very much needed in this period. This focus on leadership, providing direction, holding people together, and creating a sense of belonging, also connectivity.
That's a good point.
Management is also necessary, but management wouldn't be sufficient in that period.
Yeah.
You need to provide direction in this disrupted market context.
Yeah, I hear from leaders sometimes, and they're like, man, Justin, if only we could deal with just the work stuff. Like, why do people bring their personal stuff to work? And I'm like, well, you can complain about it all you want. You can complain for a decade, but people are still going to bring their personal stuff to work. People are still going to work harder if they have that sense of belonging. People are still going to work together as a unit if they have that sense of purpose, right? So you can't deny people's humanity at work. And that's what I see the pattern in your work is, you have to focus on people as a human. Otherwise, you can't turn around a company. It's never going to happen in a million years. We have Hubert Joly on, CEO of Best Buy, the turnaround guy there. And he has some similar things that he says about this that you do, that purpose matters so much. So it's really cool to see that consistency. Now, as you know a lot about disruption, that's one of your passions as well. So as disruption becomes, like a weekly experience now, it seems like it's a weekly experience. How do leaders avoid this I just call it the tactical temptation. How do they avoid responding and getting distracted by shiny objects?
Not necessarily by shiny objects, I would say, but it is a normal reaction to become defensive at first and tactical, and kind of try to solve the situation at hand as it presents itself. I think that is totally normal, and that has also proven to be quite necessary, especially during COVID, for example. Many ad hoc reactions were necessary. And then again, you know, the whole market context and societal context and geopolitical or geoeconomical context is maybe quite worrying and blurry at the same time. So it's not so easy to figure out kind of what future could be the one that you base your plans on. But you don't actually need to figure out all the details. If you figure out the patterns and the directions, you can already start moving your company along these directions. And I think that is necessary. So stepping out of this circle or spiral of tactical reactions that at a certain point in time just make everybody nervous, stepping out of that a little bit and providing new direction along the vectors that you can detect. You know, you don't need to know, for example, where exactly the interest rate will settle to understand that financing and refinancing will be more challenging. I mean, this is a simple example, but
that's a good example.
it's a simple example, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. So it's keep your eyes on the ball. You know, strategy matters. Strategy still matters. But if you, I like how you said ad hoc tactical, like reactive things, defensive plays. Those are still fine as long as those don't take your eye off the overall strategy. So I'm assuming if you're having a lot of tactical response, a lot of defensive stuff, maybe there becomes a point where it's time to relook at the strategy.
Yeah, let's go back to the people aspect probably again. I mean, if you overwhelm your teams with tactical reactions all the time without providing direction, that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. And you cannot, I mean, in our trade, you cannot restructure against the people. You have to restructure with them. Yeah. So even if there are some, and very often, very, very hard truths, you still need to take people along. And just playing tactical doesn't suffice.
So are you sticking around for the forum at all?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I wanted to, maybe we can get something. I wanted to talk about AI. So you mentioned organizations thinking they can easily hire up or behaving foolishly these days. But then you also simultaneously caution they should adopt robotic process automation. So just last 30 seconds, is AI replacing jobs something we desperately kind of need? Don't we kind of need AI to help us on the human front?
30 seconds is a challenge, but I'll try it. I'll try it. AI, like other technical revolutions in industrial history, will ultimately create more employment.
That's what I think.
I'm sure. Yeah. But we will go through an efficiency phase first, where it replaces certain amounts of work and can create transformation losers, quote unquote, in the short term. While then we move into another phase where AI creates new potential and also new jobs.
So adopt quickly.
So you have to adopt quickly, and you must not expect this compensatory effect short term.
Perfect. Falco Weidemeyer, EY Global Head of Turnaround and Restructuring. Awesome to have you here. Thank you so much for joining on Drucker Forum TV.
Pleasure.
Really appreciate it.
Enjoy the day.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be here and be on this panel with friends, and old and new, and look forward to sharing with you some of our ideas. So what we have been looking at is men and women who have built organizations or ecosystems that could innovate time and again. And in looking at these organizations, what we have found is that although there are differences in how these leaders go about doing their work, there are real commonalities in what they do and why. And I'd like to share some of those commonalities with you. These leaders understand that leading innovation is not the same as leading change. Leading change is about setting direction, communicating that direction, and inspiring people to want to go in that direction. That is not what leading innovation is about. Leading innovation is about shaping context. These leaders understand that most innovations are not the result of some individual genius having an aha moment. Rather, innovation comes from collections of people, collaborations of people who have diverse perspectives, diverse expertise. And innovation involves them engaging in a discovery learning kind of process together to address problems or opportunities for which they need an innovative solution. So these leaders focus on how do I build an environment in which people will be willing and able to do the hard work of collaborating and discovery-driven learning together. And it is hard work. It's emotionally and intellectually very taxing to do innovation. So what you see, I'm going to talk about the, make sure I'm pushing this correctly, the capabilities you see in these organizations first. They work on building 3 capabilities. The first is creative abrasion. This is about creating an organization that can engage in creating a marketplace of ideas through debate and discourse. So for sure they do brainstorming, but they know that you cannot continually suspend judgment. At some point you have to confront the ideas if you actually want to get a robust portfolio of alternatives to consider. So in these organizations, people do learn to inquire and to listen, but they also learn to advocate, to compete with others about the ideas. So what you see is these leaders understand you rarely get innovation without diversity and conflict. And as one of the leaders told us, his most important job was actually to make sure that the minority voice spoke up and was heard. The second capability is creative agility. This is about how you actually test and refine that portfolio of alternatives. And what you see here is these organizations know how to quickly pursue, reflect, and then adjust based on what they've learned. So it's not surprising that these organizations, many of them, have adopted methodologies that are very much like design thinking or lean startup. But changing the mindset of people about what you're doing is one of the key issues that has to happen here. So what we saw with one leader is he said, you know what, we no longer do pilots here. Because if a pilot doesn't work out, someone was wrong or something was wrong. Instead, we do experiments here. Because if we get a so-called negative outcome, as long as we learn from it, it's fine. The final capability is creative resolution. And this is about how these organizations go about doing decision-making. And in some ways, this is the hardest one we found. So what you see with organizations that can innovate is they do a kind of decision-making that we refer to as integrative decision-making because they do what is referred to in Roger Martin's sort of space, more both and as opposed to either-or decision-making. So in these organizations, people will not compromise to go along, just will not do it. They also will not let one group dominate. They won't let the bosses dominate. They won't let the experts dominate. And the experts are a particularly complicated group we could talk about. But for sure, what they do instead is they have very clear decision-making rights, but they have a more patient and inclusive way of doing decision-making, so they're more likely to be able to combine so-called opposable ideas and come up with innovative solutions. So the leaders work very hard on building these capabilities in their organizations, and this is what allows people to be able to do innovative work. They also, of course, need to worry about building the culture to support this innovative work or those capabilities. And this is a schematic that captures that culture. And we ended up referring to this kind of culture as a community culture because there's a deep sense of connectedness and belonging in these cultures. And the glue of the culture is around the shared purpose and the shared values. We've heard a lot about that earlier, so I won't say more about that. The grease is really about what we refer to as rules of engagement. And these rules of engagement are about how we're supposed to act together and how we're supposed to think together. And I want to be very clear, data-based actually can include emotions, and often does include emotions. But you need to have an explanation, you need to have evidence for your point of view, and if you don't, we designed the experiment to figure it out. So what you have here is a picture, a snapshot of an organization's culture and capabilities. I'm an ethnographer. I love to tell stories. Luckily for me, you've heard the stories of two of my research sites, one being Vinit, the other being Ed Catmull. Been doing work with them for over 10 years. So what I want to say, though, is this is a company, we created a diagnostic so that companies could get a snapshot of where they were, so that we also could do research faster and more efficiently. And we could work with companies that are going through the transformation of becoming more innovative. And what you see here is a snapshot of a culture of a supply chain company, a supply chain organization and a pharmaceutical company that has been going through a digital transformation for 3 years. And despite investing millions of dollars, they haven't got the outcomes that they'd like to see. And the leaders decided it was because there was something wrong with their culture. And where they started was what the shared purpose of this organization, because they really were made up of a number of mergers. And they began to send teams out to actually spend time with patients who took their drugs and find out in a very intimate way, and that's the word they use, what was the experience of the patient. So when they worked on that, green is better here, red is not so good, they began to build a cohesive culture. And they use that culture now to begin to tackle some of those capabilities. And so they shared these snapshots with the top 200, and people volunteered to work on them, to figure out how are we going to get more creative abrasion? Why are we so polite? Why aren't we telling people what we really think? And so consequently, we're not really abrading enough so that we come up with the right ideas to meet the needs of, quote, Jane, the diabetic patient who they're really trying to serve. And as they begin to do this, more energy was released, and they're beginning to actually use the functionality of this digital platform. So what we see is that you cannot, if you will, tell people to act differently and break those habits. You have to let them practice. And for sure, we see new furniture, new space, new ways of working. This is a so-called positive shock experience for a global team of marketeers in an auto industry company. And what you see is they don't have any place to show those PowerPoints they brought with them to share with their strategies with people. Instead, they have to tell stories. They have to write them on these boards that can be moved around, erased by other people, written on by other people. So to end this, what I really just want to say, and it was very affirming to me to hear what was talked about today, is that you only get these kinds of capabilities, this kind of culture, if you change your leadership. So leadership today is not about setting direction and getting people to follow you. Leadership is really about how do we co-create the future together. And that's about you as a leader changing your own mindset and understanding your job is to, as Ed Catmull, the founder of Pixar, would say, is to actually unleash the slices of genius in your organization, their talents and passions, and then harness those talents and passions to serve the collective good. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. I'd now like to introduce you all to Tim Brown. Tim is the president and CEO of IDEO. He has seen organizations across, many different arenas solving major problems. And you and the organization just finished some research on the 6 qualities elements that really enable higher impact innovation. So we look forward to hearing from you today. Thank you, Tim.
Thanks, Bessie. So I think you've heard it several times already this morning. Innovation and creativity is no longer about the individual or even the cloistered R&D team. It's really about unlocking the capacity of as much of the organization as possible, really around 3 things. The ability to have new ideas, the ability to act on those new ideas, do something with them, and then the ability to spread and share ideas, whether that's in the market or within the organization at hand. These all rely, these capacities all rely on individuals, teams, and organizations displaying kind of effective capabilities and effective behaviors. And we've been studying that a little bit over the last 40 years that we've been around. And we already know from research that actually comes out of the UK Design Council, the Design Management Institute in the US, from McKinsey, that there's a connection between organizations that are effective at their ability to innovate, their ability to design, and their purpose, that there's a direct relationship between those things and their performance in the marketplace. But we've been really interested in below that kind of holistic measure of performance, what's actually going on. And through the work that we've been doing, we've identified 6 kind of creative behaviors that organizations and teams within those organizations have. And those 6 you can see up here. They are purpose. You've heard a little bit about purpose already. Understanding why you exist beyond making money. what we call looking out, which is how good a learning organization are you? How well connected to the outside world? How inspired are you by users and other things that are going on in the outside world? How good are you at experimenting, testing, learning, repeating? How effective are you at collaboration? How empowered are individuals and teams? Is there the trust within the organization to let teams get on with it and do the creative work that they need to do? And how good are you at refining ideas? This seems like the kind of boring one in the corner. It turns out to be rather important if you're going to be successful with innovation. So we've built a tool that helps us survey organizations and survey these kinds of qualities within teams. And we've looked at over 500 business units across 300 organizations in the last several years. And we've got quite an interesting kind of collection of insights now, which I thought a few of those might be quite interesting because they're not always totally intuitive. So this is one that's a bit contrary to popular belief, and that is that teams that are good at exploring 5 or more solutions in parallel in the early part of the innovation process are far more likely, 50% more likely almost, to launch a successful product than those who explore a single solution. So the kind of lean startup idea of single solution, then pivot, single solution, pivot, is, it turns out, less effective than exploring multiple ideas in parallel. A second insight around collaboration, that teams that work collaboratively and have the time to work collaboratively, which is the biggest issue in many organizations today, but also have flexible spaces and tools to experiment, are also much more likely to launch their ideas into the marketplace. Empowerment. Teams that have access to information about prior initiatives are close to 50% more likely to create successful solutions compared to teams that don't know about the history of previous attempts to explore these same questions within the organization. So effective knowledge sharing is super important to the empowerment of teams. And then the last one, I want to build on some of the things that Linda was just talking about, purpose. Teams who use purpose to guide their decision making, again, far more likely to launch successful products than teams that don't. And the interesting kind of adjunct to that learning is that as teams get better at experimentation, as organizations get better at experimentation, so actually purpose becomes steadily less important. But in unlocking and aligning teams in the kind of early stages of building these kinds of capabilities, purpose is absolutely essential. So we're seeing organizations now that are taking these kinds of capabilities very seriously and following along in the trend of talking about companies that are not in Silicon Valley and that are not tech companies. I want to mention one that's based in Peru, a company called Intercorp, led by the fellow in the middle of this image here, Carlos Rodriguez Pastor. They're a bank, but they have 27 other businesses, and they've been measuring these capabilities religiously year on year for the last several years, improving all of these capacities based on a purpose that's very clear, which is to be the best place, to make Peru the best place to raise a family in Latin America. So they've got a social purpose, not just an economic purpose. It's caused them to launch totally new businesses, like a whole new school system that's now 3 times more effective than the national school system at literacy and mathematics, new healthcare systems, as well as improving their banking operations and various retail companies that they have. And they've created environments for innovation that are now distributed across these 27 business models. So here's a company in a relatively emerging market who's been very successful at building these qualities and turning them into successful business, but also successful social impact. Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome, welcome. Very warm welcome to here to the Drucker Forum TV. My name is Esther Clark, and I have the great honor of interviewing you, Hortense Le Gentil. It's so nice to have you here in the studio. Live in Vienna, we've had a great day yesterday. I saw your panel discussion, amazing.
Thank you.
For those of you who don't know Hortense, I'm going to give you a little bit of a background of all the great things you've been doing in the last little while. Of course, you have a new book out, which will be the focus of our conversation, The Unlocked Leader. You are a world-renowned executive leadership coach, speaker, and author. This is your second book. You guide CEOs and senior executives on their journey from hero leaders to human leaders. I love that. That's a great phrase, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. Thank you so much for joining us today. Like I said, we're going to talk about your book, The Unlocked Leader, and I guess you know, when I was reading it, I thought it was really, really great. And the first part you talk about is the step towards unlocking leadership potential is around identifying our mind traps. So I wonder if you can, for the audience and for those who haven't yet purchased your book, what is a mind trap and how can it limit a leader's performance?
So a mind trap is, you know, it's the mental obstacle that stand between you today and you tomorrow. There's something that holds you back,
right?
And you cannot move forward.
Yeah.
And so the book, The Unlock, is because a lot has been said about, you know, why we should lead with empathy, but less when we talk about how to do it.
Right.
And so it's a guide, you know, to free yourself from your mind traps that hold you back.
Yeah.
And so to come back to those mind traps, so what it matters, you're going to tell me, is because it affects the way you connect with yourself and with others. You cannot see the big picture because you are trapped somewhere, because you know, again, you can feel unhappy, unsatisfied, or you can feel like you cannot fit somewhere. This is all symptoms of you are locked somewhere, and it happened, especially today with everything that happened in the world. It's happened to everyone at any moment, and it has all shape, size, and colors.
Yeah.
So, and it's happened to me too. And it was years ago. I felt like I was completely stuck in my personal life and my professional life.
Right.
And I was lost.
Yeah.
I was unhappy. I felt like I couldn't be really myself. But I was lost. I didn't know what to do. So everything went south, and I got sick and stuck in bed for months. And I had this dream that my
this
grandmother.
Sounds really interesting. I love this.
But a dream. I had a dream one day. So it was a dream of my grandmother. So I just loved my grandmother. She was a wise woman. Yeah. And she just came back to my dream and told me, she told me, you have to find the path of roses. And I didn't know anything about that. And I said, okay, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And she just smiled at me and she told me, you know where it is. And then I woke up. I was furious. Can you imagine? You know, she didn't give me the answer.
Yeah.
But in fact, I would understand later that what she meant was that I had to listen to my inner voice and not to listen to the external voices.
Right.
Like, you know, what other people were, you know, was waiting for me because I was not living my life.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's beautiful. And I guess, you know, the unlocked leader, there's the line, dare to free your own voice, lead with empathy, and shine your light in the world. Can you talk to me a little bit about empathy? Because I thought that was really interesting. It's such an important concept in the book. And how can it unlock one's leadership potential?
So empathy is the ability, you know, to connect with first with yourself. Empathy begins with yourself. It's your ability to connect with yourself and with others, to put yourself in other shoes and to connect with others. So it's this ability to, because we are all interconnected.
Right.
like trees in the forest. So what you feel, I feel, and everyone in the world, this is what we feel.
Yeah.
And everywhere. So empathy, what it matters is because first you have to connect with yourself, you have to understand so who you are. And second, it matters, especially for leaders, because it's not a lot about what you say, but it's more about what you do. Because we have this neuron neurons. So this is my favorite neurons. So they are called mirror neurons, and a very, very well-known Ramachandran scientists call them the mirror neurons. And why? Because they mirror you. They are connected. They are looking at you. So if I do something, if I move my hand, the part of your brain is doing the same. So we are interconnected. And so as a leader, you need to know that. And why? Because it's your superpower.
Right.
And you have to be aware that it's not a lot what you say, but more what you do.
Yeah.
Because if you say something, but you do the opposite, you don't, give the right, direction, the right tone, because you are a role model. People are looking at you. And so that's very important. And that unlocks everything, and especially resilience.
Yeah.
We are talking about resilience today.
Yes.
And because every day something happens. And so every day you can be locked somewhere. So every day you have to understand that what you feel, others are going to feel.
Yeah.
Your energy
Yeah.
are going to be, to be shared.
Yeah.
If there is anxiety in the world like we have today, there are anxiety also in your brain and in your, in your cells.
Yeah.
So you have to be resilient and do the work.
Yeah. And I mean, you just mentioned it now. I mean, the theme of the Drucker Forum this year is creative resilience. How do we lead in an age of discontinuity? And I think your book, how it talks about empathy, how it talks and connection, it all kind of answers that question of building this forward-thinking, creative resilience. I love the idea of the mirror neurons. They're also called Gandhi neurons, aren't they?
Yeah, Gandhi neurons.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
And exactly for the reasons that you described. One of the things when we were chatting about this preparing for the Drucker Forum, we spoke about from hero to human leader.
Yeah.
Can you tell me just a little bit about that?
Yeah. So hero leader is, trying to have all the answers.
Right.
We understand that it's not possible anymore, right?
Yeah.
And it's not possible anyway.
Yeah.
And be human is, be connected with others. It's because the world changed. People, they want to connect with you. They don't need another hero.
Yeah.
Like Tina Turner said, they don't need that.
Cue the song.
Yeah, absolutely. I just love this song. And they don't need that. They need to connect with you. They need to be able to know you.
Yeah.
So they're going to be inspired by you. Because it's not about where you're going to work, but it's more about why. Why? Yeah. Why do you want to work?
Yeah. I mean, we're here in the beautiful city of Vienna, and there's very, very smart people here. We also have the winners of the Drucker Challenge, so the younger generation, and I just love hearing their voices and reading their essays. And if you have a little piece of advice or something that you would like to share, some nugget of truth to share with them, what would that be?
I think that would be just write your own story.
Oh, I like
so. Be the author of your own story.
Yes,
so,
yes.
And maybe to finish, the process of unlocking yourself. So when you listen to your inner voice.
Yes.
Listen to your inner voice, and be courageous because you need courage. Because you need courage to face your fears, but be courageous enough to do it. And challenge the voices, but because our brain are making a lot of voices, stories, and we are also connected through stories. But those stories, they are not your story. So ask you 3 questions. Is it true? whatever is a topic, and you want to do something, but you have these voices, I should not, maybe not, they say I should not. For example, if I come back, to my example. So, is it true that I can be an entrepreneur at the age of 40? Yes, why not? I had a friend who did that. Is it true? Is it relevant? And is it helpful? So is it true? Is it relevant? And is it helpful? If those questions are absolutely not, and it doesn't help me, let go. Let go. And this is how you free yourself. And you can, at that moment, you can write your own story.
Yes.
You can begin to write this own story. And for young people and also for leaders, this is exactly the same. And anyway, we are all leaders because at least you are a leader of your life.
Right.
So everybody can do that, and this is very important, and important to also to take care of yourself as a leader.
Yeah.
Because especially in time of turbulence like we are today.
Yeah, and discontinuity.
Exactly. So you need to do that every day, on a daily basis, and and see where you are and take care of yourself. This is very important. And connect with your inner voice, your why, your values, what is important for you. And this is how you're going to be resilient. And you're going to be able to free yourself and show up, as you want and write your own story.
Yeah. And you've written 2 books, and I was going to say the first one, Connecting Your True Self, that came out in 2019. True Self with the leader you're meant to be, aligned. That's beautiful. Do you see this as sort of the next kind of iteration, or is it its own thing?
No. This is the same topic, but let's say that aligned was more, where you should be aligned and what is aligned about. So aligned with your why and how you meet yourself and your own talent. And this one is more completely focused on unlocking, free yourself. It's really a guide to free yourself from your mind traps.
Beautiful. I love that. We've run out of time. This has been such a lovely interview and such a great opportunity to speak to you. I hope you enjoyed it. And back over to the Drucker TV Forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ether.
Hello, everyone. I'm Justin Brady. You're watching Drucker Forum TV. I'm so happy everyone's with us. It's been a long day. We have a lot more coming up. So it's 5 a.m. in New York. That means the East Coast, the United States, is starting to just kind of wake up a little bit and taking their maybe first shot of espresso. Don't forget to check us out on druckerforum.org. And if you're posting on social media, use the hashtag DruckerForumTV. Make sure to tag me if you could, Justin Brady. I'm easy to find. If you're catching up and you're just joining us, we just heard from Falco Weidemeyer. He's the EY Global Head of Turnaround and Restructuring. That was at 10:15 local time. We discussed why purpose matters and why most leaders struggle with it. We also discussed disruption and the rise of leader complacency. It was a really good interview. I really encourage you to check out the replay later. I kind of expected, reading from his past LinkedIn posts, that he would talk more about data and financial stuff, but he didn't do that. He actually, a lot of his LinkedIn posts, a lot of his writing focuses on purpose and aligning companies on purpose. And we talked about why that's important to align all stakeholders, but also why a lot of companies really struggle with it and why it's setting them back. So it was a fascinating interview. We also heard from Hortense Gentil, the executive leadership coach and author, and of course, Esther Clark just spoke to her in the studio. One of the ideas there was from human to hero leader, which I liked. And she has advice for young people, which is ask yourself 3 questions. Stay true to what your focus is, but ask yourself 3 questions, which are, is it true? Is it relevant? And is it helpful? Now, you can review all of these videos, all of these interviews later today. They'll be up, and then also they're going to bookmark all these things on the website. So you can go find your favorite speaker or that session you wanted to pay attention to, click it, it'll hot link over to the video. Really cool how easy they've made that for you. In the next hour, Jyoti Guptara will interview the CEO, former CEO of IBM. He's going to peel back the curtain on what it's like to be the first female CEO of IBM and the lessons she learned on leadership and how she discovered what she calls good power. I don't know what that is because Jyoti wouldn't tell me. He just wants you all to pay attention. So up next, Christine Brigiato will be interviewing Christian Sarkar, the co-founder of Regenerative Marketing Institute, and Leoluca Orlando, former mayor of Palermo. They're going to ask, what is needed for a city to become truly regenerative? And Christian and Leoluca hopefully have us some insight there and concrete examples and research from their book, Regeneration. I'm Justin Brady. This is Drucker Forum TV.
Hello, and thank you, Justin. My name is Christine Brigiato, and as Justin just mentioned, we have another amazing interview coming up here. I have 2 wonderful guests joining me here in the studio, live at the Vienna Hofburg Palace. Let me introduce to you Leoluca Orlando. He's the former mayor of Palermo. Welcome,
Hi.
Leoluca.
Thanks for this invitation.
Thank you. Palermo is the capital of the Italian island of Sicily. For those of you who don't know it yet, you should definitely get to know it. Also with me in the studio, I have Christian Sarkar. He's the co-founder of the Regenerative Marketing Institute. Welcome to both of you again. I saw you yesterday on a panel here at the forum on regenerative cities, and I'm actually curious also for our online viewers. It seems like a broad term or like a big term, let's put it like that, regenerating cities. And Christian, let me maybe start with you. I want to make it a bit more practical.
Sure.
For your book, Regeneration, you did a lot of research and you picked out Palermo as a very good example with many initiatives and projects running there that are regenerative. Can you give us a practical example of what that means?
Sure. The beauty of Palermo is that it's not part of it's sort of in the south. So it's the south of Europe with the north of Africa, as the mayor says. And what we found in Palermo were different kinds of businesses, different ways in which people were working together in the absence of big budgets and big sort of investments. So they were doing things that we had never seen before, even businesses with new business models. For example, I'll give you the story of Lucia Lauro, who's in the book. Lucia Lauro was a kid 15 years old when she saved a bunch of girls from being human trafficked. She went to school, she had to hide after that. And for a second, I need people to understand that Palermo was run by the mafia. It was the downtown was unlivable without water or electricity. The opera house had been closed for 20 years. The harbor was full of silt and not being used. This man, Leoluca, pulled it out of the ground and brought it into and turned it into one of the safest cities of Italy today. And what you see is a community of local businesses, local brands working together to build up the city. So it's been a very locally focused regeneration. So it's not maybe regenerating cities, but how does the city regenerate itself by empowering and bringing together these bubbles of trust.
Interesting, bubbles of trust. So we are regenerating the community, or it's a very community-based approach, a very local approach, as I understood it. Leoluca, as the mayor of Palermo, how does one go about this topic? How did you, as a mayor, go about supporting these initiatives, supporting a regeneration approach?
I think that I started sending the message that to change is possible. There is a very traditional Sicilian expression saying "Cu nasce tu non può morire quadrato," to translate into Italian, then into English. Who was born round cannot die square. Wrong. Who was born round can even die square. And I send the message that to change is not only possible, but is even convenient. Not only possible, even convenient. And Palermo changed it. You can imagine, Palermo is a city of the south, not of South Italy, not South Europe, south of the world. Therefore, we have a link, we have connection with Medellin, with Beirut, with other cities of the south. And being a city of the south of the world, we are rich of alive contradictions. We are aristocratic and popular, we are noisy and silent, we are dirty and clean. We have to govern this contradiction. We are a migrant and people born in Palermo. They all have to live in harmony. And what I did, I sent the message to change as possible, and I have to say thanks, not only the bodyguards, the police protected my life in fighting against the mafia, but first of all the women, the children, the people just like people Christian is speaking about. They started from the bottom. They send a message to the states, to the north of the world, to the people who imagine that only finance is important and only finance is convenient. Humanity can be convenient. And we have to say thanks to the mafia. It's terrible to say that, because the mafia killed too much, and people was obliged to react. It was not possible any longer not to see, not to speak, not to hear. You know that fear can produce subalternity, but fear can produce revolution. In Palermo, fear was so big that people reacted and said, basta, enough is enough. We don't want any longer to live governed by the mafia. And he was elected with 75% of votes, because I appeared just the symbol of possible change. And from that moment, we can say proudly, mafia does not govern the city of Palermo. We gave the honorary citizenship of Palermo to persons condemned to death. People say, oh, the mayor fighting against the mafiosi, the mayor just building the Aula bunker to celebrate the Macri trial against more than 400 mafia bosses. Now he gives honorary citizenship of the city to a criminal condemned to death.
I would like to just say this was actually very interesting, because you talked about the fact that there was so much fear going on because of the mafia that was there, and there were terrible circumstances happening. And I believe this might be a very hard process to manage. And on yesterday's panel, you mentioned something that really intrigued me. You mentioned that the management role of a mayor is quite different to other management roles. Could you give us a brief remark on that? What did you mean by that?
I just published in those days a book by Rizzoli, the biggest editor in Italy, The title is Enigma Palermo, Enigma Palermo. And I speak about the politics, the fear, the future. We need to pass through the fear to build the future. And we need to pass through the fear to build the future, starting from freedom from fear. And we, finally, when conditioned not to be able to support so great fear. But don't forget, even people in North, they need to have fear, but they are not conscious. May I speak about the fear for climate change?
Yes, please, for a brief
May I speak
remark.
about the fear for climate change?
Sure.
It is not only for the South, even for the North. But people in the North imagine that climate change is a problem of poor people living in the South. No, my dear. In many cases, the North is responsible for climate change, but North will be destroyed by climate change too. And I think that to send a message that it's possible to connect roots and wings, roots and wings, is the future. And I gave ownership of Palermo to persons condemned to death. One of these guys, condemned to death in Virginia, in Richmond, before dying, asked to me, his last wish, may I be buried in Palermo? He's buried in Palermo. It's the only city, Palermo, where is buried a person condemned to death. We fight against criminals, but even criminals are human beings. We have to respect their right to live. And we organized the largest gay pride in South Europe. I was the first mayor celebrating the union of two homosexuals. And we welcome everybody. If you ask me how many migrants we have in Palermo, I don't reply 90,000, 100,000, I reply no one. Mauricio in Palermo is Palermitan, and I just wrote the Charter of Palermo, yes, in German edition, Carta from Palermo, where we demonstrated that to welcome people is convenient, even for security.
There's definitely a welcoming culture in Palermo, a welcome culture, as you could call it, very progressive ideas that you actually bring to the ground there. And I would love to continue with you, Leoluca, but I want to ask a final question to Christian. We have such a short amount of time.
Before passing to Christian, don't forget, Palermo is today a touristic city.
Yes.
Millions of persons come, they feel safe, because Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, Buddhist living in Palermo, they feel at home, they defend their home. The terrorists in Palermo are not safe. They cannot come, because when a terrorist comes in Palermo, the Muslim living in Palermo call the mayor called the police, and the terrorists go away.
It's a peaceful place now, thankfully. Christian, as a very brief final remark, we're running out of time. What is something from your research that you did in the book, you researching Palermo, knowing it so well by now, what is a takeaway that we can all get as individuals on how can we be more regenerative and therefore more resilient?
Sure. So we look at sustainability, then we look at resilience. So sustainability is being green, recycling, blah, blah, circular economy. That's not enough. Resilience is fortifying yourself against the crises that are coming one after the other. And regeneration is understanding and preventing and adapting and then, again, thriving past the crisis. And the way to do that is regeneration doesn't happen without regeneration of the common good. And this is what I think Leoluca's message was, in a sense, bringing together all these people around the common good. We don't have a government or a leaders that work for the common good. Not even in our companies. They work for us.
We need to bring together the common good, and I think these are some great final words. Thank you so much for sharing your ideas here. It's a very community-based approach. I think our community can definitely take something away from this. I want to thank you, Leoluca and Christian, for coming into the studio.
Thanks.
And
I'll tell you just one word,
really
one word. The mayors are not administrators. They are something like an educational agent. The mayors have to educate the people.
The mayors have to educate the people. I think there was a great final remark from Leoluca Orlando. Thank you, Christian
And the people
Sarkar,
have to
for
educate
joining
the
us.
mayors.
Of course.
Thank you so much. You can
It
see
is so-called democracy.
we could
Democracy.
talk on forever. We
Democracy.
now have our next program points coming up. I will be at the red carpet in just a short moment, so make sure to check back in for that. Thank you very much for watching. Welcome back. Going from the studio directly to our red carpet here in the middle of the conference of the 15th Global Peter Drucker Forum. My name is Christine Brogiato. As always, I deliver the exclusive on-site content from the conference to you to give you a better understanding of who the people are that are here, what they are talking about, what they are thinking about as they are here. And I'm excited that I have a very interesting guest coming up now. She's actually a former student of Peter Drucker, so I'm very curious to hear more about that. Let me introduce to you Alison Stewart Allen. Welcome, Alison. Hello, please join me on the red carpet.
See you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here today. Alison, you told me beforehand that you used to be a student of Peter Drucker. So tell me, how did that come about, and tell us all about it. What did you learn from him?
Well, so I went to Claremont for my MBA in the early 1980s, which I'm sure people can work out my age when I tell you that. And he was my professor of strategy, and we had to write a paper for his class. And international marketing is my functional area of expertise. I thought, what am I going to teach Peter Drucker? So I could not think of anything to write about. Went to his office, asked him, what should I do? And he said, well, you need to think about the fact that in the future, companies are going to need to pay attention to how they do business in the locations where they do it. So they have to embed themselves in those communities where they do business. So I thought, okay, great, I'll do research, interview a lot of Los Angeles companies, which I did, Disney, Mattel, Wells Fargo Bank, all these famous US LA companies. And I got answers like, well, we give $1,000 a year to the LA Philharmonic. And I thought, no, that's not what Peter Drucker's talking about. So I ended up writing this paper, and I still have it with his remarks in the margins. But obviously, in the 1983-84, when I wrote that paper, you know, no one knew what corporate social responsibility was. This didn't even exist.
This must have been a very progressive idea back then.
Well, he was always very progressive anyway, and well ahead of everybody else. And now we know this as CSR, and now we even know it as ESG, as part of sort of sustainability of companies and how they give back. So, I mean, he was just an incredibly amazing, prescient genius in so many ways.
That is so lovely that you had the honor to meet him and learn from him. Thank you for sharing. Alison, you have a panel coming up here at the forum, I think right after this red carpet, I believe. Not long after. I'm excited to watch it later. And it is about Beyond the Walls of the Organization, I believe it's called. So what can we expect from that? Is it connected to the theme of resilience? Can you share a bit on that?
Absolutely. So the panel is going to really look at ecosystems. So companies really are only as resilient as the systems that they're surrounded by, that support them, that allow them to do their work. And if you have a weak link or a series of weak links in the ecosystem, that compromises your company's ability and you as a leader also to be able to fulfill your mission, keep your customers, get more customers, and things like that. So I've got a fantastic panel. I've got a London Business School professor. I have a designer and leader from Steelcase. I have a very senior lady from SHRM, Society of HR Management. I have Palo Alto Networks. So we've got the brains to do this panel extremely well, and I'm hoping that we get the audience to come forward with their good ideas. So
I'm sure there would be many great ideas. As always is the case at the forum, people love to discuss on the panels. I look forward to listening to it later. Thank you so much for joining me on the red carpet, Alison. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you. So we have our former student of Peter Drucker here at the red carpet sharing her learnings. And I want to bring in for the last moments that we have our second interview guest. And our second interview guest is Scott Handy, who I would like to invite to the red carpet with me now. Scott, welcome to the red carpet.
Hello.
Hi, welcome Scott. I just announced you on the red carpet. We're streaming here live directly from the conference. It's this very casual format here on the red carpet. You know, we just pull people from the conference because we want to learn from them what they're experiencing here at the conference, to get outside viewers who are watching on YouTube kind of an understanding, a bit of a feeling of what's going on here. So would you care to inform us, what is your experience so far on this conference?
Well, I think a little frightened and a little inspired. I work in the arts, so normally anyone who works in the arts at a conference like this will be handing around the vol au vents. So at any point I think someone's going to say, get back in the kitchen. But it's actually very inspiring. A lot of the movers and shakers and people who are thinking about the future of organizations are here talking, and I think this is a moment in time where what's going on out in many organizations, this continuous change and chaos and uncertainty, this is something that artists have been living with, I suppose, the last 500 years. So I think it's a great time to share some ideas and thoughts about how you make good practice and good work, and eat some amazing food. And meet people who swim in different seas to yourself, which is I'm finding fascinating.
That's interesting. And you mentioned that you are an artist, and as an artist, I would assume that you deal with uncertainty a lot, because you never know what's coming out of you. What is the thing that is about to emerge? So what would be interesting to me is, how do you personally deal with uncertainty? It's a big question, I know.
It is a great question. I think most good work, whether it's music or in the theater, where I work mostly, is about finding the right set of rules that liberate you. Some rules will liberate and some rules will paralyze. You need a few rules that give you space to take freedom. So in terms of uncertainty, you need to find some guardians of your better self, some people who you know bring great work out of you. Bind yourself to them with hoops of steel. Establish great rules, but only a few of them, with lots of space in between, and then try and be awake.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. This was very inspiring. I love this approach of having a few rules, not too many, because otherwise you're in a box again and you can't really have the freedom that you need. And I love also the idea of having somebody to guard your better self. This is definitely something we can all take away with us. And with that, I say back to the studio. We'll be back with content from the red carpet later for more.
Hello and welcome to the Drucker TV Book Corner, where we hear from authors shaping management thinking today. My name is Jyoti Guptara, and I'm the author of Business Storytelling from Hype to Hack. Joining me now is Ginni Rometty, the former chairman, president, and CEO of IBM. She became CEO of IBM in 2012 and retired from the company end of 2020. Ginni was named Fortune's #1 most powerful woman 3 years in a row, and it's a real honor to have her with us today. At the Drucker Forum, our theme this year is Creative Resilience, Leading in an Age of Discontinuity, and I can't think of a better person to talk with than Ginni Rometty, who after all reinvented more than 50% of IBM's huge portfolio, building a $25 billion hybrid cloud business and establishing IBM's leadership in fields such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and blockchain. Now, Ginni is the co-chair of OneTen, an organization that unites major US companies to upscale, hire, and promote 1 million Black Americans over the next 10 years into family-sustaining jobs. Earlier this year, Ginni published her memoir, Good Power, Leading Positive Change in Our Lives, Work, and World, out with Harvard Business Review Press. It's full of practical leadership lessons and big ideas on how we can all drive meaningful change. Ginni, welcome and thank you for joining us on Drucker TV.
My pleasure, Jyoti. Thank you very much. Thanks for the kind introduction.
Well, thank you for being with us. I really enjoyed your book, and I'm excited to discuss it with you. I wanted to start with the title, Good Power. A lot of people these days are suspicious of power. So what do you mean by good power?
Yeah, well, you are correct, and that's a little bit of the reason behind why we ended up naming it Good Power, in that I would talk to many, particularly young people, and I would say, well, would you like to be powerful? And they'd say, nope, not really. And I said, what would you like to do? They like to work on big problems. I said, well, ironically, you need power for that. But what became clear to me, just looking back and from so many people I'd learned from in my own journey, that it is really possible to do hard things, but do them in a positive way. And I think right now, there's so much negative connotation around power. I really wanted to get that message out, to don't give up on hard problems, but do them in a positive way. And to me, positive means embrace tension and division, but then unite it. It means be respectful. It means celebrate progress. And I wanted this message to go out that, people, their power starts as an individual and it grows over time, and you don't actually realize that. And I really came to believe that when you have nothing, you have power, actually. So that's the story behind it. It's the idea that do something hard, but do it in a positive way.
Well, we certainly need to hear that message. So thank you for being bold and coming up with that title. Now, one of the 5 principles that you share in the book is being in service of other people. What would you say is the difference between good power and servant leadership?
Yeah, that is a good question, and one that I contemplated as I was writing. And I have to say, Jyoti, you called it a memoir. It's a memoir with purpose. So I don't want anyone to feel they're going to have to read every little detail of my life. It's more the mistakes and the stories, and you're a storyteller, so the learnings that in retrospect, in revisionist history, I look at this and I say, I hope someone can learn from. So to your point, there's a middle section that talks about the power of us when we all start to care not just about ourselves, but whether it's a family, a work unit, eventually a company, et cetera, that you care about other people. And I said, now as I look back, I could see 5 principles of that kind of leadership. You mentioned be in service of something. And I really want to communicate how different that is than serving something first. And then to your point about servant leadership, to me, servant leadership, it's necessary but not sufficient to be in service of someone. So it's a piece of it. But really the main point that I have is I would call it a silver thread through the book, is trying to convey that it's not just what you believe about power, but how you do it is what matters. And to me, that's the difference of servant leadership. Yes, servant leadership is putting employees and others and being behind them, but then how you do that is what I really try to get at the essence of in the book.
And I certainly think you've achieved. I really like how you have these points, which we sometimes talk about in business, but they can stay quite abstract. And having your personal stories and anecdotes really helps bring those to life. Which leads me to my next question, Ginny. Your memoir is highly personal, and I believe that's a lot of the value in it. I believe you read the audiobook yourself because it is your story. You write about how your father walked out on your young family and how you grew up in financial difficulties, along with many other personal episodes. Now, people often tell me, because I'm a business storytelling advisor, they tell me that in a business context, they're hesitant to talk about themselves. So what is the point or the place, do you think, in telling personal stories in business, maybe before other people have climbed to as influential as a position as you have held?
Yeah, I'd be interested in your view on this too, Jyoti. I mean, this is what you do for a living and a profession, right? But I came into it in a different way. And what I've come to believe that being vulnerable and sharing your lessons, it's probably one of the most powerful change tools that a leader has. So when I look back, I wish I did it earlier, because I spent a good portion of my life not talking about those things. And particularly being a woman in tech, people are like, no, do not look at me as a woman. Look at me just as what my accomplishments are. So you would really, I stayed away from that for so long. But as time went on, and you say as you get more comfortable, but what I recognized is that is how people learn. If you're vulnerable and you share that, it's not only how they learn, it is really what enlists followership. And so as I went to write the book, my first round, I've actually rewritten this book 3 times. My first round on it was very academic. You said we talk about these things in abstract. And I had some people come like, so boring. And they're like, you have to tell these personal, like, why do you believe these? Not just what you believe. Why? What has happened to you that you believe these things? And that led me down this memoir with purpose path. And, you mentioned, I do start the book in a very personal spot about my father abandoning our family with no money and no home. And, the biggest lesson I learned out of that is my mother, she pulls us out of welfare and financial aid, and she single-handedly does that with no education. And she never said it, but taught me that don't let someone else define you. My father would not define her as a failure. She was going to change this for my brothers and sisters and I. And that to me was one of the most powerful lessons, because I think this idea that only you define who you are and it's true for a person, a company, a country, I would have to recognize that with IBM. If I didn't define who it was, others were going to do that. And so I think for everybody, it's worth thinking about, because so much of what happens in your personal life or just your personal impacts who you are professionally. So I've become a complete 360 on this, and I did become more vulnerable as my tenure went on, obviously, but I wish I had done it earlier for the reasons I said. It's a change tool, and it does elicit followership.
Well, thank you for being vulnerable. And I think what your mother was doing was exemplifying a writing maxim, which is show, don't tell. It can often be a lot more important to show rather than tell. Which leads me to writing. You mentioned that you rewrote this book multiple times, and there's an episode early on of how you got into university despite less than stellar SAT scores because you wrote such a good essay. And here at the Drucker Forum, we have the Drucker Challenge International Essay Contest, which I also serve a judge as. So I'm curious, and all of our future Drucker Challenge writers will be curious to hear, what does Ginni Rometty say about why is writing such an important skill, and is it still in the era of ChatGPT?
Oh, I actually think in the era of ChatGPT, what I think it will bring back, I hope the most profound impact on education is that it teaches people critical thinking again. Because so much of what's evolved or what people write, it's facts. And that's different than critical thinking. And I think one of the most important things I learned in school was, why, how, not just the what of something. And I can remember in math, I hated memorizing the answer to something. I always wanted to be able to derive it again, like figure out why. And so I actually think while people say, chat's going to write this for me. I mean, we've all had our experiences. It can undo some writer's block for you, but the point isn't, it will change how people teach. I was doing a session, Jyoti, with Adam Grant, and he said, I'll probably have to have people write more in the classroom. On the other hand, I think I remember him saying, but Shakespeare didn't write what he wrote in 4 minutes. So there's a downside to that. And so we'll go through this learning period, but I hope what comes out the other end. I do think writing's important because it clarifies your thinking. And I hope that what happens is people use that for input, testing, ideas, broadening their thought, but that it makes them like a really great critical thinker, not someone who just spews facts.
You heard it, folks, from Ginni Rometty herself. Writing will remain a critical skill. And Ginni, before you were a senior manager, you did intentionally work to become a compelling communicator. What would you say to someone who thinks they don't have time to develop this skill? Maybe one of the many senior executives who are right-brained, analytical types. What does communication have to do with power, specifically good power?
Yeah, this is, so to me, communication, while some people will call that a soft skill, I consider it essential. And I actually, Jyoti, I learned that by watching who I thought were some of the greatest leaders. I worked for Lou Gerstner for quite a long time. I thought he was an unbelievable communicator. And because communication is so much about getting people to move from one reality to another reality. And, one of the principles in the book is, in addition to being in service of something, if you want to do something hard, the next thing you got to do is build belief for people, meaning get them to go from something they don't necessarily believe in today and want to go voluntarily, not be compelled, not be told. And that's like a never-ending journey, and that's communication. And I think so many people feel what you said, that communication is an art. You're born with it. You're good at it. But I came to learn it was a science. And so simplifying communication is more difficult. And I was not a great communicator when I started. In the process of writing the book, don't ask me why I kept some boxes full of things like my appraisals and, from work and my report cards. And it says like, oh, you're a horrible presenter. You got to work on this. You're telling them everything. Or if you don't enjoy it, your audience won't. And so it starts then. But I was so determined to fix that. And over time, I'm going to forget. Is this Abraham Lincoln? You're going to correct me who wrote this, that if I'd have written you a shorter letter, I'd have written you a shorter letter if I had more time. So my point is, it would take me down a path of when I studied the best communicators that people could remember and feel what they said, speak to their head, their heart. they were very simple, and they would speak often in 3 sections. There's lots of stories behind why speaking in 3s is a good thing. So obviously the book's in 3 parts. This will stay with me forever. But really simplifying the message so that my audience is easy to listen. They find it easy to listen. They can remember. It's not so I tell you everything. That is not the point. And so I felt very strongly that any great leader needs to study to become a great communicator. Now, I will marry that with one last point. I also believe very strongly, and it was Maya Angelou who said, time may pass, I'll paraphrase, you won't remember exactly what I said, but you will remember how I made you feel. That to me is equally important, right? In that whole communication piece.
Well, it's just as well you kept all of those old trinkets and memorabilia. Talking of skills, you now lead OneTen, this organization that's helping redefine what companies are looking for when they hire or promote people. This is a power dynamic, isn't it? Especially at large companies, this practice of mandating a college degree for entry-level positions. And I'm happy that you mentioned apprenticeships, especially my country of residence, Switzerland, as a role model, and how many of our CEOs started off as apprentices themselves, making it a respectable entry into a profession here. How did you come to realize that maybe a degree was an unnecessary barrier to entry to work for a company like IBM?
Yes. So let me give you sort of a very short version of that journey. I mentioned my mom and never having had an education past high school. In fact, my grandma, my great-grandma all suffered tragedies. But when my mom needed to get us and desperately wanted us off of things like food stamps and welfare, she took a little bit of education at a community college, got a little better job, a little better job. And at an early age, I would assimilate something that I would now phrase, I think in equations as an engineer, that access and aptitude are not equal. My mom actually was smart. She had a lot of aptitude, but she had 0 access, right? So that thought that God spreads one equally, not so much the other one around the world. A lot of aptitude, not necessarily access. Then time would go on. And I personally would see that in my mom and didn't realize it. I'd apprenticed so many times myself, okay? So that's in my mind. When I would become CEO, it would be, you said 2012, cyber's just becoming a big thing. Businesses, you got to hire people. I will shorten what's turned out to be a 20-year journey for me, but it would be serendipity that a corporate social responsibility program working with a high school and community college, a one-off, we would hire some people and they were able to do the job. And then I'd say, why didn't we hire more? And they'd say, well, they don't have college degrees. I'd say, okay, but they're doing the work and they're actually performing better than some of our regular employees. And I would learn, you know this already, 65% of Americans, actually all developed countries, do not have a college degree. I would learn 80% of Black Americans do not have a college degree. And I would say, okay, actually the pool I'm looking at that's performing so well, by the way, in America was 90% Black and Hispanic. So it was even like an untapped pool of diverse talent. And then we really measured it over time because I had to prove to people I wasn't dumbing down the workforce. And sure enough, higher retention, higher loyalty, performed equal or better than the degreed employees after about 1 year, a little bit of lag time, and 75% went off and got their degrees and have 3 PhDs over a long period. And so this, I would start to then do this in 30 countries in the world, and it would teach me that where you start, like my mom, should not determine where you end. These folks just did not have access. They had aptitude. And this idea that hire for a skill, not just a degree. Then I'd look at I said, well, okay, we didn't hire them because 100% of our jobs required a degree, a PhD or a college degree. Today, after a 5-year journey, only 50% of our jobs require that to get started. Doesn't mean you may not have to get one and I'm vice chair of a university. I am not against a college degree, but I've come to believe very strongly that if you believe in democracy, people have to believe there's a better way forward and for their children and their future, and they have to make a good living that could support a family. This is a systemic barrier over credentialing. And so it was a systemic barrier to that. It was a systemic barrier to good talent, to diverse talent. I mean, so that's now, you mentioned OneTen. It's just one of the underrepresented groups we're focusing on, but all the barriers are lifting it for any underrepresented group and getting all companies, not just in the US, global, relook at your credentials. And that's just your starting point, because what you're really saying to people is you want a skills first world is a talent strategy for all people. So whether that's, Delta Airlines removed it for pilots, and that doesn't mean your pilot doesn't know how to fly. He got it another way. And so that's just, to me, it's the essence, I think, of giving people hope for the future. So skills first brought me there, from my mom to my time as a CEO to then my work now, which was on the heels of the murder of George Floyd, which, back to an equation, I felt economic opportunity is the best equalizer for racism in about anything. So this is getting people good jobs.
And
apprenticeships is a great pathway. Apprenticeships is a great pathway. I wish, Germany, Switzerland, they've got like 19 times more apprenticeships in the United States. It's crazy. So it's a great pathway.
This resonates with me personally, Ginny, because I left school when I was 15 years old to become
I saw that.
Yeah, so I published my first book when I was 17, made a decent living as a writer and a speaker for several years. But then, of course, I ran into trouble and had a very hard time getting a job or a decent job. And despite having had a lot of experience, a lot of skills, I would say. And I remember there was this funny moment because an insurance company posted about an entry-level job that sounded like I was a perfect fit for in terms of my experience, but not a chance. I never made it even past the first round. But ironically, about 6 months later, this same company, a different division at the company, actually got in touch and asked me if I would train their middle management. So I wasn't qualified for an entry-level job, but apparently I was qualified to train their managers. Now, that was several years ago. What do you think has changed over the last few years when it comes to companies' policies and attitudes around qualifications? What kind of traction have you been getting? And can you talk about some of the challenges?
Yeah, look, first off, we are getting traction. I now can think of it as a movement, and I only use it as an example in the book of the power of us. When you start to transition from, I've done something for my company, myself, but actually, these really tough problems, you can break them in pieces and do it for society. And this is one of them. And now with almost 100 companies signed up, all going through this and re-credentialing their work. And even just in our Black community, we've done in the last 2 years, maybe 120,000 people hired. So not a small number yet. I'm marching on the way. But I have just so many stories of people starting to move that over-credentialing. Generally speaking, these big companies in our country, 85% require college degrees in their jobs for family-sustaining jobs. I've seen that now tick down several points. And the government has taken it off of it as a requirement. So we're making progress. And I think part of it's driven by low unemployment, in that, you need people. So you've got to broaden the pool out there. But the other thing is that just this recognition that, and again, don't go into this unless you authentically believe a diverse workforce is a better workforce, because that's really what you get out of this at the end of the day.
This year's theme at the Drucker Forum is creative resilience. You were just saying if you believe diversity is actually going to give you an edge. And I think our theme this year is such a great fit for your book, Good Power. At times, you faced incredible pressure and there were unbelievably high stakes. I'm thinking of the PwC consulting merger in 2002, where you had to integrate tens of thousands of consultants, merge these two completely different cultures. And it easily could have been a complete failure. And then, of course, as CEO, whether it was incredible responsibility or critical media headlines, Ginny, what kept you going personally through tough or difficult times?
That's a great question, because for all the examples you cited, and I would lead IBM through its most tumultuous change. And so that isn't easy. And it's enough that when I think of how to do hard things, it's one of the 5 principles is about resilience. And so, as you say, it's a good fit. And I came to believe that there were 2 things. And Jyoti, to what you said, I just use stories, and there are really practical tips of how. And the 2 things, though, have to do with attitude and relationships. and I'll make just a small comment on each. On attitude, what keeps you resilient? Of course, that's what you said. You have to have conviction about what you're doing, no doubt, right? And when a critical headline would be there, I tell my mom, just turn off the television. I'll tell you when to turn it back on. I know what I'm doing is right for the long run. But the other thing you would learn to do is love conflict. I think that's a different thought people don't think about. If you love conflict versus stew in conflict, you actually 9 times out of 10 are going to make progress, and you won't feel as stressed out of it. So I talk a lot about how to love conflict and how to resolve it, tension, how to love tension, as just one example. The other side I said is this idea of relationships and what do they have to do with resilience. I felt the broader my relationships, and they had to have been formed over years before, by the way. So I would recommend, and they're formed by what you give, not what you get. So early on as a youngster, I had a mentor say to me, hey, whenever someone asks you for help, you give it. And that just adds up over a lifetime. But what those different relationships did is they give you perspective. And when you're doing something hard, it's easy to get wed to one view or another view, or to dwell on the wrong things. And when you've got that, you'd be surprised how people show up at the right times. And they'll say, no, you're looking at that wrong. Or no, you shouldn't be concerned with that piece. Or, well, let me just offer you another way to look at that issue. And those two things, and it includes family, by the way. I talk a lot about my family. There are some people who say this book is a love letter to my husband. On bad days, I tell him I'm going to rip chapters out, but that point. And so to me, those were the two things of resilience, was that relationships for perspective and 4 or 5 different tips about your attitude, because you can control, everyone says that. The one thing you can control is your attitude about what happens. You can't control what happened. I can't control the circumstances when I became the leader, but I can control how I reacted to it.
Relationships matter, absolutely. You just mentioned that one of the many things that you did, part of this great change at IBM, was introducing leadership in fields like AI. And I can't let you go, Ginni. Maybe final question, but I do have to ask you, since your book is called Good Power, and certainly one of the major shifts in power is exponential technologies like AI, which could mean unprecedented centralization of control. When you consolidate bad power, it becomes worse power, as we know from history. Is this something you're concerned about? What does good power look like in the era of exponential technologies?
Yeah, I have been concerned about this a long time, Jyoti. In fact, one of those 5 principles is steward good tech. I can remember coining the word internally good tech in 2012, feeling that there was going to be this division between have-nots, that who would benefit from technology, and a smaller and smaller number were going to be the have versus the have-nots. I'll boil it down to this, and the reason it's in the book, because whether you build the technology or you use it, you have control over this. And that being good tech means, okay, fine, these technologies, then you manage their upside and their downside in parallel. In parallel. People do not do that today. I mean, social media didn't do it. We took all the up, and now we have this downside. And so now our lesson learned should be in parallel. And to me, the biggest determinant of whether these technologies are going to be successful is if people trust them. That was my takeaway from a decade of working on AI, that if the person using it didn't think that technology was there to make them better, not replace them. I mean, we can pick our goal here. I don't know, everyone keeps saying the goal is replacement. The goal should be augment, make better. That was a principle I'd written in 2013. That the goal of AI is to augment mankind, right? And so again, those of us that make it and use it, we have a lot of control. Yes, there are bad people out there, but we can do that. And so when you say now, that's to me, all the focus should be on how to build trust. I was with a group of doctors last night speaking about this topic, because they say this new version of AI with generative AI, healthcare is the #1 industry. I'm like, this isn't about whether this is right or wrong. It's going to be whether you trust this technology. Can the answers be explained? Can you actually change how your work is done? Will it make you better? If that's all true and healthcare changes from the inside out, then I think we have a chance to have profound healthcare change with AI. So that's my advice would be, it is about trust at the end of the day. It's not going to be about the technology, and that all of us have that within our power to manage that. And I think, in Europe, you have regulation that's been proposed, which if I sort of summarize it, the idea is, You can't regulate the technology. You can try to slow a technology down, good luck, because the bad guy will keep going. But you can regulate its use. And so the more high risk the use of these technologies, so I'm going to make, important health decisions, then there should be liability. We didn't do that in the past. If that's matched, I think you'll find people companies governing themselves much better. But we'll have a rocky road between here and there. I mean, we're going to have an election here in the United States. We'll see the impact on that. And that will shape people's opinions in the short run.
Ginny, thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing your personal journey with us, as well as these valuable lessons. And I do want to encourage everybody to pick up Ginny's book, Good Power. That was Ginni Rometty, co-chair of OneTen and former CEO of IBM. The world needs a lot more good power, so we now know some lessons we can apply. That's it from me, Jyoti Guptara. We'll be back with more from the authors writing the future of management. Until then, stay inspired and see you at the next Book Corner.
I'm Justin Brady, and you're watching Drucker Forum TV live. Raise your hand. I mean, I can't see it, but raise your hand if you've been watching all day with us. Or if you can't raise your hand because you don't have the superior technology. I saw people over in the corner of in the studio raising their hands, so that's good. If you want to tweet at us, you can actually tag me on that tweet. We don't call it tweet anymore, do we? We call it X or posting on X or something. G Drucker Forum is the X account, and of course, my account is Justin Brady. Make sure to include me in that. Honestly, I would love to see some feedback. What was your favorite guest? What was your favorite topic? What was your favorite Drucker quote? Do you have a favorite Drucker book? I'd like to know. Maybe I'll read that here on the stream. You missed Jyoti Guptara talking to Ginni Rometty, the first female CEO of IBM. If you're just tuning in now, he asked what it was like to be one of the first female CEOs of IBM. I did actually catch some portions of it. It was an incredible interview. If you did miss it, don't feel too bad. You can go back and watch the replay later. We'll put that all up there. And even on the website, we'll hot link all the names with specific timestamps to make it really easy to find that. She was talking about lessons she learned on leadership, and he asked how she discovered the idea of good power, which I'm not going to give that away. You have to watch the replay to figure that out. In the next hour, Eduardo Braun will be interviewing Lothar Wieler, chair of the Digital Health Cluster, Hasso Plattner Institute, professor of Digital Global Public Health. Also, for those that missed it yesterday, we're going to replay the Drucker Forum documentary in English. The full thing, it's not a teaser, we're going to play the full thing for you right here. I did ask Katharina Moser, she's the MC, what were some of her highlights? What were some of the highlights of the actual forum? Because remember, the stream is its own thing. It's almost like its own virtual event. And she mentioned that the Dan Pink, Amy Edmondson Failure and Regret panel was incredible, the Charles and Liz Handy panel, the Harminia Ibarra, London's Business School on how career changes are changing, which was fascinating. But right now, coming up in the next 15 minutes, Stefan Cern interviews Sally Susman. She's the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer at pharma giant Pfizer. She knows a thing or two about communication to a workforce under pressure. I think we can all agree on that. And in her new book, Breaking Through, she offers some powerful and practical advice on the subtle but vital art of communication. Stick with us on Drucker Forum TV.
Thank you, Justin. That's very efficient. That saves me from repeating the introduction I had ready. And I'm delighted to be joined by Sally Susman from Pfizer. Thanks so much for being here in Vienna.
Thank you, Stefan. Great to be with you.
Well, we've got your handsome book there on the table, Breaking Through. And as you explained quite early on in the book, that was a kind of challenge you set to yourself. And I suppose in the wider sense, the corporation, but in particular to yourself in terms of communication and getting messages through to the organization and out into the world. What did you mean by breaking through? What do you mean by breaking through?
Oh, thank you for asking. And if we go back in our minds to March of 2020, it was a very scary time, very different from today where we're enjoying being together in Vienna. And Pfizer CEO, Albert Bourla, my boss, made a breakthrough pledge to the world that he would bring forward or try to bring forward a vaccine by the end of the year. This was an incredible ambition, scientifically never done before. And I felt that if he had that much courage, I should have a breakthrough ambition for myself. And that really, in my role as Chief Corporate Affairs Officer at Pfizer, that really was to try to change the reputation of Big Pharma. And I felt this was my breakthrough moment, and that if we were going to have this ambition, that I would need to work very differently, which I did, and we may talk about. And in the end, now, Pfizer is a top 10 global brand, according to Fortune magazine, a very trusted company. And through this breaking through, I wanted to write this book to share those lessons with as many people as I can.
A lot of lessons, and not just at Pfizer, but through a career of some distinction in comms roles in other corporations. And you talk about being intentional. If you're going to break through, that means being intentional about it. And it's a word I think we hear quite a lot now in business, but what do you mean by intentional?
Thank you. So often, people don't think about their communications. And in fact, it's the premise of my book, that the difference between a good leader and one who is a game changer are those who are amazing communicators. And rule number one of communications is to be intentional. So my intention during the pandemic was to reintroduce Pfizer as a company that cared, that wanted to make a difference in the lives of ordinary people. And I've taken this intentionality thing pretty far. And so now, whenever I have a communication, whether it's talking to my parents and trying to be patient, or talking to my daughter and trying not to be judgmental, or meeting with you today and being here at the Drucker Forum to try and hopefully share some insights. I think that clarity of being intentional makes a big difference.
And what you were doing was very ambitious, as you say, because we're in, as you discuss at some length and very interestingly in the book, we're in this noisy, sometimes hostile and aggressive world of communications where breaking through or cutting through, we also sometimes say, getting messages through, being heard, is really difficult. And yet you use facts, you use data, you use clarity, which some cynics and some pessimistic people say is a difficult route to go down, but tell us how you made it work.
Thank you. Data, facts, science, truth are all very, very important things. And you're a journalist, so I don't have to convince you on truth. And the pursuit of truth and clarity and science and facts has never been more important than it is today. And in the rollout of the vaccine, we had wonderful data from our clinical trials, from real-world evidence studies that we were doing around the world. And we had many, many experts. Our chief scientific officer, and being able to work with health officials from around the globe. But I had a learning experience during the pandemic that is that those things were essential but insufficient to do the full job of communicating. And what surprised me was some very old-fashioned tactics were extremely important. Good old-fashioned storytelling. People, grandmothers who told the other grandmothers, I got to see my granddaughter because I'm vaccinated. Or college students who were able to return to campus life because they had the vaccine. And these stories, they were all over social media. They became, quite viral. And the really influential storytellers were less the politicians or the sports heroes or the rock stars, and much more the friend, the neighbor, the teacher, the preacher, the girl next door had a kind of a intimacy and credibility that's very important, especially when people are anxious during times of crisis.
And you also rose above the noise. You didn't sink to the level of the critics, the people that some of us call anti-vaxxers. That's not even a phrase I think you use as a corporation. You didn't go to that level. You stayed high. You stayed polite. You talk about the importance of manners and civility, which again, sometimes feel under pressure. But tell us about your approach to manners and good taste in a way, and good judgment in communication.
It's one of my favorite topics. I could talk about this for hours, and you're right. I don't call people anti-vaxxers. It's not a word I use in regular conversation because I think it's othering. It's finger pointing. It's creating more distance between us as human beings and not less. I tried very hard, as did my colleagues, to answer questions, to be available, to understand that, you know, having someone put a medicine, a vaccine into their body requires an inordinate amount of trust. And earning that trust is a daily thing. And if we can do it in a gracious way, in a kind way, I think it's more effective. And it's why I'm very interested in the theme of this conference, creative resilience.
Yes.
Because I think part of the creative part is being a bit more humble and a bit more gentle in our communications approach.
That's very, very interesting, because as a journalist, of course, we have this maybe slightly tired approach. No doubt some media were frustrated that Pfizer Corporation was not prepared to get into a fight with some of these people. They wanted you to talk about anti-vaxxers and so on, but as I say, you kind of avoided it or sidestepped that and just spoke in your own language.
I'm passionate about this point, and you're right. There were many times when your friends and colleagues in the media...
Nice chaps.
Yes, nice chaps.
And chapesses, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They wanted us to talk about a political issue, or wasn't this president wrong, or that prime minister inaccurate.
Right.
And there's no real place for politics, I believe, in business. There's lots of room for policy. There's lots of room for discussion and debate. But political accusations, name-calling, if anything, it might give you a short-term number of clicks, but it doesn't really engender trust and commitment among people.
You also offer, you know, for the cover price of a book, some high-powered, valuable consultancy, really, for corporations, for chief communications officers, corporate affairs officers, on a kind of recipe for when to get engaged in an issue and when to avoid it. Does it fit in with your purpose, your values? Is it relevant? Does it affect your customers, employees? Tell us a bit about your sort of checklist of when to engage or not.
This is the number one most frequently asked question that I receive, because it's on everyone's mind. When should a CEO or a company weigh in on an issue of public discourse? And there are so many issues happening now: climate, income inequality. And it's easy to be uncertain or confused or dragged in to the wrong discussion. My colleagues at Pfizer asked me several years ago, how will we know if we should get involved? And my company, like most companies, is very metric driven. We have a metric for financial investment. We have a metric for advancing a compound down the scientific pipeline. But when it came to this issue, should we speak out, we didn't have a metric. And I think people thought it was whatever Sally thinks, which is not good.
Not bad.
No, not good.
Not good enough.
Not good enough. And so we worked up a 5-question framework.
Right.
And just very briefly, Stefan, as you say, one, does it relate to our purpose? At Pfizer's purpose, breakthroughs that change patients' lives, it gives us a wide berth to discuss healthcare, anything to do with health and well-being. But if you speak out on every issue, you lose your agency. 2, how does it impact our most important stakeholders? For us, that's patients and employees, but every organization has its own stakeholders. 3, how does it relate to our values? Not our politics, but our values. We have 4, courage, excellence, equity, and joy. But it's not about being Democratic or Republican or conservative or liberal. It's really about values. 4, and this one is my favorite, what are our choices here? Because too often, people in my field, myself at times, are just reactive, defensive, and a reporter's calling on deadline, somebody needs a petition signed by the end of the day.
Yes.
I kind of reject all that and say, let's just write out in our own voice, with our own pen, how we feel. We issue it to our employees first, and then we put it on our website. And it's kind of taken the madness out of, and the chaos out.
So the employees hear it first, they don't get it from another source.
Exactly.
That's very important.
And then the fifth and final question is simply, what is the cost of our silence, and what is the price of silence? And there are some issues in the world, I believe, racism, violence in the schools, that require good corporate citizens to speak out.
Right, not being a bystander on the right issue. But you've alluded to it there. You take a pause. You take a pause to think. And you also talk about that in everyday communications, phone calls, email, taking a pause. Now, in this hurry, faster, instant world where we beep and click and zap and want things immediately, sometimes we forget that, as you say, what are our choices? Our choice is also to stop and think, maybe, before we speak and write things.
I believe in the pause. And as you say, a pause can be very uncomfortable in our world, where people expect immediate responses.
Yes.
I have made most of my mistakes, and my mistakes are detailed in my book.
They are.
If you want to read about my mistakes, they're all there.
Yeah.
I make most of my mistakes when I'm rushing. I actually know someone who lost his career over an ill-conceived social media posting that I'm sure he didn't think about.
Yeah.
Often I advise people when talking to journalists, just because the journalist is quiet doesn't mean you need to keep talking.
That's
It's a trick
absolutely
people
right.
like you use on people like me.
You got me.
A pause is a powerful thing.
Oh, silence, absolutely. I was told to use silence. When I was at journalism school, we were told to use silence. We were told to wait because they'll keep talking. Also, negotiating fees.
Yes.
Never respond to the first number. You know, just let it sit there and then go, well, we could maybe go a bit higher. It's a fantastic book, Sally. I really enjoyed reading it. All your tales of what you've learnt over 3 decades, a bit more than 3 decades, as you say. Mentors, that's the other thing you said we really lost in lockdown, and which we're enjoying being together again, thanks to vaccines. The need to be together, the need to huddle, the need for grown-up people to share what they've seen, but also for younger people to say what they're seeing, right? So getting together is another big part of your communication method.
I love to mentor people, and I find at this stage of my career, it's a big part of my job.
Right.
Teaching others. I have a colleague here with me today because I like to be with people and roll up our sleeves and solve a problem together. I missed that terribly during the pandemic. And you just can't do it on Zoom, in my view. It's really about being in the room where it happened.
Yes.
So it was during the pandemic that I wrote the book and tried to pour the heart of my mentorship into the book. And in my field, corporate affairs and communications, there's not a singular degree. You know, you don't need a medical degree or a law degree. You need a set of experiences that one largely gets through apprenticeship. And so I feel that it's my job and my passion, my mission to apprentice people in this work. And I've tried to put as much of it as I can into breaking through.
So the last thought, really, better communications, people saying what they mean and then doing what they say they're going to do, so the communication is verified in that sense, or validated. Is this how we get back to some greater sense of trust and calm? Because, again, being the journalist, I can put the pessimistic thought to you that it's a noisy world out there. It's an election year in the US and elsewhere. And there's not a lot of trust about, there's not a lot of trust in the air in our communications even. Can we get there? I mean, you seem to have achieved a lot with Pfizer and with the book, but
Oh, but
are
we
you
must
hopeful?
get there. We must get there. The final chapter of my book is about seeking harmony. And I feel strongly, Stefan, that harmony doesn't mean you and I are going to agree on everything, but rather that we can live together and have the skills and the muscles as leaders and communicators to disagree agreeably, to remain open to the possibility that maybe, just maybe, I'm not right, but you are. And I feel this ability, Adam Grant describes and defines harmony as the pleasing arrangement of different sounds. We need to create an environment where we have the pleasing arrangement of different sounds.
Great note to end on. Thanks so much, Sally Susman.
Thank you.
This is what the hours before the start of a major conference look like. Any conference of this size, which lasts 2 days and is attended by 500 people from all over the world, requires lengthy preparation and detailed planning, organization, and logistics. Or in other words, it needs management. But this conference here is even more than that, because it's also a conference about management. Perhaps the world's most important and best known in this field. This here is the Global Peter Drucker Forum in Vienna.
I think the Peter Drucker Forum is the premier management conference in the world. I have come many times over the last few years, and I'm so excited to be back after the pandemic. There are not a lot of management conferences, and this one I think really stands head and shoulders above the rest. The people here, the community, the ideas that are being discussed are really important, and it's just a lovely group of people to get together with and get to meet and to talk to about the future of management. But it's also the charm of Vienna. Vienna is a beautiful and wonderful city, and it's just so special to be here, and something about being here seems to really unlock people's creativity and imagination and inspiration, and I think that we all leave feeling a little bit more inspired to go back to our jobs and try to manage more thoughtfully.
For an insider interested in business and management, it's actually like coming home. It's really profound experience if you are leading organizations or advising organizations or interested in the trajectory of how the world works, actually, which is what I'm interested in my writing. This is my tribe, the Drucker Forum, and you have conversations, sessions, debates, presentations, and really what you have is ideas, invisible ideas that float around and cram in and pass from person to person. And it's a very interesting, unusual mix. And those of us that come are devotees.
The intent of the Drucker Forum is to step back and see a much bigger picture of what is the role of business and of management in society, and how do we think about that with respect to the future of humanity. So it's a much bigger lens, a bigger perspective, and that forces us to confront the things that businesses do and that management does that are not in support of creating a healthy and sustainable future. And so the conversations, I think, are meant to be deliberately provocative and thoughtful.
The Peter Drucker Forum is named after Peter Drucker, who was born in Vienna in 1909 and grew up here in Kaskaram in Vienna's upscale 19th district, in this house, which was built by star architect Joseph Hoffmann. In the living room of the house, Peter Drucker's parents regularly hosted salons to which leading minds from the fields of medicine, science, and economics were invited. Peter Drucker was allowed to attend these salons at an early age. In this interview from 1999, Drucker called being allowed to listen there his real education.
Das war eigentlich meine Erziehung, zuhören zu dürfen.
In 1927, immediately after graduating from high school, Peter Drucker left Vienna for Germany, where he worked for a daily newspaper. After the Nazis seized power in 1933, Drucker went to England, where he worked for a private bank, and took part in Keynes's legendary seminars in Cambridge. In 1937, Peter Drucker went to the USA, where his books on totalitarianism and industrial society caught the attention of major companies such as General Motors and General Electric, who subsequently hired him as a management consultant. From the early 1950s, Drucker also began teaching at New York University, at the world's first chair of management.
We hear from a young Peter Drucker.
In the following decades, Peter Drucker rose to become the leading thinker in the field of management, the management guru in the USA as well as in Japan. A whole series of classics of management literature originated from the pen or typewriter of Peter Drucker. Drucker remained active as a columnist and book author into old age, and he was still giving lectures at the age of 90. He died in California in 2005 at the age of 95. The first Drucker Forum took place in November 2009 to celebrate what would have been Peter Drucker's 100th birthday. To mark the occasion, fans, friends, and family members of Drucker gathered at the House of Industry in Vienna. Among them, the Pope of Marketing, Philip Kotler, and Drucker's widow, Doris.
He never told me, he never explained why he felt impelled to leave Austria. Perhaps he felt the diminution of the territory. As you know, they had shrunk considerably between 1909, the year of his birth, in 1927 or so when he left. Perhaps he thought there were fewer opportunities for a young man. I really don't know. He was not much of a coffee house fellow. And the Vienna of the Strauss waltz, the Blue Danube, and the Franz Lehrer operettas left him cold. So I did not know him then, of course. We only met when we were in our 20s. So whatever I know about those years is either hearsay or what he told me, which may have been the truth or not, I don't know.
By the way, I carry with me a 1955 book. You know, there's the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the Drucker Testament. This is the practice of management, and I was looking again at that famous chapter, What is Our Business? I'll say some things about that. You know, I was talking to Charles Handy about the fact I'm torn. Having heard what was said the last period, I really want to talk about those things, but it's Peter who I want to stick to right now initially about his influence and why he is absolutely the grandfather of marketing, the godfather of marketing, because this book is a 1955 book. It's called The Practice of Management, and that makes it 55 years ago or more. But the point is, we're still talking about a customer orientation and serving the customer and meeting needs, and it's all there so many years earlier.
In the years that followed, the Drucker Forum continued to evolve. The focus was no longer on Peter Drucker as a person, but on current topics in the field of management, which were discussed by the thought leaders in their field in front of and with the audience at changing locations in Vienna.
These leaders understand their innovation comes from collections of peoples, collaborations of people who have diverse perspectives, diverse expertise.
Peter Drucker remains really one of the preeminent thought leaders in the field of management. I have met so many people who will tell me that his articles on managing themselves, on leadership, have reshaped their careers. If you think about, we all go to work every day, work can be a grind. We should all be fortunate enough to have jobs that we find meaningful and that we enjoy. But I think Peter Drucker really helped put his finger on the human side of management, and that's kind of what people like me and all the rest of us are now trying to do. We're just trying to catch up with him. And so I think one of the things that's special about coming here is the focus, as Drucker would have put it, on that human side of management, on trying to get the best out of people, on expecting the best from yourself. And so even today, there's been thousands of books written, in the mold of Drucker, but there's only one Drucker. And I think that if you read any of his articles today, they really stand the test of time, and they still make a ton of sense.
Peter Drucker's work, I think, is relevant because he writes, like all great literature, in simple, effective, memorable language, speaking certain truths, universal truths. And the reality is, I write about work and business for Bloomberg now, and I go back in history and read a lot of management literature from the 20s and the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. And the reality is that the issues are in fact quite similar. If you discount the technology we have now, the energy crisis we have now, and therefore there's a timeless quality to the problems and a timeless quality to Peter Drucker's writing. But he also had a sympathy and an understanding of humanity, which probably came from his experience of coming from Austria.
So I teach at Harvard Business School. I still assign articles by Peter Drucker to my second-year MBA students. I teach a course called Becoming a General Manager. And Peter Drucker wrote very thoughtfully and in timeless ways about the role of the general manager. And the general manager is the person who feels a sense of responsibility for the whole entity, rather than an expert in, say, marketing or manufacturing or finance. So the general manager has the role of managing people with their different expertise, bringing them together to create value as a team, as a whole. And I find his writings incredibly relevant and useful for today.
Many of the things that he said are eternally true. When he said that there is only one valid purpose of a corporation, to create a customer, that is like Einstein, that is like Copernicus, saying something that appeared to be obviously wrong when he said it. But 50 years later, 70 years later, it's become obvious that that is how companies should be run. So there are those eternal truths, which was ignored for 50 years, but eventually that is one of the great values, that he has some of those insights which are eternal. There were some things, of course, where the world has changed. Digital economy wasn't in existence at the time, but I think he would be thrilled to see what's happened, that those eternal truths that he enunciated have become the driving force of the digital economy.
Every year, the Drucker Forum has a different theme. One of the recent ones was Performance That Matters. It focused on the many facets of performance and how it can be defined, measured, and appropriately rewarded in a radically changing world of work. In this context, Gary Hamel from the London Business School did not hold back with critical remarks in one of the plenaries.
If you think about business innovation over the last decade or two, we've seen like radical business innovation, like 10 out of 10. If you think about the difference between using PayPal versus a checkbook, you think about the difference between YouTube and the BBC and so on. This is 10 out of 10 kind of, change. And I like to ask CEOs, can you imagine a similar radical shift in how your organization is run? In the way how power is accumulated, how decisions are made, what leadership means. Can you imagine anything that would be as radical as the shift from BBC to YouTube? And most of them completely struggle because they can't even get their minds around the fact that we're hostage to a particular set of techniques and technologies that go back 150 years. So I think that's if you talk about performance, I think that's where you have to start. You have to be able to imagine organizations that may be very different. I think in a more prosaic, near-in kind of way, for sure, we have incredibly misaligned incentives at the top of companies. You know, if you look at almost any study, you'll see that there is zero, and the most recent study found a negative correlation between CEO compensation and performance, which completely undermines any argument that CEOs should be making 400 or 500 times what ordinary employees. Last year, Andy Jassy at Amazon made 6,500 times as much as the median income of an Amazon employee. And we thought we'd solve this agency problem by tying compensation to share price. And what we simply did was create a lot of smart CEOs and gave them, you know, we told them go out and manipulate the share price. And the easiest way of doing that is through share buybacks. U.S. companies have bought $3 trillion of their shares over the last 4 years. The next easiest way is you gear up, you add more debt. Debt of U.S. companies has been growing at 9% a year for the last decade, far faster than GDP, far faster than their capital spending. The next way you try to create this illusion of resilience and growth is through killer acquisitions and M&As. Even if they long-term destroy value, they at least create some sense of doing something. By the way, about half of that growing debt has been used for share buybacks. So clearly something is wrong here. And my simple, I hope, rather simple solution would be to start measuring CEOs by changes in enterprise value, not share price, but look at the market value, corrected for changes in GDP growth, changes in the broader stock market, sector-specific changes. So you really only get paid well if you're growing enterprise value faster than your peers, faster than the market overall. And I would pay them on probably a 3-year rolling basis. Would that deter some CEOs from taking the job? Yeah, the mercenaries and the manipulators, but that's maybe okay. So I think there are fundamentally misaligned incentives, and we've seen that play out over the last decade. And it's a question of when investors, institutional investors and so on, are going to have the courage to really address this as a problem.
The Drucker Forum was also the ideal place for the Australian management thinker Steve Denning to ask some very crucial questions.
Yesterday we had a workshop on reinventing capitalism in the digital age. Now, 8 years ago, it would have been impossible even to discuss the possibility of having such a workshop, let alone actually having the workshop and finding that this was very meaningful to the people who came and starting to rethink, well, what would it mean to reinvent capitalism? What would it mean for all of the issues of the way people are treated in firms, the way the disparity between executive compensation and worker compensation, the fact that capitalism has been a tremendously positive thing over 500 years, but the last 50 years have been an aberration. Why has that aberration happened? Why was there a sudden focus on shareholder value as opposed to taking what Peter Drucker said? There was only one valid purpose of a corporation: to create a customer. That dictum, which he said in 1954, repeated over and over again, was something 8 years ago we could hardly bring up in the Drucker Forum. It was embarrassing that Peter Drucker had said something as comprehensive and as very clear as that. But now you see that companies which are actually implementing that, companies here in Europe, companies in Silicon Valley, that are actually taking that seriously and running the whole company, creating value for customers. That becomes the be-all and the end-all of the corporation. And strangely, it's more profitable than firms who actually focus on making money.
Come here! Come here till I embrace you! Don't touch me. What, do you want me to go away?
The Drucker Forum also regularly puts on special highlights, such as here, for example, the performance of a scene from the play Waiting for Godot, a play about unfulfilled expectations.
Where did you spend the night? Don't touch me. Don't question me. Don't speak to me. Stay with me. Did I ever leave you? You let me go.
The scene was directed by Scott Handy, who is not only a director and actor, but also the son of the famous management pioneer Charles Handy. The latter was unable to come to Vienna due to his age, but sent a video message instead.
With you in person. I was so looking forward to it. But life takes strange turns. So here I am with you electronically.
Following his father's video message, Scott Handy spoke to Drucker Forum moderator Katharina Moser about the similarities between artistic production and business management.
So my question to you is really, what can business learn from arts?
I think it's a really interesting question. I remember one of your panelists earlier today talking about the perpetual crisis. I think it might have been Scott, my namesake, talking about the perpetual crisis that organizations and business find themselves in. And I was just thinking, I think the arts and business can help each other, because the arts crisis is the sea in which the arts live and swim. Not only do arts organizations, but artists and performers have to learn to manage crisis, but frankly, crisis is the defining active ingredient that makes performance happen.
A fixed highlight of every Drucker Forum is a special gala dinner. This gala dinner traditionally includes an artistic supporting program and short speeches. Here, for example, by Adi Ignatius, editor-in-chief of the renowned Harvard Business Review.
You know, who really represents the legacy of Peter Drucker? That is this forum.
Accompanying the Global Peter Drucker Forum is Drucker Forum TV, a dedicated online channel broadcasting impressions from the conference and numerous interviews live from the conference.
Live right now from Vienna's Hofburg Palace. I've been walking around and it's stunningly gorgeous here. And the whole point of Drucker TV, it's going to run parallel to the Global Peter Drucker Forum. So this is your exciting little window into what's happening at the Global Peter Drucker Forum. It's not going to be a live stream of the Global Peter Drucker Forum. You have to come to Vienna for that, sorry to tell you. But we are going to give you exclusive interviews and fascinating discussions with some of the best management leaders in the world.
The Peter Drucker Challenge is also traditionally part of the Drucker Forum. This is an essay competition that has been taking place since 2010 and is aimed at students, young managers, and young entrepreneurs. The best are invited to Vienna for the Drucker Forum. This way, an ever-new connection between the Drucker Forum and the younger generation is created.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this conversation with Lothar Wieler, specialized in microbiology and infectious medicine at the Global Peter Drucker Forum. Very welcome, Lothar Wieler.
Thank you so much, Eduardo, for having me.
You're working intensely at the Hasso Plattner Institute. What are you doing there?
Well, basically, the Hasso Plattner Institute is a leading IT engineering institution in Germany. And in addition to this, it also is an academic faculty at a public university. So this is a unique opportunity actually, because usually you do not have a privately funded academic institution at a public university. And what we are working on is we have a very interesting ecosystem there. Not only do we have leading specialists in IT business, be it AI or database management or whatever you can think about, or cybersecurity even. But in addition to this, the Hasso Plattner Institute offers a design thinking school and an entrepreneurship school. So basically the students that are taught at this place are really fit for purpose.
It's interesting because you're moving outside of a narrow specialization into other fields. Are you thinking of adding humanities also to that?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I am the coordinator of the so-called digital health cluster. At the Hasso Plattner Institute, we have formed 5 research clusters, one being digital health. And to be very frank here, it's all about bringing humanity and technology together. And particularly in the health sector, obviously, it is so important that we move ahead digitization, but it's not because of the technology, but because it should serve the human beings. And that's the key issue here.
Tell us more about the research or the projects going on with healthcare and digitalization.
Yeah, so we are currently 5 professorships in this cluster. However, we will grow to 7, perhaps even 8 over the next 2 years. So there in principle are 2 areas where we work in. One area is what we call precision medicine. So basically, you're using large data amounts, for example, to make better diagnostics, better predictive models. I think a key area that people are working in this cluster is, for example, looking at oncological patients, tumor patients. What can you do to more specifically treat this particular cancer? What can you do to more specifically diagnose a certain disease? This is what we call precision medicine on an individual level. But I am interested more in a public health perspective. So we call it precision public health. So my group is more interested in trying to get people to live more healthy. You have to understand that most of the diseases that we are talking about today are diseases that could be prevented. Number 1 and 2 is diabetes and ischemic heart disease. And there also cancer comes into play. However, diabetes, you could prevent 90% if you only live healthy, you do some physical activity, and the food intake is more healthy. So you can prevent this. And bringing people, empower people to live more healthy, digital tools can also do a good job there.
It's interesting because health was concentrated in curing disease, and now it's moving to a more holistic, again, approach of lifestyle. Besides the data collection, what other things can we do to help people improve their lifestyle in terms of nutrition, sleep, and other good behaviors?
Yeah. You absolutely touched the point. So far, first of all, the biggest issue and the biggest hurdle, the health systems in most of the societies, the system as such are rotten because they incentivize that you treat sick patients. Most medical doctors and hospitals make their living from treating sick patients. So the outcome is volume. More patients, more money.
Yeah, the incentives are the other way around.
It should be changed. So this is the big issue here. The first issue, before we can put the best technological tools in there, but as long as the system is rotten, you can't change it. So we have to change it to an outcome-oriented system. Outcome means longevity. People have to live longer and more healthy. So having said this, it's of course a huge issue because you have to change the system totally, which is really, really, really not easy to do. But how can you do it from the point of the individuals and the public health sector? Basically, I mean, it's about education. Obviously, education is very, very important. And of course, you can educate people with digital tools. You can multiply it. You can scale it up if it is the right educational tools that you're using. And you should always be able to offer the people incentives to make a better living. They have to understand it. You know, there's this new drug on the market. It's a therapeutic where you can treat obese people. You give them a shot, and they will lose weight. So this is terrible. There are some people who need this drug, but now this will be a lifestyle drug because people say, oh, I want to get slim. And instead treating the preventive issue, they go to the therapeutic. They should live more healthy and should do more physical activity, then they don't need this drug, you know?
It's interesting because when you move to living a healthier life, you have a challenge that is not just that you'd have to explain them, because we know it already.
Exactly.
But it's hard to do it. Why do we have such a hard time to do exercise, to meditate, to have a healthy diet? Why is it hard?
So you have to have an incentive of it, you know? You have to be lucky by what you are doing. And so far, the incentives that are given by the society, by companies, some companies do it actually, or by governmental institutions, the incentives are not that much that people really like their jobs and like the outcome, and they could be really get advantages by having a healthier lifestyle. But it's just about productivity in terms of products they are producing. But you could bring this together if you change the incentivation system. Because if you don't change the setting, the environment, people alone can't do it.
Changing the incentives. Give me one place to start.
Well, imagine you would get incentivized if you do more physical activity and eat more healthy. You, of course, then you, as an employer, you have to offer the opportunity to do it. Okay. Offer the opportunity to do some stuff, and in your canteen, offer good food. And then, if you measure this, you could even say, okay, those people who take this path, you could even incentivize them by the biggest incentivation still, money. It's not great, but it's an incentivation.
It's effective.
It's effective, absolutely, yeah.
Going back to science, what's the role of AI in all these challenges?
AI, from my personal understanding, is a huge game changer. Okay. It has both critical sides and positive sides. I think it has more positive sides. If we know the critical sides, we should mitigate them and handle them. But imagine, for example, when it comes about large data, of course, obviously no medical doctor can ever have that much knowledge in his head than an AI system could do if you have a patient. But also, if you think about scaling up solutions, it's pretty easy to scale it up. And in addition, you can automate a lot. So this really gives you the chance to automate also the so-called patient journey in a hospital, which could be more efficient, not effective only, but really efficient. So the outcome could be more efficient if you utilize it properly.
So enormous amount of data, automation, scaling up, because you could give Africans the best level of service. Yeah. What will be the new role of doctors in this world?
Yeah. I mean, we don't have enough doctors. Okay. So first of all, they can really, in an ideal world, they could stick to their job. Instead of doing bureaucracy, or so, they could take care of the patients. Okay. They could talk to the patients more for a longer time. You know, they could show more empathy. Yes. They would have more time to it, because the other stuff is done by automation, for example. Mm-hmm. So doctors are the key here, because they should utilize, they should be supported by AI. And when you're talking about African countries, for example, one big issue or two big issues with AI are, one is bias. We have a huge problem because currently all the data are trained from the Global North data. So these are biased because it's different than people in other parts of the world. And secondly, of course, there's the possibility that you produce an even larger digital divide, so that the division, the partition between the global north and the global south is getting even bigger. So we have to directly think about how can we put these methodologies also to colleagues from all over the world. It's dominated by English language. Think about training models. Most of the training models are in English language, but there are hundreds of languages worldwide. So we have to take all of this into consideration, yeah? Because otherwise, other countries and part of the world will not profit from AI.
You highlighted a few of the problems with AI, like language, digital access, biased data, input data, but are there any other more serious?
Oh, yes.
Share a few.
So basically, we're now talking about unintentional issues, yeah? Because most of the people don't want to widen the gap for digitization. But of course, there are also intentional problems, intentional misinformation. It's a huge issue. If you intentionally, for example, program algorithms towards a certain group of people that drive them into whatever disease, for example, you could do it. And I think, for me personally, the biggest issue is misinformation, calculated misinformation. If you look back to the pandemic, for example, there was definite misinterpretation, misinformation, in particular about vaccination, which did a lot of damage. And this is something that I'm personally most afraid of.
Let's finish with that. What were the lessons learned in handling the global crisis we had with COVID?
Yeah.
You played a key role there. Lessons learned.
Well, I think the biggest lesson for all those who are not in the so-called public health sector is a pandemic is not only a health crisis, but it's a crisis all over the society. So obviously, if you want to solve such a crisis, you have to work together, as we say, all over government. Yeah? Because the government plays a key role when it comes to frameworking, to setting up legal rules and so on. And the second issue here is it's all about trust and communication. Without trust, you don't have any chance to convince people to do the right thing. And so this trust has to be built up in times of peace, because otherwise it's simply too late. These are my most important lessons.
Didn't you find a mismatch between political objectives and healthcare objectives?
I think this mismatch was seen at certain time points, in certain moments, and this is one of the issues that we should really dive into more, because most countries don't do it, but we have to understand it. I have a quote from Mario Monti, the previous Prime Minister of Italy. He said, "We have to be geniusly mistrusted against politicians." Why? They have a problem with time and with space. Time, they want to get re-elected after 4 or 5 years, so they have to solve all the issues in this time, which is not possible. And space, they have, which is a pity, to look at a national level. They can't really think about global issues because the voters won't incentivize them for this. So obviously politicians are in a tough job.
Thank you very much, Lothar, Wieler. And thank you for watching Drucker TV.
Dear participants, let's have a quick recap about what happened so far at this conference.
We're on Drucker Forum TV live across the world, and I'm, of course, your host, Justin Brady. I'm still with you. I never sleep. I actually sleep right here on the studio floor. I won't make the camera guy chase me onto the floor, but no, I'm just kidding. I didn't sleep here. Someone did ask me that this morning. The answer is no. They got us a nice hotel to stay in. So it's 1300 here in Vienna, local time at the Global Peter Drucker Forum, and it's 7 o'clock in the morning in New York City. Welcome, everyone. Let's do a quick recap, if we can. The forum started in 2009 to commemorate what would have been Peter Drucker's 100th birthday. That's why this all exists. Since then, it's evolved into an annual event and fixture in the world of management. That's not an exaggeration. Even as an outsider from the Global Peter Drucker Forum, it's very well respected. If you're watching this, you probably get it. It's hosted annually in Vienna because this is the birthplace of Peter Drucker. Right now, we're standing in Hofburg Palace. It's right in the middle of Vienna. It's absolutely gorgeous if you ever get to swing by. It's overwhelming. If you go on X, formerly known as Twitter, I have a picture posted there in the top of me standing in front of the building. It's massive, and it's absolutely beautiful everywhere you walk in this building. We're adjacent to the Global Peter Drucker Forum. So for those that don't know, it's like two different events happening at once. There's the Global Peter Drucker Forum, but then we grab speakers and bring them in here. We interview speakers from elsewhere around the world in a unique event. So there's almost two events happening at the same time. So this is not just a stream of the forum. It's completely unique. Obviously, you should come to Vienna sometime and come to the forum. It's incredible. And then go later and watch this all on replay. I think that'd be a good idea. So Eduardo Braun just had an interview with Lothar Wieler, chair of the Digital Health Cluster and the professor of Digital Global Public Health on healthcare transformation. So we're going from curing disease to nurturing life and changing a rotten system. If you missed that, the replay is right here. You can see it on YouTube. And Stefan Stern, at the beginning of the hour, met with Sally Susman, the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer at Pfizer, about communicating to a workforce under pressure. So if you missed those, don't worry, you can always go back and check them out. In the next hour, we're going to work Eduardo Braun really hard today. He has another interview with President Macri of Argentina. President Macri served from 2015 to 2019, and he is a successful businessman, became the president of a football club, the mayor of Buenos Aires, and president of Argentina. And they're going to talk about implementing creative solutions with resilience. A lot coming up, but right now we're going to go to Christine Brigiato. She has more reactions from notable guests live from the red carpet, including Annie from Huawei. But that's all I got. So what's up, Christine? Let's go to her.
Welcome back to our next and final red carpet here at the 15th Global Peter Drucker Forum. My name is Christine Brigiato, and we currently have a lunch break ongoing in our conference halls here at the Vienna Hofburg Palace. So people are grabbing their snacks and their lunches, making sure they have enough energy for the rest of the final conference day. For our final red carpet today, I invited, again, as you know the format maybe already, a couple of interesting conference participants and thought provokers that we really want to, get some ideas from of what their experience is at the conference and what ideas they have for us to take away with. My first guest is Gila Clara Jesus, and she will be talking with us a little bit about art, so I'm curious what she has to say. Welcome, Gila.
Thank you for having me.
I hope I pronounced the name correctly this time. Thank you for being here. How is it going so far at this conference for you?
It's beautiful, so much, energy and so many interesting people. This is a blast, really.
I'm so glad to hear this. So tell me, beforehand we were chatting a little bit, so we decided that you should probably come onto this red carpet so viewers can also hear about this. You were talking about the difference between creative resilience and artistic resilience. What is that?
As a UNESCO Artist of Peace, I really think a lot about how we can use art and creativity, especially as a coach also, an executive coach. I'm using a lot art and creativity in my coaching. So when it comes to the difference between creative resilience and artistic resilience, I would say creative resilience is all about how to recover from an obstacle, how to get together again, how to cope with the difficulty. That's creative resilience. Artistic resilience is not only to come back to who we are, but to add a little something that will make you stronger, that will make you more beautiful. And I would like to mention a beautiful art, a Japanese art, that is called kintsugi. Kintsugi is the art where you break a vase or you break a bowl, you know, on purpose. And basically you are having it back again by putting gold, you know, into all of the scars. And I would say that in the kintsugi, putting the vase together is creative resilience, putting the gold is artistic resilience. And how can I make from my scar something that will actually be the basis, the new me, and go further?
I love this, and I love this image of the vase also. To make it a bit more concrete, how would you yourself kind of, act on this in the real world? Do you have like an example maybe on how we can embrace this vase more?
Well, what we can do, and this is something that I do also with my coaches, is to do a diary of failures. Usually we always do like a success storyboard, you know, on all of our resume. But what about a resume about our failures? And how come one failure after the other allow us to find new strength, to better understand our resources, to better understand who we are in terms of identity? So this is something very concrete that everyone can do in order to get this notion of artistic and creative resilience.
I love this, Gila. Thank you for sharing this, because yesterday we were already talking about with some conference participants and here on Drucker Forum TV about failure culture, and that we should look at them more because, they are not going to go away anyway, so we might as well acknowledge them and deal with them. So thank you so much for coming on the red carpet with me. Final word, what would you describe this atmosphere here at this conference?
I would describe it very intellectually stimulating. That's really what I like. You're coming as if you were in a fishbowl and with other fishes, and suddenly you're like, oh, you are swimming in the same water? Me too. And this is such a wonderful encounters. So I love the ambience, I love the people, and it's just one of a kind forum. So thank you to Peter Drucker for having inspired that.
Thank you so much for your positive inspiration here on the red carpet, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you so much, Gila. Thank you. Wow, okay, so much positive energy coming to me here at the red carpet. I believe this is like my favorite job, actually, standing here on the red carpet, getting to know all these people who tell me their ideas and inspirations. So I'm happy to have one more guest here on the red carpet with me today. And we have Annie from Huawei joining us here on the red carpet. Welcome, Annie. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, I'm doing great. Thank you for inviting me to join.
Of course, thank you so much, Annie. Huawei is actually one of our sponsors of this conference, so thank you so much for making this happen. And we also had some workshops actually right before the conference started, the day before, and Huawei was actually in one of those workshops. So any takeaways that you had from these workshops? What was it about? What were some takeaways?
Yeah. Because actually SMEs are very important. Like they generate 70% of the tax revenues and 80% of tech innovations and 90% for the employment. So that is why we think that for Peter Drucker Forum, such a great meeting on management, it's great to listen to the voices of SMEs as well. And you have such a great pool of great speakers. So it would be a great opportunity for them to come here and learn and network with them. And it's grateful for their opportunities. So in the workshop on day one, Drucker Forum recommended two great speakers for us, Carla and Kurt, to give them some hands-on skills training program. So they really enjoy the interactive sessions. And we also introduced how Huawei, as a tech company, can help them grow with our tech resources and the business networking resources for them. So that's basically the idea.
Okay, wonderful. Yes, so I'm sure there were many discussions going on, and these workshops are always good to get more of this interactive energy flowing, so to say. Is there anyone interesting you've met already at this conference, or anything new you've learned?
I actually quite enjoyed the panel discussion that our speaker also joined. That's about creativity and resilience, and it's a panel of chaired by Bill Fisher. And the background of the speakers are quite diverse. Like we have architects, we also have professors from Singularity University. We also have people like us tech people, and also some management gurus. So this kind of diverse background kind of creativity itself. They even challenge, like, we should not say bouncing back, we should say bouncing forward, not back to the old level, but up to the new level. Yeah.
Definitely. I also overheard some conversations on bouncing back versus bouncing forward, about the definition of resilience, etc. What is your personal definition on resilience, and how do you make sure to stay resilient in your everyday life?
On my personal level, I think day to day we meet different kind of setbacks. Like it's either external, internal, internal, your family, or it has some changes, or you have a career change. Currently, the situation outside is not so good. Like actually on my way to Drucker Forum, I talked to a female driver. So she lost her job for about 3 to 4 months and cannot find a new job. And I say, but she still keeps trying. She tries to be an Uber driver and to get to know people on the road. And then I think people should have this kind of can-do spirits, like never give up, and I try all I can to kind of overcome all the difficulties that we have.
That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing this with us and your insights of the conference that you had so far. And we hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you for joining me on the red carpet today. Thank you, Annie. So this was our very final red carpet here on Drucker Forum TV. Yet, don't be afraid, we still have more content coming up for you directly from the studio. We have some more guests waiting there for you, so make sure to tune back in. And you, of course, always have the opportunity to kind of review everything, because we have a YouTube live stream link. So if you just press rewind, you have the opportunity to rewatch all the parts that you want to rewatch. With that being said, this was me, Christine Brogiato, from the red carpet.
I'm going to be, I think, probably the black sheep of the panel. I'm not sure, because I don't know what others are going to say. But I definitely will not talk about the state as enabler, but as investor of first resort, not just lender of last resort, in some ways as lead innovator. But surely it's not about state versus business, but it's really about what sort of new thinking should we have about the public sector and its role in forming dynamic partnerships with different actors, private actors, third sector, including civil society, which has always been very important as a key market shaper. Anyway, so this is a great conference to be having at this particular moment in time, because after the financial crisis, there was lots of talk that we don't just want growth for growth's sake, we want a particular type of growth. And this concept of smart innovation-led growth is sort of on the signs outside the UN, the OECD, the European Commission, this Horizon 2020 program, which is all about smart growth, sustainable growth, inclusive growth. And what I want to argue is that unfortunately, and probably even in this room, we have a real crisis of thinking in a really lame, boring, inertial, old-fashioned way about the state. Both those who are pro and those who are against. So, we hear, of course the state is important. We're not Tea Party politicians. We're, smart adults in an intellectual room here. Of course the state has a role, but what role? Is it just to level the playing field and then allow all the action to happen in the market, in the private sector? Is it just to de-risk and facilitate the private sector? Is it just in economic speak to solve and to fix different types of market failures? So when things mess up, and we've just lived through a massive mess up, the state comes in and puts bandages in different places. Or is it something more interesting? And I would argue that we often hear a not very interesting thing, and sorry, Adrian, if I put your magazine up here, The Economist every single week in the editorial section. So what's inside The Economist is fascinating. The editorial section is always telling us this story, which I don't find very interesting, which is, of course, the state is important. Fund the schools, fund the infrastructure, get the right sort of tax policies, get, the right conditions, the background conditions, which in Europe we call the framework conditions, but then get the hell out of the way. So the really cool people, the Zuckerbergs of this world, sorry, here we go. The Zuckerbergs, the Steve Jobses, the Bill Gateses can do the really interesting thing. And the state there is sort of like a Kafkian bureaucrat, signing the papers, making sure things are administered, et cetera, and again, leveling the playing field. So I wrote a book, and very sorry for this completely self-promotional slide, but hey, these kind of conferences, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Which I called The Entrepreneurial State, which in this country, and in Germany because that was where the publisher was from, called it Das Kapital des Staat, so the capital of the state, which I think is a great title, because what I'll be speaking to you about in my remaining 6 minutes and 47 seconds, is what do I mean by an entrepreneurial state? What does it mean to talk about the state as having been a lead investor in places like Silicon Valley, in places like China today, but in a very different way, and there's big questions there on what the impact of that will be, in places like Denmark, in places like Germany, even in places like Brazil up until about a year ago, before this massive political crisis that's happening there. So what I mean by the entrepreneurial state is if you think of the whole innovation chain, so basic research, applied research, and the financing that the few innovative companies actually need, there has actually been, again, let's just focus for a minute on Silicon Valley because everyone seems to try to copy it, Silicon Roundabout in the UK, a very deep and broad role of the public sector in doing so much more than just fixing market failures. In fact, what the role has been very much about shaping and creating markets. So not just funding the classic public failure, which might be basic research. Private companies don't invest in basic research because it's very hard to appropriate the returns from it. And so the state must, all over the world, come in and fix that problem. In some countries more, some countries less. But there's no controversy there about the state funding science. We all know that. The controversy starts coming when we actually look. And here, these are just some of the examples, again, in the US, the orange icons. The actual role that the state has played, again, going downstream. So lots of applied research by, for example, organizations like ARPA-E today, which just came out with a huge innovation in battery storage. Downstream even more in Yozma in Israel, of course, with the Public Venture Capital Fund. In the US, Incutel, a big public venture capital fund of the CIA, but also the Small Business Innovation Research Program. I don't have time now to go into all these examples, but the point is this very broad and deep involvement across that whole chain is extremely hard to justify through what I call this lame view that you're just there to fix with a bandage. This is just showing you quickly in terms of the finance part, which we're not really used to seeing. If you compare, the Small Business Innovation Research financing for companies like Incutel, Intel, Compaq, or even some of the guaranteed loans going to companies like Tesla. Apple itself got a different but similar type of loan from SBIR. This amount of money, which is patient, long-term committed finance, has always played a very important role before the venture capital financing has come in. In fact, some people argue that VCs actually use these kinds of funds, for example, in the US, to filter which companies they should actually finance, because these funds come in really early stage, not just in sort of that middle Death Valley stage. And in fact, if you look at these organizations, whether it's SBIR or DARPA, which is the famous one, what's really also interesting, if you look at their websites, they also don't describe themselves as just market fixers. They have missions, right? So this mission-oriented nature of this public activity across that whole chain is, again, something that's hard to justify when we just think of it in theory as just creating these patches. Now, in the book, The Entrepreneurial State, I spent 2 whole chapters trying to make the argument, going through lots of different sectors, biotech, nanotech, but the sort of symbolic, theatrical thing was, everything that makes your iPhone actually smart and not stupid was publicly financed through some of these mission-oriented organizations. And again, through missions, whether it was going to the moon, or today, if we look at the impact of some of these financing mechanisms like ARPA-E, the mission to solve climate change, it's a really important story to tell, because this is not just about public finance, it's about this decentralized network of public actors across that whole chain, which have actually been driven by, again, what I call missions, and better understanding how these missions were set, how it was not just top-down, because once the mission is set, you also need a lot of bottom-up experimentation between these different actors is a very important, again, historical factor that I think just has not been properly analyzed, and so leads to lots of problematic policies. If you look carefully at that graph that I just left, lots of it was military. And so people often say, oh, that's just the military-industrial complex. But actually what's interesting is looking at how the lessons were learned in health. So this is the National Institutes of Health funding, which in the US, even after the crisis, after sequestration, was still spending over $30 billion a year just for this sector, which is basically biotech and pharma. And if you look at this water wave here, you can just look at the years, and basically the venture capitalists came in to fund biotech kind of 30 years after these very high-risk, capital-intensive public finances were funding, if you want, laying the red carpet for that particular sector. And of course we need venture capital. Of course we need venture capital. But this kind of idea that they were the big risk takers is quite problematic. In green, again, I don't have time, but we've written lots of recent papers on this with different research fellows. You really see the same exact pattern. The highly capital-intensive areas with high technological and market risk around the world, that upper right-hand quadrant there is being financed by different types of public actors. In this particular case of green, you have public banks actually doing a huge part of that risk-taking. So the KfW in Germany, the China Development Bank, the European Investment Bank, and the Brazilian Development Bank have been absolutely lead actors. These are the development finance institutions. China, by the way, if you look at the amount of money they're throwing at green, it's phenomenal. And these numbers might look huge to you, but how much did Elon Musk get from the US government? Close, actually over $5 billion for the combination of Tesla, SolarCity, and SpaceX. So it's false, this notion that somehow, Elon Musk and these guys were just getting the benefits from great science that was being funded by the US, but then they went down and did their own thing. Tesla S got a $465 million guaranteed loan, things went well, no problem. Solyndra got 500 million in a guaranteed loan, things did not go so well. Now, that story about, that you actually have to also be willing to fail, willing to explore, is what I think the big question should be. Both admitting that there have been strong directions sent by the state, that you need to set up organizations that are mission-oriented, and, ooh, that's terrible when you put an alarm, because then it tells you when you have to shut up. I won't do this in the future. Anyway, these are the actual questions we should be asking. How to build these explorative organizations in the public sector that are willing to experiment, like this decentralized network that I just showed you. Lastly, we should not just aim for smart growth, but also inclusive growth. And so why don't we do das Kapital des Staat and actually set these things up like a portfolio? Because the tax system, by the way, is no longer working to bring back that return. NASA itself was founded in a year that the top marginal taxation rate was, yell out a number, under a Republican military general president. Over 90%, 91%. Okay, that's no longer the era we live in. Why not retain some equity in investments like Tesla to cover those kind of Solyndra losses? I think this is one of the big questions that we should be asking today, so we have less of a trade-off between the smart, innovative state and the welfare state. I've gone over my time.
Thank you very much, Maria.
Mauricio Macri, very welcome to Drucker TV.
Hi, Eduardo. My pleasure.
Our theme this year has been resilience and creativity. Why don't you start by sharing with us some experience of resilience that you had?
Well, thank you for this opportunity, and if I have to mention two, both will be surviving to my father and then surviving to the kidnapping I suffered, the kidnapping I had. That was 1991.
1 a.m. in the morning. I was arriving home after playing cards with my friends, one of my passions, playing cards and friends. And well, a couple of guys start punching me and evenly vanish myself and throw me inside the van, inside the coffin, and I spent 14 days in a box, a bigger box of 2 square meters, with both chained to the floor, speaking through a hole to a guy that acts as the good guy, and in the morning to the bad guy, like in the movies. 14 days in which I learned many, many things, Eduardo. First, how fragile life can be.
Yes.
Because the second after, I was chairing the biggest company in the country. I thought I would handle everything, that I was on power my whole life, and suddenly I was there, not knowing what was going to happen to me. Then, the second lesson and discovery was my resilience. I could never believe that I was going to survive to such extreme situation, such violent situation for 14 days, there with no windows, not knowing, again, what was going to happen to me. Afterwards, they found that I was kidnapped by a gang of former policemen and oppressors of the dictatorship that killed 90% of their victims. So I'm very fortunate to be here talking to you today. And well, but I survived. I survived. That's the second thing I want to share is believe on you. You have a resilience that you don't know. There's somebody inside you that starts talking to you, saying, take care, calm down, you're going to survive to this. And that voice appeared right away when I was thrown in the first coffin during that 40 minutes trip to the place where I was hide, no? Because I have claustrophobia. When I felt the coffin closing in my face, I say, I'm going to die. The voice appeared, what do you care? Maybe they are going to kill you the same, no? And maybe the most important one, Eduardo, is that after having such a long infinity, because well, the days didn't go by, time to go through my whole life, is that I understood that it's much more important to be than to have. No, whatever you can have is something that will not take you to the happiness. The happiness will come because of what you are and what you do and what is your role in this life, how can you help others. So that's why I decided when I left that I was not going to continue working at the family business because I couldn't carry anymore my relationship with my father. That's a very brief way of describing the worst 14 days of holidays I ever have in my life. But again, I strongly recommend everybody to go and find what is your real passion in life, what is what really moves you, no? And not accept what is your mandate. No? I had a mandate, a family mandate, and I decided to go and find my own path. No? And that's why I'm really happy. There is nothing, everything bad comes for something better, my grandmother used to say.
And one of your biggest passion is football. So there you decided to become president of Boca Junior, and you did. Share a few of the unique initiatives, very creative initiatives that were done for the first time in a football club.
First of all, I have to be very grateful with Boca because in the moments late at night that we shared long talkings with the kidnapper through the hole in the seal where they feed me and send me a tape recorder to send messages to my father. He came 1 a.m., 2 a.m. to talk about the two main things that men talk when they don't have nothing to do, women and football. And we discovered that we were both Boca fans. So in the worst moments that are when the family pays the ransom, and they were discussing if they're going to kill me or not, he always answered me to my question, I am going to be released. He said, I will not let them kill the future president of Boca, because in those moments I shared with him my childhood dream. So when I left, the first thing I told my father, I'm leaving the company, I'm going to run for the presidency of Boca. And that was my first public leadership experience, in which I found that the first thing is to have a dream that sounds utopic, but many people goes behind it. And that was to put Boca in the first top level of the teams of the world, among the 5 top teams, and to win 1 tournament per year. And after 12 years, we won 16 tournaments, and we were #1 in the FIFA ranking several times. And for that, I discovered some things, and I reconfirmed some things. The first thing I reconfirmed, that is applicable to any institutions, that institutions must be over every single member of the institution. Nobody can have more power than the institution, not even the idols that we love as players or coaches, unless the members of the board. No? So I have to fight hard, firing the first group of players I inherited, because they were fully convinced that they were the owners of the team. So there were no rules, no discipline, no glory mystic. So that was a tough moment. But then I tried to find a way to innovate and create authority for all the changes I wanted, because what I was talking about was a huge cultural change, and that is related with humans, and that takes time. So I needed something that was more related to science or to professionalism and not cultural change, and that was I rebuilt the stadium in a record time of 6 months, not waiting for approvals of city approvals, neither the club's approvals. I personally turned down the first meters of the old stands to rebuild the new ones, because if not, I was not going to reach it in 6 months as I promised. That was a great argument around that, because I was not fulfilling the city law and the club's law. But then I decided to go for a new team, and I went to the Public Stock Exchange of Buenos Aires. I proposed them, the members of the board, to launch the first football investment fund to purchase players. That was very innovative, and it was a way to give a chance to all the fans to invest in players. That is something that now everybody's attracted to, because they all dream that they will finance a young kid that will end up being Messi, no? And then they will give them a lot of money. No? So that was a second innovation, very, very important innovation, that gave me resources to rebuild not only the team, the academy, because we needed to grow up our own talent. No? So that was the basic things that, and the last that helped me a lot, or not enough, in politics, that I've learned in football, that is more important in life, or even as important, doing than communicating.
Okay.
You can do perfect, and you communicate wrongly, and things are not going well. If you communicate well and do the things not accurately, you will last a longer time than you go reverse way. No, so it's nowadays with the social media. What you don't communicate, somebody else will do it, and you will not like what they will communicate about your work. So the challenge is that for the doers is to learn how to communicate what do we want to do. No, this is clear, Eduardo.
Very clear. And talking about innovative solutions, when you came to the presidency, you also executed new ways of having a follow-up with a new dashboard, or even what they call mesas de producción, so productivity roundtables. Why don't you tell us shortly about those creative solutions? I think we're having a connection problem. Yes, indeed. When he was at the city of Buenos Aires, he implemented a similar dashboard that he had at his family office and family business to follow up on every single project that you have in the city of Buenos Aires. And that created a huge alignment that had never been seen before, where every area of the city worked in isolation. Similarly, these concepts of roundtables were very innovative, and by the way, I was part of one of those, which implied that for a given task, for example, exporting petroleum, he actually put all the different government offices into the same room, saying, what do we need to do? And instead of having a sequential process of participation of different agencies, he had all government agencies, all business agencies into the same room. Yes, Mauricio, I was sharing a little bit of the ideas of productivity roundtables.
No, well,
we have 2 minutes.
I think that,
2 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes to close with these. What is a key message you want to give in terms of leadership that goes beyond any specific office or job post?
Well, leadership is based first in your ability to create confidence. If people doesn't trust you, you don't have any chance. No, you have to find a way in which you can express your ideas in a really, truly, authentically way. Okay, it's, more and more with all this exposure that we have, what you say in front of a camera, like today, is what counts, really counts. And then, what is your ability to build a team? A team. Without a team, very little is the things that you can achieve. No, so the main two challenges for a leader are what I have a very longer class I give at the university, but resuming, I could say that more and more, and nowadays that power is under discussion, Eduardo. Nobody wants to give away too much power to anybody, not even to the doctor. Everybody goes into Wikipedia to analyze what is the disease that they are facing, to go and discuss the treatment with the doctor. No? 10 years ago, the doctor was a god. Nobody discussed with the doctor. Now all the patients discuss with the doctor. So that's what we are facing. So we need more than ever to inspire, to build trust. That is a big force that moves a society, and to build a very good team around you with independent, dignified people that will say no every time you are mistaken. No? Because the magic word that a leader needs from his team is to hear is no. My leader, you are a genius, but this time your proposal doesn't apply. No? It's brilliant, but not for this moment. So your ego will be okay. If they say this, even they say no, they accept that your idea is really very good.
I think with that note, we can round up. You need purpose, trust, a team, and a team that is able to tell you no when they disagree. President Macri, thank you very much for being with us today at Drucker TV. I hope to have you soon back on the Drucker Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All the best.
Welcome back yet again for another live studio interview. My name is Christine Brogiato and I have the honor to interview Jyoti Guptara today. He's an internationally recognized speaker and he's also a business storytelling consultant. Welcome, Jyoti. Welcome to our studio.
Thanks, Christine. It's great to be back.
Of course, it's lovely to have Jyoti here because he's very involved with the Drucker Forum for years. He's actually a judge on the Drucker Challenge as well. And today we're going to be talking about his book, Business Storytelling from Hype to Hack, which Walmart CEO named one of his top personal reads in 2022. That sounds pretty good to me. I also know the book already and got some sneak peeks into it and some interesting new insights, so we're happy to be discussing your book today. But first and foremost, I need to ask this question, Jyoti, because your background is actually a bit of a different one. You were actually a novelist and you wrote fiction books, one of which I believe was also a national bestseller in India. So tell us the story.
That was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago, for sure. But tell us your story. How did you go from fiction writing to advising organizations in stories?
Right, who led this guy into the Drucker Forum? I actually still write fiction. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, I was in Nashville to promote my new thriller called Roulette, which we won't talk about today. So, as you said, I had a great start to my writing career as a teenager, and I was a full-time writer for about 10 years, and I loved it and still really enjoy it. And one of the perks of being a more or less successful writer was being invited on book tours and as a speaker and so on. But opportunities also opened up to be a writer in residence at, for a city, for example, in Switzerland, Stein am Rhein, beautiful, picturesque place, but also as a United Nations partner organization. And that's where the penny dropped for me, because we had brilliant people coming through the GCSP, CEOs on sabbatical, ambassadors, spies, and these people obviously were brilliant. They had great expertise and experience, obviously, but when they were on stage, you often couldn't really tell why are they so passionate about this topic, or why should we care about what they apparently care about, but that we're not seeing. And then you'd have lunch with these same people, and you would be fascinated by the stories that they would share.
So there was obviously a gap that you saw.
Exactly. So that's how I got into executive education at the GCSP, and I was teaching diplomats a module called Story as Influence. And of course, influence is something that everybody needs in business as well. So I got into not strategy development, I'll leave that to others, such as our fabulous speakers here. But a lot of what consulting companies do is they help you figure out what to do, or they tell you what to do, but they don't necessarily help you implement, right? And there are a growing number of companies who do help you implement your strategy now. But I still think there's a missing link between the formulation and the implementation, and that's the translation of the strategy so that employees understand what are you even talking about and engage.
Okay.
And so that's what I help people do now.
So that's actually very interesting, because that would have been one of my questions, what leaders actually need stories for. And I think you just nicely put it together, that it's a lot about, how they come off on a stage, for example, versus over a lunch table, but also transmitting their strategy, so it makes sense.
Right, and there's so many other reasons why leaders need to tell stories. Imagine if there were a pill you could give your audience that would make them pay attention to you. Because nowadays everyone's being bombarded with all sorts of messages. So imagine you could give a pill to an individual or a group and they would pay attention to you, they would feel more positive about your message, and they would be more likely to act on it, right? This pill is free. It's legal, it's even healthy. That's storytelling, of course, because it really does something to our brains. And for the last decade or so, we've been able to measure what it does to the brain.
So this is really interesting. So talk us through it. Why is storytelling such a great communications technique? Why is it such a good pill to take?
Well, in business, traditionally, we focused on statements and statistics. And they are very necessary, of course, but they do only reach two areas of the brain, which is Wernicke's and Broca's area for data and language processing. And that's not bad, right? But a story is much more holistic than that. It can light up to 7 regions of the brain. And we don't want to reach narrow slices of our people, right? We want to engage people holistically. Let me give an example, right? Because I'm giving you statements and statistics, and I think a great example is Walmart. You know, I gave a talk for them earlier this year, and they had ample examples for me to share, because there was a gentleman called Don Soderquist. Now, he was the COO of Walmart, and he worked very closely with Sam Walton, the founder, and he would help people to understand how Sam Walton thought and taught, and the lessons that Don Soderquist learned from Sam Walton directly, he was able to share with Walmart. I think they're at 2.3 million employees now. And there's this great story that Don would tell about how, Sam Walton had this sort of compulsive, obsessive way of going into pretty much every competitor's store that he would pass. And so one day he drags along Don Soderquist, the CEO, and he says, Don, we're going to meet back at the car in 15 minutes. Let's go and scope out this competitor. So they go in, and Don's done after about 1 minute, right? Because this is a terrible shop. There are empty boxes lining the aisles, right? You could stumble over them. No one's there to answer questions. So after 2 minutes, he's back at the car. Eventually, Sam comes out and he says, Don, what did you think? He says, these guys are terrible. They're not really our competition. But what do you think, Sam? And Sam Walton says, Don, did you see the pantyhose rack? They have a brilliant pantyhose rack. We're nowhere close, right? And this happens several times where Sam Walton basically says, we have to learn from what they're doing here and there. Now contrast this story with what we would typically do in business, which is, hey folks, we shouldn't rest on our laurels. It's important that we're always improving. What conveys the message better?
Yeah. I think that was a very, very good example. Thank you for making it so practical and handy. I would like to touch upon the word hack that you use in your book. It's also in your title, From Hype to Hack. And by hack, we're trying to be effective and efficient, a very Druckerian philosophy, as we know. So can you elaborate more on that? What informed this approach about hacks?
I'm a big fan of hacks, Silicon Valley thinking, startup mentality. How can we do things more efficiently and effectively? And from the start, for me, it was clear that stories were a way of helping people to accomplish business objectives, basically faster and more humanly. So one of the pushbacks that I got when I said, storytelling as a way of hacking things and ultimately people as well, right, is sounds a bit dodgy, like neuro-linguistic programming or something like that. But as I say in the book, it's not about anything dodgy like that. It's about hacking what gets in the way of the human connection. So this book does two things. First, it presents stories as a way of hacking 7 common areas in business, from marketing and sales to the strategy. But secondly, it shows you how you can hack the art of stories, of learning to tell stories that work. Because, Malcolm Gladwell would say it takes 10,000 hours. And let's be honest, who has that kind of time?
So speaking about time, thank you for this keyword here. I think many of us agree, like storytelling is a great skill to learn, and we all like to master it. We all want to be understood. But how can we practically do this in real life? How can we find the time to actually learn this and apply it? Do you have any tips for us?
Sure. So there are several tools and techniques I give in the book. One practical recommendation would be start a collection of stories. Think about when do I often need to influence somebody? First column would be target audience. Second column, the message. As in, I need to convince my employees to, be punctual or whatever it is. And third row would be telling stories about behavior change. And that sounds a little bit like a task, right? Like, when are you going to do that? But to answer your question about really a simple, low-stakes environment in which you can practice storytelling every single day. We met just before we came in here, and you asked me, how are you, right? So we're always asking each other, how are you? And we tend to answer, how we slept the previous night and the weather and stuff like that. Instead, we could tell each other what we're working on and what we're passionate about. And that way, we can practice our storytelling every single day, multiple times, with no pressure.
That sounds amazing. Thank you for this tip. I think we can all practice it at this conference and in our everyday lives, for sure. A very brief final word on how can we actually connect resilience to this whole topic of storytelling. Do they have anything to do with each other?
Oh, so much. We could talk about that for a whole segment.
Just very brief.
I observe a narrative vacuum a lot of the time in organizations. So one of the first things you want to do is illustrate your values, for example, or other messages that you claim to stand for. And you may have wording that sounds nice on your website, but do people really believe you? It's a lot to do with trust. So let's say you have a certain value, but if you can't tell me a story about a time that you demonstrated that value, I might not believe you, because everybody else is saying the same thing. So don't risk having a narrative vacuum, because that leads to instability. It means that you're vulnerable to negative narratives.
That makes sense. So storytelling also creates trust, and that leads also to resilience. Thank you so much, Jyoti, for enlightening us a bit more on this topic of storytelling. Thank you for coming into the studio. And now we have another interview coming up here on Drucker Forum TV with Hubert Joly. Enjoy.
I think it's just really important for young people to have an experience like this because you're given the chance, especially in the essay challenge, to write what you believe and to write from your experiences and your own ideas. And I think that opportunity afforded to young people is not something we get every day because we're naive, we don't know anything. But the fact that in this forum, in this setting, you're recognized for those ideas is truly an empowering experience and something that will influence all of the winners here for the future.
There's so many big names here, The funny thing was when I was coming over in the plane, I bought a copy of the Harvard Business Review, and it had Roger Martin, who was one of the speakers, and I'm on the plane and I'm reading Roger Martin, and thinking, I'm going to be seeing him in a few days, and I mean that's how big it really is now, with Clayton Christensen and all that sort of thing, and I think Richard Stroud was right when he said it's really the centre of gravity now for management thinking. It's been an incredible experience and getting to network and meet new people. Yeah.
And the thing that I love the most is you get such senior management professionals, business and industry leaders, and when you hear them speak, they are actually still open to what you have to say. That is something which is not very commonly found anywhere across the globe. So Peter Drucker Global Forum gives you that opportunity to share your thoughts and ideas, and there are people who are icons in that field who are ready to listen to you and share their views about it.
The people who would apply to the Drucker Challenge are people who are incredibly ambitious, incredibly talented, really interesting people who travel, who are entrepreneurs, who are researchers, who wear multiple hats. So being able to meet them and then have a new group of friends across the world, I think everything has been fascinating, but that would be the number one thing that I've loved.
For those not keeping track, Drucker Forum TV is going on day 2. We're just over halfway through now, a little further over halfway for sure. You just heard from Jyoti Guptara, who is being interviewed by Christine Briagiato about storytelling. Something really, really important that I think a lot of companies miss, especially a lot of startups and younger companies miss this a lot because they feel like product is the most important thing, but not necessarily brand, not storytelling. That kind of stuff doesn't matter as much, but it does because people are human. They're human first, and I always tell clients they make decisions with the heart first, and then they justify with the head later. I'm Justin Brady. I'm host of Drucker Forum TV, and I am so honored to be with you for these 2 days. It's been a day. I'm a little tired, but it's okay. I have enough caffeine to get me through. Eduardo Bron spoke with President Mauricio Macri on how he became a successful businessman, the president of a football club, and of course the mayor of Buenos Aires and president of Argentina. Clearly an impressive resume. They dug into how he implemented creative solutions with resilience, which of course creative resilience is the theme this year. In the next hour, we have a lot of fascinating content. Let me give you a preview, because you definitely want to stick around. And I understand if you have work to do, maybe run this window in the background and then flip over to the tab when you hear something interesting. I mean, you're going to be flipping over a lot. That's the dirty little secret that I know. But upcoming interview will be a replay with Edgar Schein. We interviewed Edgar last year with his son, Peter. It was an incredible interview about his book, Humble Inquiry. And sadly, we lost Edgar Schein a few months later, January 26, 2023. So it was absolute honor of mine and an honor of the Global Peter Drucker Forum to have Edgar's essentially final, I think it was his final interview before his passing. Heart of gold, that man. Absolute heart of gold. It was one of my great honors to interview him and kind of have that memento. Also, we'll be seeing an interview with Behnam Tabrizi, consulting professor, Stanford University, the Department of Management Science. His book, Going on Offense. I think that's Esther Clark. She'll be discussing how organizations can design for perpetual agility and innovation. Behnam will touch on 3 parts of his book organized around being generous, ferocious, and courageous. So that is for sure Esther Clark. Up next, though, I will be interviewing Hubert Joly, the turnaround CEO at Best Buy. If you don't know the story, Best Buy was on its deathbed. Pretty much all hope was lost. Investors were pretty terrified. But somehow, Hubert Joly came in, turned the entire ship around, and demonstrated what we here at the Global Peter Drucker Forum think is creative resilience. That's up next here on Drucker Forum TV. I'm Justin Brady here on Drucker Forum TV, and joining me is Hubert Joly, former CEO of Best Buy, and of course, professor at Harvard Business School. Hubert, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, Justin, what a treat. I look forward to our conversation.
Me too. Where are you, by the way? I'm assuming you're in Boston because that's where Harvard is?
I am in a Marriott hotel in New Jersey. Later this morning, I'm speaking to a group of leaders at a company about purpose and how to put it to work. So here you have it.
Oh, well, we're going to get into that for sure. So I'm glad you've joined us. I read the book, and I don't think it's possible to not agree with much of it. But I see a lot of love in this book, a lot of character demonstrated, but not a lot of detail on like the overall strategy and tactical dig down. I'm assuming that was probably by design, but why is that? What am I missing?
Well, thank you for the compliment about the heart of business. What I've learned over the years, Justin, as I was growing up as a McKinsey consultant and then a young executive, is that I was putting a lot of emphasis on the what, the strategy. I was not spending enough time on the how and then on the why. So for Best Buy, the what of the turnaround is actually pretty simple. Match online prices, invest in the shopping experience online and in the stores, partner with all of the tech companies, take some cost out, relatively basic stuff. What was more interesting was the how. And what, in a turnaround, people talk about cut, right? You're going to have to close stores, fire a lot of people. The turnaround was a very human-centric approach. Now, of course, Justin, everybody on the planet says people is the most important thing. But what the book talks about and what we did is we get into the details of what it meant to be human-centric in the first phase and then also purposeful in the second phase. A lot of details around that, a lot of stories. I loved your earlier point about stories are so important. That's how we learn as human beings.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's interesting that you say that. So the what in your mind, now I don't know if all leaders agree with you, by the way, but the what is simple, at least for you. But what you're trying to do, and it sounds, correct me if I'm wrong, obviously, but what you're trying to do is go to the core stuff that affects and negatively impacts the what.
Yeah, and it's what I'm calling for, and of course it resonates with the Drucker Forum, right? I'm calling for an urgent refoundation of business around purpose and people, because the old Milton Friedman approach, that has been so influential for 30 or 50 years is not working, right? So what's the definition of madness? Do the same thing and hope for a different outcome. So what I've learned over the years, right, is from a leadership standpoint, is the importance of listening. For example, my first week on the job at Best Buy, Justin, I had a badge CEO in training. I went and spent a week in a store in St. Cloud, Minnesota, simply to listen to the frontliners. What's working? What's not working? What do you need? And Justin, they had all of the answers. And of course, that meant that together we co-created the plan, and therefore it was, everybody owned that. So started by listening to the frontliners, making sure we had the right team at the top. Also, very importantly, one thing I learned, headcount reduction is a last resort, even in a turnaround. Now, people brag about how many people they fire. No, people are not the problem. They're the source of the solution. So number one is grow revenue. Two, if you're going to take cost out, focus first on what I call non-salary expenses, which is all of the elements of the cost structure that have nothing to do with people. And it's, at most companies, it's the bulk of the cost structure. And then focus on energizing. I think the CEO is the chief energizing officer, right? Because in a human organization, you can actually create energy. How do you do that? Of course, by co-creating the plan. Doesn't need to be perfect. Get going. Celebrate the early wins. And, you have had Amy on the show, or you will have, if something is not working, just say it. Amy Edmondson, right? And let's talk about the fact that it didn't work, and let's figure out how to make it work. So a very human-centric approach.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I want to go back to what you said about listening to the front lines, and that's something you definitely put in the book. It's really important, obviously. Totally agree. And also shockingly difficult for leaders to do. They don't want to get in the front lines. I was just interviewing Alison Braley months ago, the one at Bain Capital Ventures. She said this is her big recommendation for startups is to go listen to customers. In your case, you were listening to employees. Listen to the front lines. And she's like, I tell people that all the time. They still don't do it. So why? Like, why is this so difficult? We know the answers. We have people like Hubert Joly from Best Buy telling us to do this, but still leaders struggle to do it. Why is that?
I think, and I'll talk from personal experience, I grew up believing that a great quality of leaders was to be smart. In fact, you were supposed to be the smartest person in the room. And, remember, I grew up as a McKinsey consultant, so of course I was smart. And so we were last century, we were expected to have all of the answers. A great quality of leaders today, other than humanity, is humility, being able to say, I don't know. And now it's become, of course, much easier to say, I don't know, because the world is so chaotic and uncertain that's the truth. We don't know. In fact, Justin, when I joined Best Buy, I had a huge advantage. I didn't know anything about retail. I had never worked in retail. So that worried some of the investors, but it turned out to be an advantage because I had no choice. I had to ask people, what's working, what's not working, what should we do? And then, of course, do it. And so it's a huge shift in leadership from the know-it-alls to the learn-it-alls, from people who have all of the answers to the superheroes to there's 5 words that I think that will resonate here at the Drucker Forum that for me describe great leaders today. Of course, authenticity, empathy, humility, humanity. And these are words we were not using, in the past, and now they characterize leaders. So it's a shift for us leaders, and it's, of course, the hardest thing is to change ourselves. So I've been on that journey to learn to be a leader. I have this image of the leader who is a gardener. So rather than a know-it-all, the leader is a gardener. So there's some landscaping to be done, but then it's all about ensuring the soil is fertile and that the unique genius of everybody at the company can flourish and be brought to bear to reinvent a company or move performance forward. It's a very different mindset.
Yeah, some leaders may think it's like this is kumbaya stuff and touchy-feely, right? Some leaders might view that. I don't agree with that, but some leaders might feel that. But one thing for sure your mindset does is really encourage employees. I want to tell you, actually, you probably saw this on LinkedIn. But in all my years of interviewing and teasing guests that I'm going to interview, I have not once, and this isn't a bad reflection on my guests, but I have not once seen someone comment so positively on your LinkedIn post. And so I think you shared the interview, and Melanie, or I think it was Malny S., she was a Best Buy employee, probably still is, responded to you on LinkedIn saying, "Sir, you are genuinely missed by so many. Your leadership style still lingers in the hearts, minds, and souls of all of us who are fortunate enough to have been blessed by you." That's incredible to see. That's absolutely incredible. And so I want to use that kind of as the segue to go back to the other thing you were talking about, which was purpose of a company. Again, you have a different definition of company purpose than most. What is that purpose? What is that?
So I learned 30 years ago from a client. He told me that the purpose of a company is not to make money. It's an imperative. Of course, it's an imperative, but it's a result. And he said, there's other imperatives in business. In fact, the first one is the people imperative. You need to have qualified and motivated employees. You have the business imperative. You need to have happy customers. But you need to treat the people imperative, the business imperative, and then the financial imperative in that sequence. And by the way, very useful trick. When you do your monthly performance review meetings, start with people and organization, then go to business, finish with the financial results. If you flip it, you're going to spend your entire meeting on the financial results, and you won't understand the drivers. But then if these are imperatives, the question, what is the purpose of, why do we work, Justin? Almost at an individual level. Is work a punishment because some dude sinned in paradise, right? Is it something we do so that we can do something else, like attend the Drucker Forum? Or is work part of our fulfillment as human beings? And for me, a company is a human organization made of individuals working together in pursuit of a goal. And that goal is to contribute to the common good. And so the vision I have, and that many have today, is that you orient a business, whether it's a startup or an established company, around a noble purpose. And then you align everything around it, the strategy, the culture, all of the stakeholders. And the challenge that people have today is not so much recognizing that, but what does it take to put this to work? Because there's a big gap between the intent and the reality. And that's what I spend my life now working on. I think that people have to learn to go slow to go fast. Before declaring a purpose and doing a big campaign, do the work on what does it mean concretely? What are the concrete applications from a strategic standpoint? Make sure the culture is aligned with that purpose. So at Microsoft, the culture that Satya Nadella has built around empathy and a growth mindset was key to the resurgence of Microsoft. At Best Buy, we created a very human culture because it was in support of that purpose to enrich lives through technology and really be an inspiring friend to our customers. And then you have to make it real. So back to the stories. What does it mean in practice? So it's not about top-down management. In many ways, Justin, it's about inside out. It's reaching in the heart of everybody in the organization.
But it's go ahead. Complete that
and
thought.
Seeing how their desire to do something good in the world can be applied to their work, and then creating an environment where that can flourish. That's where human magic gets unleashed.
Yeah, I mean, so it's not easy, right? Because there is, I don't know, there's probably a better word. You probably have a better word for this, like some kind of reality threshold. And I'll give you a story. You tell the story of one employee who couldn't afford an apartment at her hourly wage without a promotion to management. So obviously the solution isn't just to double everyone's wages, even though that would be a common good. You talk about the common good. So obviously there is a point when revenue does win. And so how do you strike that balance?
So it's yes, people could say, and you alluded to it, all of this is soft. And the truth is, the beautiful truth, Justin, is that building an organization around purpose and humanity is not opposed to driving great performance. On the contrary, it's an amazing way to drive extraordinary performance. And so when you are working with frontliners, including this young woman, it's not about not performing. It's about probably redefining what winning means. Winning is not, forcing customers to buy extended warranties. Winning is meeting the needs of the customers, which is what's going to drive revenue. Winning, you have to define winning for all of the stakeholders, right? The customers, the employees, the vendors, the community. I love what Lakshman Narisaram at Starbucks has done now that he's redefined their purpose. He said, when we are at our best at Starbucks, this is what we do for our partners, which is the employees, for the customers, for the farmers, for the community, for the planet, and for the shareholders. And so it's about redefining winning and then working together to win and leveraging the unique genius that every employee at the company has. That's what I've learned. It's been a long journey, but I know it works.
So with our last minute, again, a lot of feedback. You apparently have some loyal fans. Someone commented on another post we posted and said, hey, can you please get a question to Hubert Joly? And so I figured I'd end with Mark May's question. A lot was said on your reliance on the people in the company, but how much backlash did you deal with from shareholders when they encountered your down-to-earth attitude? Last 30 seconds.
Shareholders are a very important group of stakeholders, so they had been damaged by the poor performance of the company. So you have to take care of shareholders because they take care of our retirement. So initially when I joined, we didn't talk about abstract ideas. We said, this is how we're going to improve the performance of the business. And then later on, I explained to them how we had done it. You have to take care of the shareholders, and there's no trade-off between short-term and long-term. We have to improve performance in the short term. So this is what I've learned. I'll end with this. Operational progress creates strategic degrees of freedom. So we first had to fix what was broken on the way to creating something much better. And the last thing I'll say, Justin, is that there's the theme of the conference is resilience, creative resilience. There's a lot of pressure for leaders today. But today, pressure is privilege. These are amazing moments where, as leaders, we can make a difference in the world. And so if we reframe that pressure into privilege and seeing how we can orchestrate this refoundation of business around purpose and people and tackle some of the world's biggest problems, I think in 10 years from now, people will say, oh yeah, this was their finest hour. This was their finest hour. That's what I want.
Hubert Joly, former CEO of Best Buy and professor at Harvard Business School, and of course, author of The Heart of Business. Thank you so much for joining us here on Drucker Forum TV. Joining me today are Edgar and Peter Schein, the founders of the Organizational Culture and Leadership Institute and co-authors of Humble Inquiry, which I'm proud to say I've read. I read the whole book. Thank you for sending that ahead of time so I could get ready for you, because this is going to be a fascinating conversation. So I appreciate you joining us here on Drucker TV.
Very happy to be here.
Glad to be here.
So one of the first things I want to ask about, let's just say most viewers, if they're smart, should agree that inquiry is the best way to go about doing business, right? Because you guys talk about in the book, inquiry versus telling. And so eventually, though, someone does need to take responsibility and tell eventually, right? I mean, otherwise there's no distance too long. A can cannot be kicked. So does performance require responsibility and therefore telling to some degree?
Absolutely. The trick is whether the resulting decision is wrongly based out of the appointed leader's belief in herself. She thinks she knows the answer, so she's going to right off the bat take responsibility. Or does she realize that unless she inquires of the people around her what the situation actually is, what the relevant facts are, and allow a co-creation of what we must do, then the appointed leader can say, yes, this is what we must do. But because it's been co-created through humble inquiry with her team and with her direct reports, so that the decision becomes a more valid decision. So I don't think we can argue against someone being accountable. The question is, do they achieve their decision in an appropriate inquiry way, or do they believe that everything they think is valid automatically just because they're the appointed leader?
Sure. So, yeah, go ahead, Peter.
There are the cases that, people in an organization know who the leadership is, right? There's no mystery there. And it's often the case that you want to at some point, be directed what to do. I think the dilemma is, for the leader, is to not to feel like they're in command mode, but that they're in directing mode. And directing has been based on gathering information from the group so that whether or not consensus was actually tested within the group, there's an implicit understanding that they're all on the same page. And so the decision and the direction that follows that decision feels natural and feels right.
Yeah, so inquiry first, but then eventually it does get to a point where a leader will tell, assign, and hold people responsible.
Provided what the leader tells has been sufficiently understood by the team and the direct reports so that they will implement it correctly. Because one of the great flaws in many of the improvement programs is that the consultant or the leader will ask the workers or the employees, what should we be doing? And they will talk and he'll get ideas. And then he or she, as the expert, will make a decision and say, this is what we will do, but it hasn't really been vetted by the people who will have to implement it. So they may very well at that point still screw it up or sabotage it because they haven't been involved in the implementation effort. So inquiry also has to apply to, if this is our course of action, do you understand it? Will you do it? Do you agree with it? And get approval and consensus at the implementation level.
Yeah. And so you probably find that approval, consensus, and buy-in is automatic at that point, right? Because if you're leading through humble inquiry and people are coming to these ideas on their own, and you're essentially a therapist or guiding them there, I'm assuming buy-in is pretty easy. And I'm assuming most leaders spend most of their wheels and most of their energy and time creating the plan, and then they spend even more time getting people to follow along. But if you're doing it the way you instruct, it sounds like the actual execution and getting people to do it and getting them to follow along is it too risky for me to say that's simple?
Well, I think the trap is to use the word buy-in. Buy-in suggests that there is a possibility that they don't understand and that you have to sell it to them. The minute I get into buy-in, I'm in trouble. It should be obvious to the team what we're going to do. There shouldn't need to be any buy-in.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Go ahead, Peter. Yeah.
Just the other thing is, language is very important, and buy-in kind of reflects the mentality of a transactional relationship between you as a leader and people who you are responsible for and are accountable to you. But that transactional relationship is what we're trying to move beyond here. We're trying to get to a sort of a substrate of openness and trust, so that buy-in is no longer really the issue. Have we shared information completely enough to be ready to make a decision? Because then there shouldn't be any need for buy-in.
You mentioned transactional leadership, and I'm glad you went there, because traditional hierarchy organizations, right? They're structured on very strict rules, like you said, transactional leadership. And these are, as you write in Humble Inquiry, you kind of touch on this briefly, but these are things AI is getting increasingly good at, right? Transactional, rules-based, very strict. And so entrepreneurial companies, they're dealing with more complexity, they're dealing with cultural diversity, they're dealing with relational leadership. So, stuff AI can't really do that well. So does Humble Inquiry empower entrepreneurial organizations to beat AI-led organizations? Or I guess I maybe should say this more simple. Does Humble Inquiry insulate our companies from AI disruption?
Yes, in one sense, that during the industrial age, the last maybe 50, 100 years, the problems were simple, complex, machine-like types of problems where AI and having everyone become a cog in the wheel and get it all organized probably worked okay. The transactional mode works well for simple, well-structured problems. But the internet, the growth of technology, the social changes in the young generations have made today's problems unbelievably complex, volatile, so that even the best AI can't possibly handle it. So humans have to step in with their more divergent ability to process stuff and deal with what many people are now calling wicked problems, because they don't even lend themselves to solutions, only to carefully adapting a next step to move forward. But the environment will have changed by the time we've taken step one. So it may become a perpetual process that AI may never be able to handle.
I think it does. There are certain functions, though, certain parts of a value chain that may lend themselves very well to a sort of AI automation, where there are very clear handoffs, functions and handoffs. That is a throughput function that an AI might be able to handle perfectly well. But when what's required is something that's more hand in hand than hand off, I think that's where we see there's that inoculation you're talking about. Could an AI really participate in a design thinking exercise or an agile sprint? Probably not. That's what we're saying. There's certain functions where it just may not be necessary to be hand in hand, where a handoff is sufficient. So maybe that's part of the business that gets automated.
So if an organization is mostly, I like that, by the way, hand in hand versus handoff. If an organization feels as though it's in a position where it's mostly hand off, they're kind of in trouble unless they change that into a hand in hand organization.
Well, trouble meaning they could be, they're facing an innovator's dilemma.
Right.
They're very good at the old business. They have no idea how to get to the new business. And our argument in a lot of our books is that new business that you need to be getting to is coming faster. The rate of change is accelerating. You have to be more agile. You have to be more willing to kind of change your own way of working at an increasing rate. And so there may be businesses that are quite comfortable as primarily sort of throughput, handoff oriented, maybe have no interest in finding new business to get into. Those number of businesses, though, that can be comfortable in that mode is shrinking. Right? More and more companies have to be innovating because they are being disrupted by other innovators.
Well, can I add a related issue, the issue
Please.
of safety? If you get into the safety arena, the first thing you discover is that in medicine, in healthcare, one of the biggest problems of safety is the handoff between the doctor and the next person handling the ICU or the ward. So if we think of communication as just a handoff, we're in trouble because the communication process itself is so complicated. And now we're finding the same thing in the safety area in the cockpit. If the communication between the captain and the number one officer isn't a level 2 communication, there are really horrendous cases where the crash happened because of poor communication between these two people.
Yeah, in some cases, I truly, I'm sorry, were you finished?
I just wanted to say the safety area is where I've learned the most about the necessity of not assuming simplicity. Things that seem like simple handoffs often are not.
That's interesting. And that's fascinating you brought that up, because one of the things I've noticed about healthcare in some capacity is that much of it seems to be replaceable by AI, at least much of it that I see. And what you're saying is, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what you're saying is that may be true, and that's a problem within the healthcare industry, that they are doing a handoff situation. Maybe healthcare could improve if they were more hand in hand. But I'll let you respond to that because I don't want to be unfair to you.
Well, I mean, one thought is that what we've done a lot of work with different healthcare systems, and we usually start with the basic notion that it's a socio-technical system. It's both. It cannot be just an AI automated system because you're dealing with human beings. At some point, the social skills that are required between a doctor and a patient also become very important in the pace and complexity of dealing with the functions of the hospital or the healthcare system itself.
Wow.
It's not just about the bedside manner. You need to be, sort of presenting that same face within, the subsystem of the hospital, within a ward or in a huddle or in an OR. That same level of human-to-human communication is very valuable. It's usually the thing that separates, errors from successful procedures.
Wow.
Lots of things can go wrong. And if the surgeon and all of the other supporting tasks in a complex operation are not communicating fully, things can go wrong. And they may not be things that would show up, in the metrics of an AI, right? Or in the perception of it. Subtle things that humans are very good at perceiving that they need to be sharing in complex.
I mean, we'll move on, but can you imagine if our healthcare system in the world, but I obviously live in the US, but if the healthcare system led the way you lead and the way you talk about humble inquiry, I imagine we'd have far, far better patient outcomes and far less cost for individuals. I think it would be incredible to see that. With our final 4 minutes here, I do want to say, I always try to anticipate what are some areas people will push back. Because you've heard probably thousands of reasons that people don't have time to ask a bunch of questions. I'm the know-it-all boss. I know everything. And you probably noticed I snuck that in there, the know-it-all boss. But there may be someone who does think they have all the answers. So, I agree, inquiry is far superior as a way to motivate people. And as you point out, coaches and therapists use it for a reason. We discussed that in the top of the interview. But the leader may say, hey, it requires time I don't have. So is there ever a time when commanding and just getting it done and not listening to people is appropriate? Or is humble inquiry always the best, most efficient way to lead an organization?
The basic misunderstanding is that it takes time. I have learned when someone asks me for advice, I can immediately say, well, tell me what's worrying you. We only have 2 minutes. What's going on? I can be very directive in forcing them to be clear what they want me to help with. And that does not take a lot of time, but it is still humble inquiry.
Peter?
Where do we get the idea that endless questions is the way it works? It's the kind of question, the mutual recognition, we don't have time to think about it, but I, the advice giver, the autocratic manager, still can say, what the hell is going on? You've got 20 seconds to tell me.
And I guess our general argument about advice would be, you better be really sure you know what's going on before you try to advise somebody, right? That's people may come and ask you for advice, but you don't know that that's what they really want. You need to draw them out a little bit before you should feel at all qualified to give advice. I guess I would say the same thing about tough directions, tough decisions in a crisis. You as the leader, you're going to gain more by drawing other people out and figuring out what they know than just being decisive and feeling that decisiveness is actually going to get you to a better outcome. It might, but the odds are lower that it will. If you don't draw people out and figure out what they know, that's going to be direct inputs into the decision.
And I like what you say in the book with our final minute. You were very clear, and I'm glad you put this in here because I'll be honest. I've done this. I've done it, and it didn't work well for me. As you point out in the book, it would not. You basically say, don't try to manipulate people with humble inquiry. Don't try to tell them what you want them to do through a series of questions, because it will backfire. And I can 100% attest to that. I've tried it. I wish I would have read your book sooner, because it doesn't work. And actually, what it really does, would you be willing to say last 30 seconds, and then just real briefly, if you try to do that and manipulate people in that way, does it really destroy relationships, and are those relationships destroyed for quite some time?
Well, I just want to say quickly what the gut check for that manipulation is. Are you asking questions that you don't know the answer to?
Yeah.
Because the way you come across as manipulating is when you ask questions that you do know the answer to, and you're clearly leading the person on.
Yeah.
And people have very good radars for that.
And that's that's a really good place to leave it. Edgar and Peter Schein, founders of the Organizational Culture and Leadership Institute and co-authors of Humble Inquiry. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Great discussion.
Drucker Forum's a great opportunity for exchange. It's a very democratic conference, so people sit next to each other. You meet people at lunch, you meet people at the breaks. So it's not a very hierarchical conference. You know, some conferences you go to and all the important people are off in the green room, and this is not like that at all.
It's a conference where people who come are very smart people. They're here to network for sure, but they're smart people who understand good insight and bad insight, and so you learn a lot by being here.
Good afternoon. Welcome. My name is Esther Clark, and we are live here from the Drucker Forum in Vienna, this beautiful city of Vienna. And I have the absolute pleasure this afternoon to speak to you and to Benjamin Tabrizi about his new book, Going on Offense. And it's a huge, huge pleasure for me to be here and to be talking to you for a little bit. We're going to give the audience a taste of what this book is about.
Awesome.
It's been on sale at the bookstore here. I've
Yes.
seen people buying up some copies and probably at their nearest bookseller as well. But I guess, you know, I went to your panel discussion yesterday. It was really, really interesting. I've also read the book. So I have a few questions here prepared.
By all means.
And I think the audience will be super interested in what this book's all about. So you've been teaching for many years at Stanford University. I think most people know your name. So we're going to focus in on the book itself. So the book, it's called Going on Offense, a Leader's Playbook for Perpetual Innovation. What is perpetual innovation?
Well, the idea of the book, after I wrote two major books. One was about personal transformation.
Right.
And the other one was about rapid transformation, is how do organizations rapidly transform.
Right.
I thought I had the answer to transformation until there was a dinner.
Yeah.
And we had, we had invited Hans Westberger, who was the CEO of Ericsson at the time, and
Right.
now he is the chairman of Verizon. And he sent a lot of his executives to Stanford, and he was a tough customer, so they asked me to sit down and have dinner with him. We were having wine, and I say, Hans, why did you send your people to Stanford?
Yeah.
And then he looks at me and he says, I want them to really learn about the secret code of Silicon Valley. And I was like, oh. So that night I couldn't sleep, Esther. I was like, I thought I had all the answers, but living in Silicon Valley for, I don't know, over 30 years,
Yeah.
I never really studied what the secret sauce and secret code, the Da Vinci Code
Yeah.
of Silicon Valley is.
Yeah.
So that started,
Yeah.
2015, 16, I started and did a survey of over 6,000 academics, industry executive, consumers, so decided what the top innovative organizations are. And almost all of them were either in Silicon Valley or in Seattle, if you will. Microsoft and Amazon also made it. And to my surprise, two companies, Google and Facebook, did not make it in terms of being a perpetual innovator. That means constantly innovate. That means it's not just the first innovation that gets you to scale and gets you to go to public, but you constantly innovate. A great example is Amazon. Right? They were a B2C selling books. Then they were pioneer of cloud, which was one of the largest, and now they're doing so well in other things such as Kindle and such as AI and so forth. So I studied Amazon, I studied Apple, I studied Tesla,
Microsoft, Amazon, but I also got to study Starbucks because I wanted a non-tech company.
Right.
And Starbucks also has a history of perpetual innovation.
Yeah.
And I spoke to over a dozen people,
Right.
former and current top executives, employees. Some of them were my students.
Yeah.
And what I also loved is, in high tech, people move around. So they were like someone who worked in Amazon and also worked in Google, so I can compare and contrast.
Mhm.
But I also studied companies that did not do well, such as Nokia, such as Blockbuster, and Borders and so forth. So because you have to study all of these. So every chapter is full of stories about these companies based on my study, based on having a front seat, but also stories of organizations that didn't do well. And by the way, big surprise, not every Silicon Valley company made the list. Two companies that did not make a list was Google and Facebook.
Really interesting.
And Google has spent so much money, as your audience knows, in moonshot projects. None of them has really come to fruition. So these two organizations did not make it. So it was just fascinating. For me, it was just so exciting to do this work.
Yeah. Well, I think what I really enjoyed about the book is that it's based on like case studies and real world examples. And
there's
I think
no like major theory or,
Exactly.
academics are known to do theory. I wanted this to be applied. I wanted this to be a cookbook, a playbook, so that you can actually, 95% of companies are not like this, right?
Yeah.
You can look at this
Yeah.
and you can say, I want to be 10% better on this. I
Right.
want to do this. I want to do that. These are mindsets that I want them to adopt and then re-architecture it for their environment and their culture. I think that's really the key word.
Yeah. And I mean, the first part of the book, you use a really interesting word, which is generous.
Yes.
And it's about, setting your purpose and what does your company, what does it do? Why does it matter?
Yes.
And I think that's really interesting. But why generous? Where did that come from?
Well, I came up with 8 key mindsets that these organizations have because I didn't want this to be just one company, but all these key organizations.
Yeah.
And then I wondered if there are 3 archetypes within these 8.
Right.
And then one, I thought it was basically generous. And I describe in the book, as you said, and by the way, it's clear that you read the book really well.
I love your book.
And the first part of generosity is what I call existential purpose. I devote a chapter on existential purpose. And a lot of organizations pay lip service to mission. This is not about this.
Yeah.
I mean, for example, Tesla's existential purpose is to accelerate the world transition to sustainable energy. Just imagine, the world transition. They don't say Tesla's transition, they say the world transition. So what do? They open source their patent, right? Everybody could have our patents.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're board of director, you say, what the heck are you guys doing? They're going to steal our patents and they're going to catch up. And, Tesla would say, no. We just have to increase the rate of our innovation.
Exactly.
And per employee, we need to innovate more. Per year, we need to innovate. And they have been.
Yeah.
So every time they add 51 parts, they take out 50 parts.
Yeah.
And they constantly push the edges on innovation and so on. So in some ways, he increases tempo. Another key thing about generosity is they're generous toward their customer.
Right.
They're obsessed about their customer. Apple, I just love their customer service every time. The other day I was in Lisbon, I lost my laptop. I completely freaked out, if you will. Normal, right? Because these things are like our life.
Yeah.
And I have everything there. Called, second ring, they answered, and they wiped out everything from my laptop. I mean, this is really the obsession about customer.
Yeah.
And the third thing is they're obsessed about making sure that they develop their employees.
Right.
And they inculcate the values of the founder throughout the organization.
Yeah.
And that's generosity.
Yes. And you used you used Pygmalion in there, the sculpture Pygmalion. Sorry, but that's really cool. What's that about?
Pygmalion, it was the Greek sculpture.
Yes.
And it's a mythology. And basically, he couldn't find a date, he couldn't find a suitable lover, so he decided to sculpt this, sculpture of this beautiful woman, his dream woman, right?
Yes.
So he went out and tried to do some errands, come back, and she was alive. And they were happily married ever and after.
Yes.
And there is a very interesting article in HBR called old article, Pygmalion in Management, and it's really about how do you multiply your values across the organization.
Yeah.
So that's why I use the word Pygmalion. let me just give you a story about this, because people love stories. Steve Jobs calls this gentleman, Ron Johnson, who's a friend of mine, and he was the first person who actually endorsed the book. Ron Johnson was in charge of the entire Apple store, which almost every pundit thought this is not going to work because the others haven't worked.
Yeah.
Per square meter, I'm going to use meter because we're here in Europe,
Yes.
per square meter, the highest selling store in the world. And so Ron Johnson was new. 7 p.m. at night, Steve Jobs calls him. Ron, I need to talk to you. First day, Ron says, Steve, you know, I have 2 young kids. I need to take care of them, you know. Steve says, Ron, when do you sleep? I sleep, when do they sleep, sorry? When do they sleep? So they sleep at 9 p.m. Okay, I'll call you at 9. 9:15, he calls him. He calls him for 3 months, Esther. And then during this conversation, he says, Ron, there are about half a dozen people in Apple that I want to get really close with. And I want you to understand how I think. Because once you understand how I think, I don't need to talk to you very much because I know you carry these values.
Yeah.
And that's what Pygmalion is.
Yeah,
and Ron
beautiful.
did the same thing with his people.
Beautiful. No, I love that. And I think the audience will really resonate with them as well.
Thank you.
We are running out of time. So I wanted to
I'm
ask
just getting
this question.
started.
I know. Well, we can continue the discussion.
Sure.
There's a great amount of discussion here at the Drucker Forum. One little pearl of wisdom, perhaps for the younger generation. We saw the Drucker Challenge winners yesterday.
Yes.
The Drucker laureates.
Yes.
One pearl of wisdom you'd like to leave to them today.
Well, they are, by the way, they are my favorite. And after this discussion, they wanted to meet with me. I met with them, and I'm going to spend 1 hour with all these young winners. And so what I'm actually going to do with them, and it's basically, there was this lady, very smart lady, Cameron, who read my book. And I told Cameron, who was part of my publisher, I said, Cameron, people have read this book, copyrighted twice. You're not going to find any errors. Cameron found like 6 errors.
Right.
And 3 paragraphs that were repeated. And I was just like, wow. If anybody knows my book, it's Cameron. So I called Cameron, and she lives, she's a gig worker. She lives in north of France. I said, Cameron, how did you like the book? Because I thought this person really read the book. And she said, you know, the lessons are also great for individuals. So basically, what I'm going to do with the students is basically say, let's talk about existential purpose.
Yes.
What is your mission in
Beautiful.
life? Who are your customers? Is your family?
Yeah.
Is your loved one? Is your best friends?
Yeah.
How are you going to be connected to
Right.
them? How are you going to? You guys are now leaders in your in your group. When you go back to Brazil, when you go back to India, how are you going to develop other young people?
Yeah.
People who are maybe 11, 12,
Yes.
who are suffering from problems and challenges.
Yes.
And then, how are you going to increase the tempo of what we're trying to do? How can you? And this is one. I'm going to leave with the last point.
Yes.
I devote a chapter about boldness and being courageous. And I'm going to ask them, how can you even be bolder and be more courageous? And the best way to deal with boldness and courageous is to deal with fear.
Right. Amazing. On that note, I would like to thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for the audience for tuning into Drucker Forum TV. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you, Esther. Appreciate it.
I'm Justin Brady on Drucker Forum TV, and I'm joined by...
Christine Brogiato, hello.
And what was the little song you were just singing before we went?
It's the final countdown.
It is the final countdown. We have 2 hours left. And let's do a catch-up. What have you been hearing on the red carpet? You've been interviewing people. Any patterns, any notable guests?
For sure, definitely. I mean, first I have to say, I can't believe that Justin made me sing on live TV, but good. So definitely a pattern that I noticed is people talking about failure. If you've been watching this live stream before, maybe you've heard me say this before, but really a lot of people come to me about learning about failures, how to deal with them better, and the idea of keeping a failure journal and not just a gratitude journal for good things that have happened. So I like this idea. Today I've also learned something from a participant. He's more in the arts field, and he said you need a certain set of rules in order to thrive in your freedom, because if there's no rules, it's not good. If there's too many, it's not good. You need to hit the sweet spot. So I really like that a lot, and of course that we need to listen more to the younger generation, involve them more in our decision making.
Yeah, there's something that reminds me of something one of my favorite authors, Matthew May, has said, creativity thrives under intelligent constraint.
I love that.
Yeah,
it's so
good.
on point, yes.
Yeah. So anything else you want to go over?
No, I think that was mostly it. We hit all our red carpets. If you missed them, you can always rewind on this live stream. It's amazing. So if you miss any parts of this Drucker Forum TV format, feel free to rewatch it.
And if you do want to rewatch it, you can also rewatch the interview with Edgar Schein. I do believe that we had the great honor of having one of the final interviews. If not, I'm pretty sure it's the final interview before he passed January 26, 2023. So you can rewind and see that incredible interview with him about humble inquiry. Really amazing interview, amazing guy. He was joined by his son, Peter. And of course, Esther Clark, her interview that just happened with Benham Tabrizi. He's a consulting professor at Stanford University, Department of Management Science, and his book, Going on Offense. He touched on 3 parts organized around being generous, ferocious, and courageous. And of course, did you see the interview with Hubert Joly?
Oh yeah, I watched a part of it.
Did you?
Yeah, I really liked it, yes. So if you have the opportunity, please go back and watch it. There were many interviews actually that I would have loved to watch, so I'm gonna go back on the weekend and rewatch them.
Hubert Joly was the turnaround guy, the turnaround CEO at Best Buy, and we had him live on this stream as well. Incredible interview. Within the next hour, Amy Edmondson will be interviewed by Jyoti Guptara, looking at about 15:30 on that local time, so about half an hour. And perhaps we'll see a peek inside her new book, Right Kind of Wrong, The Science of Failing Well. The trend continues. But up next, I get to talk to Zeynep Ton on her new book, The Case for New Jobs. She's done extensive research on world-famous brands like Costco and Trader Joe's about why paying more to your employees might actually deliver more to your bottom line. This is Drucker Forum TV. I'm Justin Brady on Drucker Forum TV, and we're still live. Like I said, under 2 hours left now. What an incredible day. And the incredible day continues because now we have Zeynep Ton on the line live. First of all, are you also in Boston, Zeynep? Thanks for joining us.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, because we just talked to Hubert Joly, the former CEO of Best Buy. He's also in Boston.
Yes, and a wonderful leader who had an amazing turnaround at Best Buy.
I think he endorsed your new book. We have that right here if we want to get a tight shot on that. The Case for Good Jobs, which is what we'll be talking about today. I read through it. Incredible book. I just kept doing mental fist pumps as I read through the book. A lot of really good ideas, but sadly, a lot of great ideas that I feel fall on some leadership deaf ears. There's some frustrating stories in there about people that just don't really get it, even though you present this great data and you have great examples. And we'll start with one really odd one that some people confuse paying your employees really well and doing well by your employees, which should seem obvious. It's obvious to you, of course, with ESG. So I was really surprised to see one certain CEO push back on this idea directly to you, saying, oh, well, this is ESG stuff. Why are people making that mistake?
Yeah, and I think part of the reason why they're making this mistake is that they have been running companies for a long time, and they're well aware that paying more alone is not going to drive performance for them. So these leaders, I have a lot of respect for them, for their experience. And I think when we academics come around and tell them messages like, well, just pay your employees more and the world will be a better place, they know that's not true. And pay. So what I argue about in my book is that absence of sufficient pay guarantees high turnover and guarantees poor performance, but pay alone is not going to drive performance. There's an entire system that needs to take place, and that system is combining pay and investment in people with a set of choices that by design improve productivity and contribution of people so that pay investment pays off.
Yeah, I love how you said that, because there have been some people that you mentioned in the book that they think it's as simple. They look at other companies, you mentioned Costco, Trader Joe's, and they think it's this very simple value proposition. And so what they do is they just pay their employees more, they try the experiment, and it fails. And your response always is, no, it's not just about improving pay. That's a big part of it, but it's an entire system. And there are 4 aspects to that system, correct?
Yes, there are 4 aspects, and you don't have to be Costco, a warehouse club, to be able to do this. There are a number of companies that I talk about in the book, but what companies like Costco, Trader Joe's, Quick Trip, Mercadona, Four Seasons Hotels, Progress, I can go on and on and on, Toyota Production System in a variety of industries. What they do is, first they start with the customer. Right? What is it that we're trying to create for the customer? So once they become customer focused, then it's so obvious for them that they have to invest in their workforce. They have to have a stable, motivated, capable workforce that's set to deliver for their customers, and pay has to be a part of it. But what does it take to be able to pay employees more so that they stay with you and they serve the customer well? Well, it requires an entire system, and I talk about 4 elements of that system. One is focus and simplify, standardize and empower. You were just talking about what you learned in previous sessions, and one of them was rules and creativity. So what I found in my research is that this killer combination of combining standardization with empowerment is what creates great outcomes for workers and companies, and cross-training and operating with Slack. But fundamentally, these choices together improve productivity of employees and improve their contribution and enable them to serve the customer well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reminded. Go ahead. I cut you off.
If your employees are more productive by design, then of course you can pay them more. If your employees are, and their work enables them to do a good job, of course they're more motivated to do a good job.
Yeah, absolutely. The operate with Slack thing, I've got to tell you, is so true, but also funny. And ever since, it's so funny because I was reading your book. It's been a busy November for me. I've been flying a lot. And I was reading your book on all the flights. And so I'm sitting here reading why operating with Slack is so important, as I kept getting delayed over and over and over by an airline that I won't mention. And I'm like, man, I feel like sending your book to the CEO of this company and saying, I think you need to read Zeynep's book here. I think he can help you out a little bit there, buddy. So the good job system, as you call it, which is great, pushes companies to greatness. It's not really debatable. You have amazing examples of this and research that supports this. But as you say in the book, this is rarely a life and death kind of thing. And so for that reason, is it rare to see anyone and any leader prioritize this very thing, the good job system, that could make them great?
Yeah, it's not rare because in the last couple of years, there have been multiple companies that went through a whole transformation. From Sam's Club, at the time it was a $60 billion retailer, to 2 units of a restaurant chain. And if you ask me what is common across these companies that were able to prioritize this change, they started with the customer. And they asked, what does it take? First, we want to win with our customers, to be able to stay, to be able to grow, to be able to adapt to changes in the market, and to be able to survive. And then the next question was, if we want to win with our customers, can we do that if we don't execute well? And the answer was no. And then the next question was, can we execute well if we have high turnover, if our employees are not set up for success? And again, the answer was no. So that type of logic, starting from customer to operational execution to people, is what enabled them to prioritize this and take on this journey. And once leaders prioritize this, and it takes a lot of conviction, and just your first question was like the leaders who were providing pushback. Some leaders provide pushback, but some of them, for so many of them, it's so obvious that they do this. And once they have that belief, then the tactical steps of implementation are not so different than any other large system change.
And it does seem like some of the people who do push back, they want proof. They want and it's weird, you argue this in the book, and it's an odd question, but they want proof that this innovation that will get somewhere in the future is going to work out. And of course, you tell people, you can't prove innovation up front. And I think you call this spreadsheet thinking, correct?
Yeah, you can't, because you can look at, pay investment alone. You can look at operating with Slack alone. You can look at empowerment alone. And you might conclude, especially, to come to proofs, leaders oftentimes look at historical data and say, what happened the last time we raised pay? What happened the last time we empowered our people, or last time we increased staffing levels? And they look at those decisions in isolation. But the good job system is a bunch of different decisions working together to create outsized returns. I'll give you one example. At Sam's Club, when they looked historically how much they could improve efficiency, it could be 1 or 2%. During the last 3-4 years, they improved it by 20%. And it wasn't just one change or 2 changes, it was the accumulation of those changes together. And it required not spreadsheet thinking, but systems thinking that if we want to win with our customers, this is what we need to do. And if we do all of these things together, we're going to create great value.
So there's a really cool quote in this book about we take care of our machines when they break, and I don't think I have the quote exactly right, but this is generally what it is. We take care of our machines when they break, but not our people. And I would even dare to go a little further and say we're very careful to maintain and properly oil our machines in advance to make sure they don't break and are always running at 100%. But that same exact principle escapes us when it applies to the people that we employ and invest in. So what are the biggest fears that you've heard from CEOs and leaders on, from betting on their people in the form of high pay? Because for some people, it feels like a bet.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest fear is that the investment is not going to pay off, right? And I wrote this book to help them less afraid, to show examples from a variety of contexts where this investment did pay off. The other fear is that this type of change is not oftentimes legitimate in the eyes of different stakeholders. The board, the shareholders, they're not asking you questions about what's your employee turnover, how many people from within have you promoted. Other investments in technology, in mergers, acquisitions, they have a lot more legitimacy in the eyes of other stakeholders, which makes leaders more afraid, because when they go wrong on a technology, they might not be fired, but when they go wrong on this type of thing, they might. And that's another fear. And I think deep inside, though, Justin, the biggest fear is the inability to count on frontline employees. Because what if they don't work hard? What if they're not able? And that inability to trust frontline employees that they will come to play. They will, if you invest in them, they will do everything back to pay off that investment. I think that's a big, huge fear.
Yeah, and that's a deadly cycle, because when you don't trust employees and when you don't listen to your frontline employees, they tend to act the way you treat them. So if you treat them with disregard and you don't listen to them, they tend to treat you with disregard and don't listen to you. And so it's this deadly cycle that you talk about, is that people tend to not have a lot of faith in their frontline employees, and that faith leads to employees acting exactly the way they thought they would act. And then they actually take more away from them and tighten the barriers a little bit more and the little walls on them a little bit more. And it's just this deadly cycle, and eventually the leader has to be the one to put a stop to it. Last 30 seconds. Most executives have no idea, you just said this, how much churn really costs them. So seriously, last 30 seconds, what is the real cost of churn? Because it doesn't really show up on a spreadsheet.
Yeah, I mean, there are direct costs of employee turnover, hiring, onboarding, training, time to full productivity. But the biggest cost of higher turnover is when companies have high turnover, they end up creating an entire system that assumes that people are not capable. Because you can't trust employees, you haven't hired the right people, you haven't trained them well, you can't empower them. And the biggest cost is all the mistakes, lost sales, higher costs, and inability to serve the customer, and at the end, losing market share.
Exactly. That is that's a good way to leave it. Zeynep Ton, president of the Good Jobs Institute and author of The Case for Good Jobs, which is right here. You should pick it up. I'm Justin Brady on Drucker Forum TV.
It seems to me that the themes that I saw emerging.
I have a 9:30, so I am moving away.
Where's entrepreneurship happening and who is doing it? And is this something that we do? Lisa said this is kind of interesting to me. Is entrepreneurship a backup plan because corporations can't do it internally? Are we financing it correctly? Are we teaching people how to do entrepreneurship correctly? And I thought I would just add one little thing to it. And that is, I do think that in the end, Drucker and Schumpeter were essentially right. And the observation is that you can't invest internally, and therefore entrepreneurship is a backup plan. And it entails trying and failing and trying and failing and victoring differently and failing, and some of them succeed. But they exist because it's a backup plan. We haven't learned how to do it internally and and so on. And I just wanted to give a couple observations that takes me to the belief that in the end, maybe we really can teach people how to be innovative inside of corporations if we do it in a powerful way. So a number of years ago, I was minding my own business one day when I received a call from William Cohen, who was the Secretary of Defense when Clinton was our president. And elsewhere we call it the Minister of Defense, we call him the Secretary of Defense. And he asked me if I would come down to the Pentagon to teach his staff about my research about innovation. And for me, it was a chance of a lifetime. So I went down there, and there were about 45 people in his office. And he introduced me to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the secretaries of the Army and the Navy and the Air Force and all of the undersecretaries and deputy secretaries and assistant secretaries of everything. So about 45 people there. And Secretary Cohen asked me to just talk to them about my research, about disruption. And so I described how there's a tendency for the company innovations that kill disruptive companies start at the bottom of the market and go up. And they kill the incumbents not by taking them head on, but by launching what we call disruptive innovations, starting in simple tiers of the market and then go up. And then I said, to illustrate how this works in a company, I want to tell them how it worked in steel, and described how at the bottom of the market there's concrete reinforcing bar or rebar and other more sophisticated products until you came to the top of the market, which was sheet steel used to make cars. And I described how historically all of these products were made by integrating big integrated steel companies like US Steel or Gohovens and so on. And then I described how a new disruptive innovation called mini mills that melt scrap in electric furnaces came at the bottom of the market and went up. And as they went from the bottom of the market, the integrated steel companies were happy to get rid of that because their margins improved as they went up market themselves. And many of you know the model as I've tried to describe it. Anyway, when I described how disruption had killed the integrated steel companies in that industry, General Shelton, who was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, raised his hand and he said, "Clay, you're clueless about why we're interested in your model, aren't you?" And I confessed that I was clueless. And he said, "Well, leave that diagram of disruption on the market, on the screen." And he stood up and he leaned out the word sheet steel. That's the most demanding market for people in steel. He crossed that out and he said, "For us, that's the Russians. They're the most demanding foes." And then he said, "What you call the integrated steel companies, we call that the US Department of Defense. And we try to do everything for everybody." And then he looked at the bottom of the market, which we had labeled as rebar, or concrete reinforcing bar. And he crossed that out and he said, "For us, that's terrorism. And what you'll call as the mini mills, starting out with terrorism and then screaming up market, we call that non-nation nations like Al-Qaeda. And they are racing up market, and there isn't anything about the way we're organized that would help us good at tackling terrorism." And then he sat down. And all of a sudden, all of the hands in the audience went up, and the questions were all around, have there been any examples of companies that were the leaders of an industry which, when they got disrupted by something coming at the bottom, survived rather than get killed? And I said, yeah, there have been a few, but in every case, the companies that survived or even thrived when this happened always occurred when they set up a completely different business unit. And it had to be different because the economics are different, the processes are different, the cost structure and the organizational infrastructure had to be very different. But if they set it up separately, there are a few examples of survivorship or even success. And And we argued and discussed this for about 2 hours, and then we ran out of time. 2 months later, Secretary Cohen called me up again, and he said, you need to know that today we're announcing that we're setting up a different organization, separate from the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, and we're calling it the Special Forces Command, that we're going to organize to fight terrorism. And he said, you need to know that we have been arguing about how to organize ourselves to tackle terrorism. We've been arguing about it for 6 years, but there's no data about what we should do. And so somebody would make a recommendation and support it with data, and then somebody else would make a recommendation and support it with different data. And the data was never consistent. And he said, what your research has done is it gave us a common language and a common way to frame the problem so that we could reach consensus around a counterintuitive course of action. And to me, that was just a brilliant insight from him. And that is that an academic actually can make a substantial difference if we give people who use our research a common language and a common way to frame the problem. Then the manager knows what to do with it. And we're about out of time, and so maybe I better stop there. But I think that some of the best research that I see emerging is emerging in a way that causes me to say they're theories of causality. And knowing that it's causal, I see investors who, instead of being right 10% or 20% of the time, can get it right 90% of the time. And I think in the end, or I hope that it's actually true, that entrepreneurship is a backup plan as we learn more and more about how to innovate every time correctly.
Let me come back to this later and introduce Amy Edmondson, who's a wonderful professor at Harvard. And we're going to start with Amy, and she has sort of invented this notion of psychological safety, which in hindsight seems rather obvious. And in fact, Google's Project Aristotle, their research project on effective teams, said that psychological safety was the #1 predictor of effective teams. But Amy stumbled on this, a little bit by surprise, and I'll ask her to talk about why she was surprised. And you'll see this is a photo of a old Model T Ford assembly line factory, and I'll ask her to explain why I might be showing this picture, but also how she stumbled on the idea of psychological safety, and in particular the implications for leaders. So Amy, can you talk a little bit about how you discovered the notion of psychological safety and what it means for leaders in this current new world?
Rookie error. Thank you, Aaron. I'm so glad you changed the question. The first question was, or the first statement you said was that I invented psychological safety. I did not. I discovered it, or rediscovered it, as the case may be. And you showed the photo of the assembly line, the Model T assembly line, because I suspect that far too many leaders today still have a mental model that is well designed for that reality, for that world, right? And let me be clear. It was okay, at least in terms of the profitability and the products, for Henry Ford's employees to be afraid at work. In fact, they were largely terrified of the boss. You could get fired for smiling, it turns out, in a Ford plant in 1900. And so that works, right? I got to admit it, that works incredibly well. Fear-based management works when the work is individual, the tasks are individual, the tasks are standardized, there is a right way to do it, and the results of those tasks are objectively observable. right? When all three of those conditions are met, go ahead, use fear as a tool. I think very, very few of you out there have work that is characterized that way. And I see Stephen nodding because, in fact, nothing is further from that world than life sciences work. So nowadays, nowadays that mindset just doesn't work. And yet far too many employees are still in a context where they are afraid, not in a position perhaps of outright terror, but with a kind of subtle reluctance to bring their ideas forward. And so I did indeed stumble into psychological safety quite by accident. And the short story of the long story is that I was part of a larger team of physicians and nurses who were part of the early group in the early 1990s studying adverse drug events. So it's really a study of medical error. And my small part in the study was meant to show that better teamwork led to fewer errors, right? It makes sense, just as in aviation. Unfortunately, the data on error rates painstakingly collected by trained medical investigators over 6 months following, my month one survey of team properties suggested the exact opposite. The data suggested that the better teams, according to my survey, had higher, not lower error rates. Now that was a shock at first, and then suddenly, blinding flash of the obvious, it occurred to me that maybe the better teams don't make more mistakes. Maybe they're more able and willing to talk about them. And indeed, when you reflect back on healthcare delivery as a task, it violates all three. It is, it's not at all individual. It's highly team-based. There's lots and lots of handoffs, lots and lots of different roles and experts who must coordinate thoughtfully for patients to get good care. It's very little of it is standardized. There's some standardization, but there's an awful lot of customization. Every patient is different. Every condition is different. And finally, the results, at least in the short term, are rarely objectively observable. And so what we really need is people absolutely unafraid to speak up when there's even a shadow of a doubt that it's the right dose or the right person or the right side of the operative field. And so what I found was in the good teams, they were so well aware of that. They were aware of complexity. They were aware of uncertainty. They were aware of what was at stake. And so they talked about it. They were all over it. They didn't let interpersonal risk get in the way of patient risk. And it was only later that I named these very palpable differences in interpersonal climate that I was able to discover psychological safety.
Thank you. And it strikes me hearing you talk and going back to the Model T Ford factory, or even back to Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations and the division of labor in his pin factory, that industrial revolution created enormous wealth. It created enormous productivity when it was focused on those types of tasks. It strikes me as I listen to you describe those tasks are being automated. We don't need people to do that anymore.
You bet.
Almost all the work left for people to do is now intensely human, intensely personal.
Which is why the humanocracy work that Gary was talking about earlier is so very important, right? It's we live in the knowledge era, right? We live in a world in which your employees' ingenuity and collaborativeness and passion, as Alain was talking about, are going to be the source of your effectiveness, not their obedience, their conformity, their sheer effort. It's just a very different world, and yet we have these old mindsets, usually without realizing it, right? They're below conscious awareness. When we think in terms of, well, if something didn't go right, it's because someone just didn't work hard enough and that person should be penalized in some way. We're missing the boat entirely.
You talked about fear. I was reading the other day that before the Industrial Revolution, boredom was not a word in common usage at all. People were not bored. The rich upper class sometimes experience something called ennui, but the masses weren't bored. They might be miserable. Their lives might be hard and brutish and short, but it wasn't bored. Boredom came when basically came into work every day and did the same task and were on an assembly line. That's where boredom sort of came from. And now we're in a world where we don't need people to be afraid or bored anymore. In fact, we need them to be just the opposite.
Hello and welcome to the Drucker TV Book Corner, where we hear from the authors shaping management thinking today. My name is Jyoti Guptara, and I'm the author of Business Storytelling From Hype to Hack. Do you hate making mistakes? You may have to rethink that. In a fast-moving era, businesses are going to have to increase the number of experiments and inevitably the number of failures. If that makes you wish that there were greater tolerance for failures at your organization, then our guest's new book is for you. Right Kind of Wrong, The Science of Failing Well. Turns out failure is a noble art. That's the argument of Amy Edmondson, the Harvard Business School professor renowned for her pioneering work in psychological safety. It's also an argument that is taking the management world by storm. In fact, Amy, you just got back a few days ago from Thinkers 50, where you were named the #1 thinker in the world for the second time in a row. So it's a great honor to have you back on the show.
Thank you. It's a great honor to be back.
Now, of course, you've been on the Thinkers 50 list since 2011, climbing up there. And it's great to have one's work appreciated, of course. But does it come with any sort of sense of a burden of responsibility?
I think that's a fair way to put it. Yes, there is a burden of responsibility, certainly to be a role model for aspiring thinkers and academics especially, and also for not, to pick up on the theme here, for not making any kind of gross mistake that will reflect badly on the organization.
Right, well, it's just as well there's a lot of meat to the bone, and you have, of course, the new book that people can dig into. Now, as I was reading up on your position, and I'm going to read this so I don't make a mistake, something stuck out to me. Your chair was established to support the study of human interactions that lead to the creation of successful enterprises that contribute to the betterment of society.
Correct.
Now, as humanity, we're doing a lot of failing. I don't know if we're learning from it. Can you tell us about any developments which are, where society is getting better? Give us hope, Amy.
I think you're right. Our track record of learning from failures is not spectacular. But it's certainly not something we don't do either. I think virtually everyone is aware of the need to learn from failures and mistakes. And by the way, I do make a distinction between failures and mistakes. Failure is an encompassing category that describes any outcomes that were undesired, right? That were, in many cases, the opposite of what we had hoped for. Mistakes only refer to deviations from best practices in familiar territory. Right? It can't be a mistake if you're a pioneer. Right? If you're in new territory and no one's ever been there before and you're trying something to see what will happen, to see what you can learn, it's not a mistake. It could be a failure, but it's not a mistake. So I think part of our challenge, part of the reason why we have an uneven record in terms of learning from failures is that we're allergic to them. Right? We have a natural aversion to failures. We'd rather succeed than fail. We don't want to look at them. We'd rather sort of move on. Okay, that didn't work. Let's go forward. It's a great phrase. Let's go forward. Well, let's go forward with more knowledge. Every time we have a fail, whether as a company or as an individual, you can think of that as an investment in the future. And if you've already made that investment, you ought to reap its rewards, and its rewards are the lessons you can take away from it. So my hope, with this book and with the research I've done on this topic over the years, is that we can help people do a better job of learning from failures, more on that in a moment, of preventing the preventable failures, and of engaging in more of what I call intelligent failures, or the right kind of wrong, which really means more experiments, more smart experiments. And I think a crucial thing to understand, and what most people don't really appreciate, at least not deeply enough, is that intelligent failures, the kinds of failures we want more of, not less, are in new territory, so there's no other way to get the knowledge you want. They're in pursuit of a goal. You've done your homework. You have good reason to believe it might work. And then finally, and so importantly, they are as small as possible. Right? They're no bigger than they have to be to get you the lessons. And once you start thinking about them that way, you realize, why not? Right? Let's experiment more, but let's make sure we're not experimenting in a stupid way. Let's make sure that we aren't doing something that will endanger lives, or that we aren't doing something that will cost more money than we can afford. Right? So we take safe, smart, right-sized experiments. Quite often we're wrong, that's a failure. Sometimes we're right, that's a success. But either way, it's valuable new knowledge.
And that's the bridge to your earlier work, of course, and continued work in psychological safety. Now, I'm going to be really honest with you, Amy, because I'm feeling psychologically safe right now, so I'm going to take a risk and speak my mind. I am going to make a bold prediction. Right Kind of Wrong will be your most successful book. Do you want to know why?
Yes.
Well, of course it's brilliant, because having read it, but there's something else as well, because I am also in marketing and that sort of thing. Do you know what the best-selling genre of books is?
No.
Romance and women's fiction. And do you know what it's often all about? Mr. Right and Mr. Wrong.
Well, that's a very good point.
So if nothing else, I hope that some of our audience will have that little hook, and they'll think of your book the next time that they're in the bookshop.
Well, you know, I do have a couple of stories of blind dates in here too,
Really?
believe
Yes.
it or not, right? So that's
Lots of great stories
and
in
a
there.
blind date that does not work out well, that's an intelligent failure, right? And we need them. We all, or blind dates or other kinds of dates, anyone in search of a life partner is very likely not to get it right the first time, right? That you meet someone in high school and you spend the rest of your life with them, probably not.
There you go, folks. You can even benefit with dating advice from Professor Edmondson. But my being facetious just now does have a purpose, because some people might think that there could be such a thing as too much psychological safety, right? So how do you strike the balance between coddling versus giving permission?
I'm hearing that a lot now, this idea of too much psychological safety. And I think that worry comes from a slight misunderstanding of the construct of psychological safety. So psychological safety is not coddling. It's not even comfortable, right? It's permission for candor. So in a sense, it's a recognition of the need to be and permission to be uncomfortable as part of learning, right? As part of risk-taking. So when you really appreciate that this is about believing you can speak up with a concern, a question, a risk, a failure in a timely way so as to prevent us from, throwing good money after bad or worse, harming people, then you realize it's never going to be easy, right? It's never going to be easy to speak up candidly, but if you are in an environment where you believe it's expected, it's how we do things around here, that's what is meant by psychological safety. And I just don't see how you can have too much of that, unless it verges into rudeness. But I think that's another construct. Right?
What do you do if somebody keeps on bringing up, let's say, irrelevant stuff?
You give them feedback. Right? Nobody wants to be ineffective. Right? Nobody wants to have people rolling their eyes because they keep bringing up irrelevant stuff. So they need and deserve your feedback. And that's often a difficult conversation, but it's one that's worth having.
That's a very valuable distinction. Thank you. As is the different types of failure, I think that's very freeing. Of course, we still all do want success. So can you dig into more, why is it more important than ever that people fail and fail fast?
Well, I think that it's more important than ever because we are in a more uncertain, more interdependent, more complex environment. Both our lives are being led in that environment and our companies are being managed in that environment. So there is much less opportunity to just get it right the first time, right? To have a beautiful master plan and expect it to unfold as expected. So the need for sort of fast experiments at a safe scale, again, is greater than it has ever been.
That brings us to the topic of this year's Drucker Forum, creative resilience. And resilience is often seen as something quite passive. We weathered the storm, we survived. What is the role of planning then? Can you plan to learn? You started answering that question already.
Yes, I think the role of planning, apparently Winston Churchill said that plans are worthless, but planning is invaluable.
Right.
And I think that's is essentially the idea, which is we must plan. And I think we must recognize that our plans are hypotheses, not predictions. And as long as you treat them as hypotheses, then you remain very, very alert to the data, or to the data of your experience, to the things that the market or your employees or your customers are telling you about what's working and what isn't. And then you're able to make both smaller and larger pivots as needed.
You've convinced me, and your book, I'm sure, will convince any readers. But what can someone do if their boss just isn't on board with this whole risk-taking and failure thing? How would you persuade that boss, or how can an employee persuade their boss?
Well, you just give them the book, of course.
There you go. That's what I was waiting for. It's the plug. Is there any particular one story or one study that you would recommend people share with the boss if they don't want to read the book,
right.
God forbid?
No, that was a little bit of a playful answer, but a more serious answer is I think it's about often calling attention to uncertainty or novelty or both. Right? And it doesn't have to be in a lecturing way, but just when you're sort of saying, wow, I don't think we've ever done a project like this before. You're sort of calling attention to the fact of its uncertainty, right? To the fact of our need to mutually learn as we go, right? So it's in a way, I'm talking about being very sort of rational and science-based, right? Let's be clear about the nature of the work we're doing. Now, in some cases, we're doing things that are, in fact, very well understood. And in that case, our job is, as best we can, sort of adherence to spec. Right, doing an excellent job at the repetitive aspects of the job. I mean, I think Zeynep Tan's amazing work on great jobs often are in that context. Not entirely, but where people can find it that they have the support to do the very best work. Now, work can range from more routine to utterly novel. No matter where you are on that spectrum, you need the support to do the very best work you can, as closely as you can to sort of rational scientific principle.
So it's about having conversations and helping people to understand this really is a strategic choice in terms of the culture. Individuals are making mistakes every day as organizations, hopefully learning something as a result. How can that knowledge be scaled across the organization?
It's a great question. And let me clarify it, because I don't think each and every one of us makes mistakes every single day, but there's probably someone in our organization making mistakes every day, making a mistake. And so I think there's really two important categories. One is making sure there's psychological safety so that people can speak up quickly, when they've made a mistake, because the bigger mistake is to let a small mistake spiral into a larger problem or failure. And then the other is to ensure that people have the training, the support, the permission to ask for help when they aren't quite sure what to do, that they need to minimize mistakes. A big part of this book is not just, have more intelligent failures and do better experimentation, but please adopt the best practices that are out there, as mundane as they may seem, to prevent preventable failures, right? To follow the best practices for avoiding what I call basic failures and complex failures.
You've got a chapter on systems in the book, and you use a lot of stories to illustrate your points, which of course I love. The story of the wine merchants sticks out. How did you find these sorts of illustrations?
I'm sorry, do you mean the beer game or the
French?
The Veuve Clicquot. So how did I find these stories? Well, it's a combination of books, articles.
Your own work, of course.
My own
case
work.
Studies.
Many of the stories are from my own work, my own field work, my own interviews with managers and others. But the story of Veuve Clicquot, the storied champagne brand, came from a marvelous biography about Barbe Nicole Ponsardin Clicquot. And it's just, I recommend the book. It's a pretty dense historical biography, but it is a great story of success that is born out of failure after failure after failure, nearly all of them intelligent.
And I can also recommend a great book. It's called Right, Kind of Wrong, The Science of Failing Well. Amy, thank you so much for another inspiring conversation.
My pleasure.
Man, it has been a busy day here on Drucker Forum TV. Are you tired yet?
Oh my gosh, it's been an intense day.
Can you go another 2 hours, you think, or 4 hours?
I think I couldn't, but
No,
only
well.
because I was expecting it to end very soon.
We're
right?
wrapping up, obviously. So on our last, I would call this our last hour because obviously after us, this is it for us. You won't see us after this. Richard Straub will be closing everything, but here's what you missed if you're just tuning in. Obviously, if you're just tuning in, it's been 2 days of incredible content, so you missed quite a bit. But if you just tune in the last hour, you missed the last hour. We had Zeynep Ton and her new book, The Case for Good Jobs. I got to interview her. Incredible person. She's done a lot of research on world-famous brands like Costco, Trader Joe's, tons of brands. And she explains why the research indicates her good jobs system, it's more than just a lot of pay, it's a part of it, but why the good job system actually paying more to employees actually delivers more to the bottom line, which doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it? Because I know a lot of leaders struggle with that. If we just like double everyone's pay, we're gonna lose money, duh.
Yeah.
But her research shows why when you treat people well, and of course there's a whole system, if you just double pay, it's not gonna work, but why if you treat people well, they put out more productivity than the cash you're putting in. And so like, she uses Costco as an example. They have a ton, they pay their employees very well, and their employees stay a long time, there's less churn.
So it makes sense to treat people well, I guess.
Right, and we don't always, it may sound obvious, but we don't always do that. We always think of the tactical and the financial aspects. And then of course, Amy Edmondson just left the studio. We just crossed paths with Jyoti Guptara on the way, switching places. And they were talking about her new book, Right Kind of Wrong, The Science of Failing Well. So I don't know if you saw that at all. Did you see that interview at all? We were like scrambling around trying to get ready for the end.
We're trying to run this Drucker Forum TV here, so we don't get the chance to watch everything,
true.
Unfortunately.
I wish we could, some people always ask us like, oh, what was your favorite forum session? And we're like, we don't see anything.
The studio all day.
We're in this box all day. And so I think you have some housekeeping to do though, correct?
Yes, because if you have also been stuck in a box all day or in your office or stuck with kids or whatever your obligations were and you didn't catch the chance to watch this whole Drucker Forum TV format that we created for you, fear not. You can, of course, rewatch the whole thing. It's a YouTube live stream, right? And the cool thing about YouTube live streams is you can actually review them and come back to all the parts that you've missed. Our program is online, so you can refer to the best parts and also make sure to refer to our social channels, make a shout out there, let us know what was your favorite session, what was maybe missing for you, something you want to add.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah, let's have some discussions online to keep these discussions going. I think that would be amazing. Let us also know what was good for you, what worked out well for you. That would definitely be something we could work with for sure. And I mean, this whole Drucker Forum TV, it wouldn't be possible without Richard and Ilse Straub for sure. So these two people, they just pull all of this together. So what you're watching here is really up for them. So thank you very much. Also, I mean...
By the way, I'm glad you pronounced their names, because I always struggle with that a little bit, the American accent.
Yes,
so
course.
Thank you for doing that.
Of course. And also, we want to thank the whole team that was involved here in this Drucker Forum TV format. We had multiple moderators. So if you've been watching, we've had so many interviews. And of course, you need a lot of people for that. You need a lot of professionals to actually ask the right questions.
Yeah.
So who did we have? We had Jyoti Guptara, who just interviewed Amy Edmondson, as Justin mentioned. We had Rebecca Kerr, we had Stefan Stern, we had Esther Clark, Eduardo Brown, and of course, Justin Brady to my right.
And of course, Christine Brejato, the online experience and partnerships of the Global Peter Drucker Forum, and just kind of all around wearer of hats and red carpet extraordinaire. Red carpet's hard, by the way. Just to adapt in real time, like some people call it man on the street interview, that's very, very difficult to do.
Yes, so for all of you who don't know what we're referring to when we say the red carpet stuff, it was the format that we had in the middle of the conference. Yeah. We had a red carpet there where we kind of grabbed people throughout the conference onto a red carpet so they would share a little bit about their learnings and experiences. I mean, also, I think we need to thank this project manager from this whole Drucker Forum TV, Eleanor Stelzig, who put this all together. Bravo. Also, thank you to Richard Brame, our content curator, and to the whole amazing tech team behind the scenes working so hard to make this so smooth. Thank you very much.
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
Very difficult work.
Such a
You
tough
should
job.
see the scheduling of everything. It's absolutely crazy. It's did someone just show the camera angle of our camera guy? That's awesome. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, he's doing a dance back there now. Yeah, it's a lot of really, really hard, complicated work, and I mean, it's a really long, never-ending newscast. Like the news, they do, what do they do? Like the average news, like a half an hour, maybe, an hour thing, and then they can all go home. Obviously, there's more prep involved, but the crew here and Elena are just, it's constant. It's all day during the forum, no breaks. It is crazy town. It's crazy to see them do that. Did you have, so I'm gonna talk about the sponsors really quickly, but I also wanna see if you have any last thoughts on RedCarpet.
Sure.
We want to, of course, thank the Project Management Institute, PMI. I was fortunate enough to interview Pierre Lemont, which right here in the studio, you can watch that on replay. It was a really fun interview about why isn't everyone a project manager, all leaders. Emergen, proud to have them as a sponsor. The Society for Human Resource Management, SHRM, got to meet their team last night at the Black Tie. I heard that Johnny Taylor, their CEO, actually went to school in my hometown.
No way.
Des Moines, Iowa, Drake University.
Really?
So yeah, shout out to Des Moines, go Bulldogs.
Oh,
I'm sure
so
Johnny's.
funny.
Yeah, that was really cool. Huawei, thank you to Huawei. Palo Alto Networks, McKinsey & Company, Steelcase, EY. I had Falco Weidemeyer in here about disruption and AI and purpose. Incredible interview. And of course, Tata Consultancy Services, TCS. Fujitsu, Vinci. I had Reinhard Schlemmer in here as well for an interview about what does actually sustainability really look like? Because it seems like every time energy companies try to do something sustainable, everyone just gets mad at them. Like, do wind turbines, and then everyone gets mad that they're killing birds. Or they do coal, and everyone's mad that it's polluting. Or they do nuclear, and it's maybe too dangerous. Or they do solar, and you can't recycle it. So I was asking him, what does sustainability really look like? And is AI and the advancement of quantum computing and technology actually going to lessen our need for electricity? Think about your computer in the 90s.
Yeah.
Remember that thing? It was like a jet engine.
I remember.
Yeah, but now like new laptops are 80, 90% more efficient. So with new technology, are we going to need less energy? I mean, even the lights in here, I don't know if all of them, but I think they're all LED. It uses a lot less energy. So it's a good example.
Yeah.
And of course, can't forget our media partner, Harvard Business Review. And also, we should point out to any person who came to the Global Peter Drucker Forum, become a member because you have access to all the video. I'm going to talk about that here if we have time, but SOAR.com, shout out to them for the video library that's keyword searchable. But do you have any final thoughts on the red carpet before we close this out? Last minute?
I mean, yeah, thank you. I think the red carpet was really interesting because that's where you kind of get to see what's happening on the ground and what people are talking about at the conference, what their ideas are, and a lot of the themes that we also talked about here together, Justin, already, is around failure, how we can deal with it better. We talked, of course, a lot about resilience, so much resilience talks here throughout the whole day, and also about how can we involve different generations much better. So definitely had some interesting conversations there. So make sure to rewatch the red carpet. I need to promote it a little,
Yeah. And like I said, red carpet, whew, that's tough work. So become a member, and any attendee of the Global Peter Drucker Forum gets like a temporary membership to check out all the videos on the SOAR searchable library. But if you become a member, what you get to do is you get to search by keyword for any key phrase, and it'll pull from the entire library thousands of hours of video. Cool. You could search something like, we talked about this earlier, managing difficult people. Like, how do you do that? And immediately you will have every video and the key phrase and the timestamp for the person that talked about that topic.
So cool.
So cool. It's really cool technology because everyone, we have tons of video. What do you do with all that? So become a member. It includes that. And it's very, very easy to use. Like I said, I'm Justin Brady. Thank you for joining me.
I'm Cristina Progiato. Thank you for watching.
And we're just honored to have you on this journey with us over the last 2 days. We're a little tired, but it's nothing coffee can't fix. Next is Richard Straub with closing remarks. But for us, this concludes the live coverage of Drucker Forum TV. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Dear participants, let's have a quick recap about what happened so far at this conference.
I don't know about you, but for me, it definitely feels a bit longer than 2 days. It's probably a lot that you heard, a lot of people that you saw, and quite often coming out of those conferences, the main question will be, what are your key takeaways? And obviously, they will be different for each one of you, and we are not the ones who can tell you what you're going to take out of this, but we can just give you gentle reminders, and you will be the ones weaving meaning out of this. So I have one last gentle reminder that I would like to give away to you. And for this, I would invite you, if you want, to close your eyes and just listen to a few of the things that have been said over the past days. One thing that I wish for you is a small thing that makes all the difference in how you go through life: curiosity. We want to stand on Drucker's shoulders and look to the future. The more connected we are, the more resilient we will be. The purpose is what stays when the lights go off. Learning from failures is a team sport. Regret makes us human. Regret makes us better. Regret reveals what we value. Start a failure journal. Could you imagine an organization where everyone did only exactly what's on their job description? Management is philosophy in action. Leadership is not executing power over people, it's unlocking power in people. There are two sorts of freedom: freedom from and freedom to. It's not only about overcoming obstacles, but looking back and reframing them through what you gained on the way. We have a whole depth of strength in us, ready to be drawn on. We talk about 60-year-long careers. Does anyone talk about 60-year-long marriages and the resilience we need for that? How do I sum up my resilience in one word? Love. I love what I do. 70, 45, 12. When I was young, I was a rebel. Instead of Latin or geography, I preferred to learn Elvis Presley lyrics by heart. Unless we focus on emotions, we will never achieve what we want to achieve. Navigating through chaos can help organizations find their true meaning. Sharing what makes every individual overcome hardship strengthens collective resilience. First words matter, last words count. And with this, I invite you to open up your eyes again. And I say thank you from my side for your presence. And it is my great pleasure to welcome back on stage to close the 15th Global Peter Drucker Forum, founder and president of the forum. Please welcome Richard Straub.
Das ist zum Weiter. Okay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a moving moment for me, certainly, and for the team who was involved in all this. And I would like, I started the conference with this reminder that this is the 15th forum, 15 years of Drucker Forum. And obviously, there's the question, what's coming next? And when you are at the 15th forum, for me, it was almost natural to think about the 20th forum. That's the next sort of celebration we hope to have. And so what is our idea? Will we continue to do what we have done? Or are there some new things that we should think about? So what is next? And let me show you, let me unveil
to you what we believe should come next. We call it the next management. I mean, you have heard a lot now. I mean, this was the perfect setup, right? But it was, as you can tell, it was a panel which knows what they are talking about, so they don't need to be prompted in some way by us from the Drucker Forum. But it's perfect, yeah? It's a perfect segue. So the next management is really building on this idea. We cannot continue as we did, right? We must change something. And it's about, Drucker talked about management as practices, yeah, the practice of management. And of course, there's a discipline of management behind it. And it is about, in the center, about performance, not only business performance, but performance in society, as we have heard, performance in the environment, in a changed and continuously changing world. So that's our notion. I can tell it as an anecdote. Since we were talking about management 1.0 as the industrial age form of management, we said, well, the next one would be 2.0. And then we got a lot of people telling us that's not such a good idea. The World Economic Forum is already at 4.0. So the next management expresses in a better way what Drucker also tried to express for society. He called it the next society. So we are latching on to this. Now, I cannot give you a run-through because I think some of you may have a flight to catch, right, or a train or whatever, some plans in the evening. But I think you had a perfect example now in this panel. What are typical elements of this, what we are talking about? And just a glimpse in terms of, well, yeah, innovation, it doesn't mean efficiency goes away, but innovation must have a much higher role. The enterprise as an entity doesn't go away. Other institutions don't go away, but ecosystems are decisive, and it's more and more institutional ecosystems. What we call societal enhancement versus narrow gains, it's no longer acceptable that the individual company has just their narrow objectives. You have heard about that. But we must elevate management again to the level where it should be. This is, again, the point which was just made. It's a role in society. That's what Drucker said all the time. Technology, and that will be the hard one, I tell you. Technology as augmenting the human being and not automating everything. I have still big doubts, and that's me personally, and I may be proven wrong, that a lot of the artificial intelligence hype will come true. I think there are areas where you can get perfect results from artificial intelligence, but there are areas where it would be a disaster if you believe what artificial intelligence may give you, because we will be reminded the human being is not just a machine or a purely rational entity. Fortunately, we don't work like this. And do you think that OpenAI would have the conflict if the human being would be so perfect? They would have this type of discussion that they have at the center of those who develop AI. So there's something more about it. And it was also said, this question about arts. And that reflects also the human being and the uniqueness of the human being, because what certainly doesn't work anymore and what came from the industrial age is this one-size-fits-all idea. That doesn't work. So arts gives you the idea that human beings are all different. Yeah, and the human society and human groups are something with their own dynamics. So I think we can learn a lot without giving up science, because science will be important for the future as well. But we need to rebalance. So we, as the Drucker Forum, of course, we are a small entity. Yeah, we will try to make our contribution. The first contribution is that we try to give it a name. You need a language when you do something, when you want to change something. So we start with this language element of the next management. And we want to use our strengths. Our strengths are this, convening people, and not just people, but we think the best of the best in terms of practitioners, in terms of thinkers and audience. I'm always saying we want to have the best audience as well, participating. Catalyzing ideas, because the role, I think the notion of catalyst came up strongly, and catalysts means really to do the things which get the whole process going without constantly pushing, right? So we can have a catalyst role, and we can be one of the catalysts who helps to bring things together. It's interesting, by the way, that Peter Drucker, when he started dealing with management, he said, I was looking around, and there was no management book. There were books about bits and pieces, right? And what I did is I tried to bring it together, to put it in some system, to make it a system as such. And we are not Peter Drucker, unfortunately, but we are at least inspired by his ideas. And with the help of others, I think we can contribute to this. And last but not least, what we plan to do, what we have announced last year, is to celebrate advances. And we had, some of you may know, we have announced the Vienna Medal for Management Innovation. And we will start next year with the first round of this Vienna Medal, and it will be aligned with these ideas. And that will also be a small contribution. Now, there is, I mean, ideally, I would just add the one thing. We think about this 5 years period where we have this vision, we call it sometimes leitmotif, right? The next management. Think about it as a book. We want to write a book, and it should be ready by the 20th forum. And each of the forums might be a chapter and should be a chapter. That's a big vision behind it. And that will, I think, will inspire our own teams and our community, we hope. And what we wanted to announce here, and by the way, I haven't mentioned the subtitle because it was sometimes said, do we have to reinvent management? Do we have to redo it in some way? Our approach is, and we think it's a Drucker-inspired approach, is reframing management for the 21st century. There are good things, there are things that don't work, but it's about taking a new perspective and renewing it this way. So we will have an invitation to a broader community. You have here a QR code. So if you want to sort of use because everybody has their iPhone always ready, so the QR code is there. So please feel free, put your name in, and as participants you will get the information anyway, but we will start a process, and in this we take the first step, because you have also an input to the process already. And the next step will be an event, a virtual event that we plan for March, first half of March, where we will have some input gathered and where we will sort of specify more specifically what we're going to do and how this will play out. So that's the big overview. I hope you will join us, and I'm saying you will join us. I'm saying this also to all those who are on the live stream, because we are live streaming this session as part of the Drucker Forum TV program. So please join us and inscribe yourself, subscribe to this invitation. So finally, and this is really the final part, I would like to express my thanks, my deep thanks, because a Drucker Forum, as you can imagine, is a lot of work for many people. Yeah, so it's hard. It doesn't come easy. It's so rewarding for us, for all the team that is involved in this, when we feel there is good feedback, there's a good atmosphere, there is positive feelings about it. And so far, I must confess, we will ask further, but we were rewarded already with a lot of positive feedback. But I would like to take this opportunity to really deeply thank our speakers, our chairs, who have put a lot of time into the preparation. thank you so much, and I think they deserve an applause. Thank you. Thank you for them. Thank you for them. I would also like to express a great thanks to our partners and sponsors. I'm always reluctant to talk about sponsors because they are strategic partners. There is always a give and take, but they are real partners over a long period. We don't have transactional sponsorship, so to speak. So thanks to our sponsors who have made it possible to have this event. Of course, I would like to thank you all who made trips from the US, from other countries, from Austria, even from Vienna. We have people joining, right? It's always difficult to get the people who are close enough, right? But anyway, so thank you for spending the time. It's a vote of confidence that you came and that you participated. Thank you. And finally, last but not least, I would like to thank the teams who have made this possible. And I can do it only in a shortcut version. So I would like, for all the support that was involved, I would like to thank Margot Chunk. Where is she? Stand up. But this is really for all the support that is connected to the forum, where Margot was most deeply involved, but there's a technical support, all sorts of functions. So thank you, Margot, for having taken this big workload. And of course, I would very much like to thank our charming and wonderful conference chair, Katharina, please. Thank you. Katharina, should I close or are you closing?
The honor.
Okay. No, I mean, this is what I wanted to say. I hope I haven't forgotten anything important. That's the last chance. So thank you again very much for joining. For those who are traveling, I wish you safe travels. And I hope to see many of you again next year. And we have now an agenda. We have a leitmotif. We will work through this leitmotif, hopefully with your help. So see you again. Thank you. Bye.